The House will come to order. Prayer by the chaplain.
Let us pause now in the midst of this full day, in this great hall, in this great city, in this great state. Let us come into a concentrated awareness of the presence of God, the ground of being, the heart of creation, love. Let us be in prayer. Oh God, we are grateful that you have created us, each one of us, to honor the sacredness of every human being, to treat no human being as less than sacred. We are grateful for all of the great religions, for they teach this truth of the sacredness of each being. We are grateful for human communities and societies that honor this truth, that create systems and laws that embody this truth. We are grateful that hope and healing is now sprouting forth out of the devastation and disruption of a terrifying pandemic. And we are so grateful for these servant leaders here gathered. Bless these legislators, how hard they work for Minnesota, for the people, the land, the animals of this state we all love. On this day, in this moment, give them ears to hear what they most need to hear. May they know the wisdom of deep listening and of whole sight. May they devote themselves anew to this every time they cross the threshold into this great hall. May they remember that they are one body, and may they have the grace to act kindly to one another. May they be indifferent to the pressures and allure of privilege, ego, wealth, fear, but rather courageous in their discernment and their final judgment. May they ever hold in their hearts those on the margins, the powerless, the most, and most especially the children and the future generations, giving them great hope for the days to come. May we all be blessed by the hearing of these ancient words. What does God require of you but to do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God? Amen.
The chaplain for today is Reverend Sarah Campbell from Mayflower United Church of Christ in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing and recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will take the roll.
Will the clerk please call the name of the member who is voting remotely?
Agbaje.
Are you still there? Can you talk?
Yeah, I'm here.
Agbaje, present.
The clerk will close the roll. A quorum is present. The clerk will read the journal of the preceding day.
Journal of the House, 93rd Session, 2023, 22nd day, St. Paul, Minnesota, Wednesday, February 15th, 2023.
If there is no objection, further reading of the journal will be dispensed with, and the journal will be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Hearing no objection, the journal is approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Reports of standing committees and divisions. A copy of this order of business is on your desk, and it's also available online. If there is no objection, the reports will be adopted. Hearing no objection, the reports are adopted. Second reading of House files.
Second reading, House File number 800.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File number 1199.
Second reading. Introduction of bills. The following House files have been offered for introduction today. The chief clerk will report the House files and give them their first reading.
Introduction and first reading of House Files 1831 through 1959.
First reading House files 1831 through 1959. Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Long from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.21 and 3.33, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Monday, February 20th, 2023, and establishes a pre-filing requirement for amendments offered to the following bills. House File number 16, 55, 30, 45, and 56.
Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 43. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 43, number 4 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to public safety, the first engrossment.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, the author of the bill, Representative Feist, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House File 43 addresses a misalignment between state and federal law. Specifically, the definition of gross misdemeanor in Minnesota. Don't want to miss this, it's very exciting. The definition of gross misdemeanor in Minnesota is considered an aggravated felony under immigration law in certain circumstances. And that one-day discrepancy can be a virtually automatic deportation, even for green card holders. Notably, a gross misdemeanor conviction can still lead to deportation. This just avoids the disproportionate results. Currently, Minnesota does not have full control over determining the intended consequences of behavior constituting a gross misdemeanor. By changing the definition of gross misdemeanor by 1 day, maximum possible period of imprisonment of 365 days to 364 days, we can ensure that these misdemeanor offenses carry with them misdemeanor level consequences that the state of Minnesota intends. This eases a significant burden on the system as courts and prosecutors try to ensure proportional consequences to these convictions. And I'd like to just thank Representative Pinto, Representative Novotny, researcher John Hultquist, and researcher Ben Johnson just for helping to make sure that this was drafted in a really thorough and thoughtful way. And I would encourage your support.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File number 43.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. Representative Feist, any closing remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a really great bill. It makes a small technical change that will have a really big impact on a lot of the lives of Minnesotans and for our system. So I encourage a green vote.
Any further discussion to the bill? I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just going to say this was previously my bill. I was really happy to hand it off to an actual immigration lawyer who knows what she's doing in this area and urge support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any further discussion to the bill? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. Would the clerk please call the name of the member who is voting remotely?
Agbaje.
Agbaje votes yes.
Agbaje votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 125 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 42. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 42, number 3 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to public safety, amending definitions of labor trafficking, the first engrossment.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, the author of the bill, Representative Feist, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill was developed in collaboration between the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, the Advocates for Human Rights, and labor trafficking experts. The goal with these changes is to address some glaring holes in our existing statutes that enable perpetrators to evade the law. The bill also enhances penalties in labor trafficking scenarios where the victim is under the age of 18 and the trafficking occurs for an extended period of time, or the victim suffers great bodily harm or death. And to proactively answer a question that some of you may have, we are not eliminating blackmail from the statute. We are just redefining it as reputational harm later on. This bill also clarifies that the updated definitions of debt bondage and forced labor or service in the labor trafficking statutes also apply to those terms as they are used in the aggravated sex trafficking statutes, per the recommendation of the Minnesota Sentencing Guidelines Commission. This bill is supported by the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, labor advocates, and experts as an important update to existing labor trafficking laws.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
O'Neill moves to amend House File number 42, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded A2.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Wright, Representative O'Neill, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank Representative Feist because this is something that we don't talk about a lot on the House floor, but something that we should be talking about a lot on the House floor. And when anyone is entrapped in sex trafficking and labor trafficking, it is a horrendous thing. Absolutely horrendous for that person. And let me just tell you, the last time I looked at Polaris, which is the national data for those that are sex trafficked, you would be shocked at the statistics. The average age of a boy first entering sex trafficking is 12 years old. 12 years old. The average age of a girl entering sex trafficking is just 13 years old. 13. The life expectancy for that 12-year-old and that 13-year-old is 5 years. That's according to the Polaris. 5 years. We have 5 years to find them and rescue them and hopefully give them back a life. So, Representative Feist, I could not thank you more for making this so incredibly serious. And it absolutely needs to be discussed. And, you know, I've given speeches on the House floor before about the buyers of sex trafficking and the users of labor that is trafficked. And that's really also the impetus of what is the problem, is because we tolerate that in our society. I'm not going to go into that, but I am going to talk about increasing and adding mandatory minimums onto this bill, because I think it's that serious. And what this amendment would do, what the A2 amendment would do, would be to add a mandatory minimum of 10 years for first-degree sex trafficking and 12 years for an aggravated first-degree sex trafficking. Remember, I just told you that if this 12-year-old or this, and that's average, there are, you know, people, there are infants that are sex trafficked, infants, toddlers, small children that are sex trafficked each and every day in this nation. And a person doing that deserves a mandatory minimum sentence of 10 years and aggravated, which means that they have done it over and over and over for 12 years. And I would say that those mirror what we did in first-degree sexual conduct, criminal sexual conduct statutes. So, Representative Moeller and I worked for quite some time on reforming the criminal sexual conduct statutes, and I was kind of an unofficial member of the criminal sexual conduct statutory working group. I wasn't an official member, but I was at every meeting, and I had a lot to say. And it was so important that we reformed the sexual assault statute so that they worked for victims. And likewise, this is so incredibly important that we reform these statutes to work for the victims of sex and labor trafficking. I could not support this bill more. I hope that you see this as a friendly amendment. It literally just mirrors first-degree sexual conduct statutes that we just changed a little over a year ago. And with that, I ask for your green vote, and I'll ask for a roll call, please.
Representative O'Neill has requested a roll call vote on the amendment. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Is there any discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to a point of order under House Rules 4.05.
Representative Olson, please state your point of order.
My point of order is such that there is a creation of a mandatory minimum, which creates a prison bed, which would increase the spending in this bill, which according to 4.05 would mean that this is out of order, and I hope you find my point of order well taken.
Members, is there any advice to the Olson point of order? I recognize the member from Wright, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would argue that if we're going to do this, we certainly are going to add to prison beds, I hope, because that's really the concern, that we're adding to prison beds. And I don't have the fiscal note in front of me. Maybe Representative Feist knows more than I do about that, but yeah, so I would really hope that we could see that this is actually in part of the bill, that it's really important that even if it is, if there is a fiscal note, this would, I mean, if it changed, it would be so very small. I think it could be something that the DOC could probably absorb, but they're not here to say that. I wish we could have done this in committee, but unfortunately we did not get this done in committee. So we're doing, just like many other times, we're doing work here on the floor instead. Mr. Speaker, I hope you find that. Thank you. It was distracting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this actually would decrease the cost, because when we show we're serious about punishment for horrible crimes, that will decrease in Minnesota. So, frankly, I would hope the Speaker would take the advice that actually it would save money and therefore it would be fine.
I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, let me frame it this way. The bill itself is already establishing this as a crime, and what Representative O'Neill's amendment is doing is saying that there is a mandatory minimum that comes along with the fact that you are creating this as a crime. So this is a fairly self-evident amendment. If we're going to create a crime, there have to be consequences to that crime. Representative O'Neill's amendment is saying that there should be a mandatory minimum of that crime, and you're already going to be adjudicating these people. You're already going to be having the conversation about what does this crime do. This amendment, the O'Neill amendment, actually creates mandatory minimum sentences that are going along with the crime that Representative Feist is creating, that Representative O'Neill is actually saying that she supports. And what we're trying to get done is saying that when these people perpetrate these horrible crimes on children, that we should be locking them up for at least a prescribed period of time. And I am disappointed that we're trying to rule this out of order instead of just taking a vote. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, if you actually look at the fiscal note, there's only 2 people during a 10-year time span that was ever charged on this type of offense, which is unfortunate. In the fiscal note, it says they can absorb the costs. So this should be no problem. Members, if you don't think there's sex trafficking or child sex trafficking in your district, you need to look again, because it's in every single county of this state. It's all over this country. They're very difficult to catch and deal with and prosecute. But when we do, we need to punish them to the full extent as possible. Now, what's interesting, you're complaining about putting a mandatory minimum sentence because it might cost money on somebody who will do irreparable damage to our kids. But in committee, we hear about you talking about raising the civil penalties on business owners to make sure they comply. You can't have it both ways. Let's get these people that do irreparable harm to our kids off the streets and into prison where they belong.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Mr. Speaker, advice. Mr. Speaker, this bill, this amendment does not relate to a new crime, Mr. Speaker. This is a pre-existing crime that already has a presumptive prison sentence. So that part's clear. If somebody commits this crime, presumptive prison sentence. The only thing is that the amendment adds a number of months to that sentence. Representative O'Neill's right that in some cases it might be actually only be a few months. I think in one case it'd be an additional 6 months. But in another case it'd be additional 20 or so months. In any case, Mr. Speaker, it does in fact cost money for people to be in prison longer than they would have anyway. This is not about a new crime created in this bill. This is about a pre-existing crime and simply adding some number of months, which costs money. It is perfectly appropriate to rule it out of order under 4.05. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice members, as Representative Pinto just correctly pointed out, this is an existing crime. It is a very serious crime. It is a crime that I would hope, I think we all would hope, our district court judges are already going to take very seriously in sentencing. All this amendment does is make sure that there aren't some district court judges that don't treat it as seriously as it should. And in those cases, again, remember, we are talking about a prospective sentencing law. So we're talking about crimes that are going to be sentenced in the coming year, at least, in the future, and that at the end of what should hopefully already be a lengthy prison sentence, that there may, in a few cases, be some additional time. So yes, it's possible that in 2030 or 2031 or some year off in the future, there might be some hypothetical future additional cost that is not the type of budget cost that we should be ruling out of order as a matter of parliamentary procedure on this floor today, just as a way for people not to take a tough vote on something that we should be voting
Mr. Speaker.
on. Mr.
Speaker.
Representative Pinto, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of order, Representative Pinto.
I believe that the member is impugning motives, and that is not prohibited. That is not permitted on the House floor, Mr. Speaker.
I'll remind members of Mason's 24.1. In the debate, a member must confine their remarks to the question before the House and avoid personalities. Representative Niska, please confine your remarks to Representative Olson's point of order.
Thank
Representative
you, Mr. Speaker.
Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely, the point of order should not be well taken because this is the type of thing that our House rules should allow us to vote on. It's a germane amendment. It's an amendment that if it does impose any cost, it's something hypothetical, far off in the future. Our rules should allow us to actually vote on the merits of this amendment, Mr. Speaker, and that's all I was saying. Please I urge you to find the point of order not well taken.
Members, I will remind the body that we are debating Representative Olson's point of order under House Rule .405. I recognize the member for Mysante, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to offer you some advice in the ruling. This is, and pay attention here, members. The point of order is on Rule 4.05, okay, which says that, and if you want to read it, you can, which says that it would be out of order if it raised the spending in the base. In this underlying bill, folks who are convicted under this particular section of law would be convicted of a violent felony and would receive a sentence under that. I'm told that it could vary slightly from this, but it should be a sentence according to sentencing guidelines of at least 5 years or 60 months, okay? So 60 months is well beyond this budget cycle and the next budget cycle. and even one more after that. And never in the history of this chamber have we called something out of order that didn't have a budget impact in the current biennium or the tails, okay? And I think this rule actually even just says spending in the current biennium, okay? This would not have any additional spending until beyond 60 months and only in the term of 60 months out to 120 or 144 months. So, Mr. Speaker, pay very close attention, read the rule. There is no increased cost in this biennium or the next because of this amendment, okay? So very clearly, this is not a violation of Rule 4.05, and we need to be very concise and precise about how we read these rules and how we rule things out of order. So I understand that folks may think this has some cost, and it may, but there would be no cost until after 60 months, because that's the point at which these folks, you're talking about sentencing somebody, Mr. Speaker, for a term instead of 60 months as a minimum, now you'd be 120 months. So there'd be no cost to the state for the term less than 60 months. Would only add on beyond 60 months. So unfortunately, this rule does not apply to this point of order, and I'd ask you to find the point of order not well taken.
I recognize the member from Stearns, the Minority Leader, Representative Dameth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just offering advice. The fiscal note came back as 0. This is not a prop. I'm just referring to the fiscal note. It came back as 0. And we are redefining something in this bill. The underlying, or the amendment that is being offered by Representative O'Neill, and thank you for offering this, Representative O'Neill. The amendment that's being offered is talking about mandatory minimums. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you would take this into consideration as you rule. There is no cost on the fiscal note, which then on the amendment, there would be no cost on that. And that is my advice to you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you. I offer advice. I just wanted to clarify for members to read Rule 4.05. It does not specifically say spending in base. It said the amendment would increase the spending or spending base. It never does it say biennium. So I hope that you find my point of order well taken, as we heard numerous members from the GOP mention the cost associated with this amendment.
Members, I have reviewed the bill, the amendment, and Rule 4.05. I have considered advice from Representative Olson, Representative O'Neill, Representative Quam, Representative Nash, Representative Johnson, Representative Pinto, Representative Niska, Representative Doubt, and Representative Dameth, and I find that the point of order is well taken.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Nash.
Mr. Speaker, I would appeal the ruling of the Speaker and request a roll call.
Representative Nash appeals to the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the appeal. Members, the question before us is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? Any discussion? Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure that our side could make this more abundantly clear. So there is a crime that is being created already. And we are saying that we want a mandatory minimum to go along with that crime, so that, as Representative Niska pointed out, a judge that is perhaps more or less capricious than another judge could say, well, it's not that big of a deal. When you are sex trafficking children, that's a big deal. And I don't, Mr. Speaker, I don't know that I have enough quietness in the chamber, if you would. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a once again, self-evident amendment. This says that if you perpetrate this crime, there are mandatory minimum penalties that go along with this. And I respect the Ways and Means Chair, I really do, but this is a vote I think you want to take. You should take this vote. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is something that, with a 0 fiscal note, as Leader Dameth pointed out, a 0 fiscal note already, how can extending that have a greater than 0 fiscal impact? Once again, thank you. Vote red on appealing the ruling of the Speaker.
Further discussion to the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker. Representative Dowd, are you seeking recognition? I recognize the member for my Santee, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I certainly appreciate Representative Olson or Chair Olson's perspective on this. We have never, I mean, there's, where do I start? We have never, ever, even our forecast doesn't pick up anything beyond the tails of the tails. Like, to say that there's some, first of all, there's no cost. I'll start with that. The fiscal note on the bill, there's no cost, okay? Then if there was a cost, it would be out beyond 60 months, which we have never, ever even recognized. And you know, I'll be talking about that, I'm sure, more, because I'm sure that $17 billion probably won't be enough, and we're going to see spending crop up in the tails and the tails of the tails, so that because we can't get enough of it in this budget cycle, and I'm just going to guess that I'm going to see that in bills that are going to come here to the House floor. But I'll also maybe ask Representative Olson if she would yield for a question.
Representative Olson will yield for a question. Representative Dowd.
Representative Olson, that paragraph that you referenced, and I think it was, I wasn't paying attention at the very beginning of this, but I think you rose to a point of order under 4.05, amendment limits, that this thing spent money and that therefore should be out of order. But Representative Olson, if you could read for me in our rule book on 4.05, that first paragraph on 4.05, the very last sentence that starts with this rule. If you could read that for us.
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't hear a question in asking to be yielded, but I will say that what I did hear was both saying that the fiscal note, that there was no cost, but yet somehow also describing costs in the tails, and I wonder how we could have it both ways on that.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll read it, since the chair didn't necessarily want to, and I'll have a follow-up question for her after I read it for the body. But the last sentence of that 4.05 says, this rule is only in effect when a budget resolution adopted under Rule 4.03 is not in effect. Okay? So, but this is an important issue that we shouldn't let go here on the House floor. We can't misuse this rule and abuse this rule by calling everything that we want to out of order. Okay? So I'm sure that we're going to see a budget resolution soon. I think we're hoping for that. We've already seen $1.5 billion worth of new spending come off of the House floor. It's a little more than that. I think we're going to see some more today. Over $1.5 billion go off the House floor, and we still don't have a budget resolution. But never in the history of this. So we have a fiscal note with zero cost for the bill. And I'm not saying there is a cost. I wasn't the one that said it. And I appreciate, Representative Olson, that you think there might be a cost, and you referenced that other people said it. You're the one who said there was a cost. I did not. I said if you think there's a cost, then it wouldn't be out beyond 60 months, which we in this chamber have never recognized. And we've never called something out of order because it had spending in the tails. And I am going to remind you of this conversation today. It's going to haunt you, because I guarantee you're going to have spending in the tails of the tails in your bills. And I'm going to remind you about that. But you don't think it should be, it should have any impact here. First of all, there's no spending. Second, if there was spending, it doesn't happen until at least beyond 60 months, because we're extending the sentence, and the sentencing guideline says it's at least 60 months for a violent felony, and this amendment says it would go to 120 or 144. So that's the time, if there was a cost, that's the time it would be incurred. And that doesn't get recognized in our budgeting here in the state of Minnesota, okay? And this rule does not, and has never in the history of this chamber applied to that. And I'd warn you against setting a new precedent on that particular issue. So, members, this is really clear. I understand that when you have enough votes, you can do whatever you want, but you got a bunch of people on this side of the aisle who want to work with you, who want to, you know, and we understand that we're not in the majority. But you know what? We still have election certificates. And we want to actually make a difference for our constituents. And we want to be part of the process. So let us help you do that. If you don't like our amendment, vote it down. But let's actually debate the amendment, have a conversation about the amendment, and consider it. I think Minnesotans at home appreciate that, and they want that kind of respect. Don't call it out of order on something. I mean, there's 5 different reasons this thing's not out of order. But for some reason, you don't want to debate it and don't want to vote on it. Just show a little respect to the other people in this chamber who also have an election certificate who think this issue is very important. And if you don't want to increase the minimum sentences for violent felons, then vote against it. It's okay. That's a perfectly acceptable, I wouldn't vote that way, but if you want to, you can. It's perfectly acceptable. You have your own election certificate. But please don't trample on ours. It's our opportunity to offer an amendment on these bills on this House floor and debate the issues. And Minnesotans deserve, and we should respect their right and their entitlement to have that debate here on the House floor. So, you know, you obviously have the votes and you can do whatever you want, but at some point you gotta say, gosh, there should be a limit. We should treat each other with a little more respect. So this very obviously isn't out of order. It never has been in the chamber in the history of this. It isn't now. And don't use the extra votes that you have to trample on those who don't have enough votes. You make a big deal about standing up for the minority, but you trample on it every chance you get. Don't do that today. Let's actually work together. And if you don't like the idea, just vote it down. You've got the votes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Stearns, the Minority Leader, Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if Representative Olson would yield for a question.
Representative Olson will yield for a question. Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Olson, on the underlying bill, do you know what the average prison sentence for this crime would be?
Members, please take your conversations off of the House floor into the alcoves or into the retiring room. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I do not.
Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Olson would yield for one more question.
Representative Olson will yield for a question. Representative Demuth.
Representative Olson, do you know how many people are in prison for this crime?
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I do not. But I would just remind the body that custom and usage under 4.05 for mandatory minimums has been well-founded under 4.05 in the past.
Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Olson. Members, as you are voting to overturn the ruling of the Speaker, and I ask that you would vote to overturn the ruling of the Speaker, as I've looked at the fiscal note, it says that on page 7 that it is expected, the cost is expected to be minimal. So we know that we are already talking about the crime. What we are talking about here is the mandatory minimum, not an increase in number that is unknown. It is expected to be minimal according to the fiscal note. So we're not talking about adding more people in. What we're talking about is making sure that there is that mandatory minimum as represented in the amendment from Representative O'Neill. So members, I would ask that you would vote with us to overturn the ruling of the Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion on the appeal to overturn the ruling of the Speaker? I recognize the member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask members to vote green and uphold the ruling of the Speaker. 4.05 is very clear. If there's an increase in the appropriation, then the amendment is out of order. And we've heard from members of the minority party that this would require spending. We also heard very clearly from Representative Pinto that if you have an additional mandatory minimum, that will require some additional prison time, and that will require more spending. And also would like to note that it is the custom and usage of this body that when we have an increased penalty for a crime, that increases spending, and so therefore we would need to pay for it, or it is out of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any further discussion to the appeal? Members, before I instruct the Chief Clerk to take the roll, I will remind you that the question before us is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker, while a no or red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The Clerk will take the roll on the appeal. Will the clerk please call the name of the member who is voting remotely?
Agbaje.
Agbaje votes yes.
Agbaje votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 57 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File number 42.
Third reading. Members, we are now on discussion to House File 42, third reading. Is there any further discussion to House File 42? I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Ramsey, Representative Feist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage members of this body to support this bill. It makes important updates to our labor trafficking statutes and definitions to better protect victims of labor trafficking in Minnesota. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Would the clerk please call the name of the member who is voting remotely?
Agbaje.
Agbaje votes yes.
Agbaje votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Is that clear? I thought the light went on and went really quick. It flipped.
There being 127 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 62. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 62, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to labor, modifying Public Employee Relations Board data.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, the author of the bill, Representative Nelson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The House File 62 is for funding the Public Employee Relations Board, commonly known as PERB. Back in 2014, former Representative Lyndon Carlson reinstituted this and passed and put it into law to have this board to handle disputes between labor unions and their public employees and their public employers. Similar to the National Labor Relations Board that's in Washington that handles private sector disputes of this nature. The reason for this bill that we're funding it finally and getting up and running is because it saves money. It saves money for our public employers. It saves money for our public employees and their unions when they have disputes. Instead of having to go to court, hire lawyers, and nobody likes lawyers, hire lawyers and spend that extra money. This allows them, it's a process that works through, that allows them to get together with people that know labor law, know public labor law, and are able to then decide whether these complaints violate the PELRA laws, which is our Public Employee Labor Relations Act, or not. Back when it was operating the last time it operated fully, they processed 31 cases. 2 were brought by individuals, 29 were brought by unions. They issued complaints in 10 of them. Of those 10, 3 went to a hearing. 7 were settled without a hearing, and the rest were either withdrawn, dismissed, or deferred to arbitration. Again, this is a way to get these done, get these disputes settled. Saves money for the employers, which are our school boards, our city councils, our counties, and the state of Minnesota, and for the employees that are having issues and trying to bring these complaints forward. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions, and I understand there might be an amendment.
Members, there is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House Bill number 62, the third engrossment. The amendment is coded A9.
I recognize the member from Carver, the author of the amendment, Representative Nash, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move the A9 and request a roll call.
Representative Nash requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Discussion to the A9 amendment, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the goal of the A9 is to, rather than have two appointees by the governor who ostensibly, well, obviously would be partisan appointees, then pick the third hyper-partisan appointee, we should rather just put it into the hands of the OAH, which has a very good track record of being a very bipartisan organization. So I think that the amendment is pretty straightforward. Rather than us appoint folks who will pretty much determine the outcome of any labor dispute that comes forward, that we should allow people who have gone through a fairly significant vetting process to get to the point where they are members of the OAH, so those judges. I think that that's probably our best pathway forward. So let's pursue nonpartisanship. Let's pursue a little more precision in a decision as opposed to handing over a group to three partisan appointees. So, and with that, I will just point out to the chair that he did hurt a lot of his members. He did impugn many of his members when he said that no one likes lawyers. There are a whole bunch of lawyers over there, so I would encourage each of you to bring that up with the chair later. We've only got two. You guys have like a flock of them over there. But members, I would encourage a green vote on this. If for no other reason than we want to not have a hyper-partisan decision being made on disputes such as these. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A9 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The current makeup of the board, again, they're appointed by the governor, but they appoint one person from the employer side, one person from the employee side, and then one person from the public. And these people, when their complaint comes forward, they review it, and if they see it's a valid complaint, it's something that is covered by PELRA, they move the thing forward. But these are not hyper-partisan people. They're not just people that that have the governor's back. These are people that, like I said, one is from the employer side, so they have the employer's perspective. One is from the employee side, so they have the employee's perspective. And then a third person that's appointed from the public to have the public's perspective. And so this is what the people that are appointed to this. So members, this amendment would gut the bill, gut the intent of the bill, so I urge a no vote on the amendment.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nash, for sticking up for us lawyers. I will say, Representative Nelson, just 2 days ago was Valentine's Day, and I heard from my wife that she loves at least one lawyer. So it's not quite true. But no, in all seriousness, this is a good amendment. This does take this decision-making from what honestly is going to be a board that's influenced by politics. It's going to be influenced by the governor's appointments, and it puts it instead in the very, very capable hands of the Office of Administrative Hearings. I've been involved in a bunch of different kinds of cases in front of the Office of Administrative Hearings. They are very, very good, and they deal with some pretty specific specialized areas of law and do it very, very well. And it is actually a place where also, like the intent of this bill, people are able to go pro se without necessarily hiring a lawyer and enriching the legal profession, although again, lawyers do have families to feed, so they're not all bad, but it does actually advance, I think, what is the good intent of this bill, which is to help people be able to take care of disputes in a little bit more of an expedited way and not without necessarily all the legal costs of going to district court, but it puts it in front of the very capable hands of the Office of Administrative Hearings, which I believe is going to be a more neutral body in terms of dealing with these. It's not going to be swayed one way or the other by the party of the governor. So I encourage members to vote yes for this amendment. It's a good amendment. Thanks.
Further discussion to the A9 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you wander over to the Supreme Court or you show up in any courtroom, you will see a statue or at least a depiction of blind justice there. And that's, I think, what the intent of my amendment is. And let's not delude ourselves, members. If you have a gubernatorial appointment, it is almost never that the governor appoints somebody that is at the antipodal end of their particular political perspective. So in this case, you will have 2 Democrats being appointed that then go forward and pick yet a third one, and that's what the chair said is the goal of this. So you'll have 2 partisan folks then picking a third partisan folk and deciding on things moving forward. If we're doing nothing other than trying to achieve blind justice, that's why we should adopt my amendment. So I believe we do have a roll call, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A9 amendment. Will the clerk please call the name of the member who is voting remotely?
Agbaje.
Agbaje votes no.
Agbaje votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 62.
Third reading. Discussion to House File 62. I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, this was a project of Representative Carlson for many years. And when he retired from the legislature, he handed it to me. And hopefully we can get this passed tonight and sent over to the Senate. And then we can have if it gets passed in the Senate, we can have a bill signing with inviting him back with the governor. So please vote yes.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on House File 62. Ready? Will the clerk please call the name of the member who is voting remotely?
Agbaje.
Agbaje votes yes.
Agbaje votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 57 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 19. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 19, number 1 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to employment, providing for earned sick and safe time, the third engrossment.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Well, Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. Well, I'm here to present House File 19, the Earn Sick and Safe Time Bill. For folks that have been around, this bill has been around, and this is not the first time putting it on the House floor and bringing it to a vote of the full body, which is great and very exciting to be here, and hopefully and seeing the bill move in the Senate this time is very exciting too. But I know that when we come here and we talk about this, and I won't do the full thing I do every time because I think a lot of you have heard of that, but I just want to remind folks that what House File 19 does is it ensures that the 900,000 Minnesotans who currently don't have access to a single paid day off in our state, paid hour, paid day off, maybe even could get fired for doing their job, would be able to have that human dignity of being able to stay home with a sick kid, to take care of themselves or a loved one, to do that thing that we all probably take for granted in this chamber. And so this bill, we know that people get sick. We know that people are faced with these terrible choices, and we know that foregoing the time of taking themselves or heading to a doctor while potentially spreading the illness to a colleague or member of the public, or they can stay home, but they know that doing so would mean they can't pay their bills on time, buy groceries, or worse yet, could even lose their entire job. And this is still the case for 900,000 Minnesotans. And so under our proposal, workers would earn an hour of paid sick leave for 30 hours worked, up to 48 hours at minimum. And we've seen this policy work in Duluth, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Bloomington, and 16 other states. Since we have last passed this off the floor, we are getting lapped by other states that have already enacted this. So Minnesotans are asking for this, Minnesotans deserve this, and so we are bringing this bill forward today. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will end my opening comments.
There are amendments at the desk. The clerk will report this amendment.
Olson L. moves to amend House File number 19, the third engrossment. The amendment is coded A25.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is my amendment, and what it does is we have language that was technical language that DLI has asked us to put into the bill to make this workable in certain places. We also clarify minimum wage laws apply when an employer wishes to pay out workers accrued sick and safe time in lines 1.4 and 1.5. We also have been working this whole time to try and find language which is now in this bill workable for federal law that preempts state earned sick and safe times laws. And so as was ruled recently in the Ninth Circuit regarding the Federal Railroad and Unemployment Insurance Act, which I know a lot of us were tracking, so that the state law won't be enforced. And we also have a section in the remainder of the amendments on lines 1.2, 1.3, and 1.14 through 2.1 that clarifies the application of the law in the construction industry, so meeting a concern raised by the Department of Labor and Industry, in essence, that instead of an option to pay prevailing wage, which costs significantly more than providing sick time, we are now narrowing the application to just the union contracts on which prevailing wage is largely based. So that is the author's amendment. I ask for a green vote.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Baker moves to amend the Olson L. amendment to House File number 19, the third engrossment. The amendment to the amendment is coded A46.
I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Candy Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is an interesting one to start with. Again, I have a, Mr. Speaker, I guess I have a question for the author of the bill, please.
Yeah, everybody else.
If she would yield.
Representative Olson will yield. Representative Baker.
Thank you. Representative Olson, this one is one we need to spend some time on because this one looks funky. It looks a little odd that, you know, our friends on union construction sites are going to somehow get carved out of this, and it looks and smells funny. It doesn't look right because this has never been seen in a committee hearing before. This was not seen in the 3 years before. 40% of the members that are on this House floor have never seen this bill before. This is the first time we saw this too. And Representative Olson, you carefully carved out very carefully some federal language and some things, and I'm guessing that you've got a very fine line of how this is going to work and all the other things we have tried to do to include other important sectors of our economy that also should fall into this thing as well. So my question, I guess, to the author, and before I guess I amend, bringing the other amendment in, is where did this really come from, and why are we seeing it now?
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Baker, for the question. So I'll just be super clear that this amendment carves out no one. There are two things that are happening that are very different from that. One is there is federal law currently under the Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act that preempts our state law. And so we are saying in this bill, not carving anybody out, but saying to DLI they do not have to enforce this law because it is preempted by federal law. So no carve out. My goal is to cover everyone, and you will hear that repeated time and time again today. Secondly, the opposite is actually happening, that with the prevailing wage piece in the bill, we are changing that with the lines 1.2, 1.3, 1.14 through 2.1, the part I think you're talking about there, is actually to be able to change that language so that those in the construction industry can actually provide this benefit if they choose to do so.
Representative Baker.
Okay, well, let's get on to what we really want to do too, and that is a carve-out or a section that we feel is really important, and that's to talk about the smaller employers that we need to protect. And my amendment to the amendment, Mr. Speaker, addresses this. What we are saying here is because the DFL is trying to dive in really, really hard at the last minute to make a change in this law that we haven't seen yet, to change this bill literally the night before. This is not how this should be done. This bill was introduced in the House in the middle of January, and it saw its last committee hearing at the end of January. So basically 2 weeks from January 17th through the 31st of January, this bill stopped by 4 committees. And other communities that have this around the state have spent a much longer time, that have engaged people, and we're going to talk a lot about that today too. But this came up last minute. It looks very odd to me. Members, I am asking you to think about your local businesses at home. Think about your smallest employers. And we're going to talk a lot today about how important understanding and identifying what an employer size means. What is the definition of employer that this will be applicable to? My amendment, Mr. Speaker, and I do hope the author sees this as our first attempt to talk about a lot of really important things here that will help Minnesotans to actually get behind this. I want to make sure we identify that definition of an employer, and let's you get a carve out. We need this one too. And I hope that our author sees this as a friendly to start off this discussion today with a good place in this. I would like a roll call on this as well, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Baker has requested a roll call to the A46 amendment to the amendment. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Baker.
We need our friends as well as our union friends. We need to start on this. Let's get a couple of yeses right away. I really do want to support this. Members, please vote yes on this. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A46 amendment to the amendment. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Yep. So the A46 I will ask for a no vote on because the Baker amendment actually will change the entire definition of employer to say an employer is only someone who employs over 26 employees. So it would mean that it doesn't matter if you're sick or if you have a sick kid, if you work for somewhere that employs 25 employees, you would not be eligible for earned sick and safe time under this bill. And our bill the goal is to cover everybody we can. So a no vote on the A46, please.
Any further discussion to the amendment I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield for a question?
She will yield for a question. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, and to the author of the bill, does your underlying amendment exempt people, exempt employers, exempt employees from the sick mandate?
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so glad you asked for clarification of that, Representative Garofalo, because it does the opposite, actually. With the language that we're talking about on 1.16 and beyond with the construction industry was actually the opposite, that more folks wanted to be covered and came to us asking to be covered. And so that is something we worked on to find language. In terms of the federal preemption, that is not a carve-out, that is a federal preemption, that is federal law.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the author would yield for another question.
Representative Olson will yield for another question. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Representative Olson, is it fair to say that the lines 1.16 and 1.21, that they give collective bargaining units a choice of whether to abide by the mandate in this bill?
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So under this, there is basic labor standards and basic bargaining. You have to meet or exceed the standards in this bill through the collective bargaining agreement. And we're saying that we're amending out the prevailing wage, which prevailing wage used to factor in those basic labor standards. And we're saying that is the part we're amending out with this language.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the author would yield for a question.
Representative Olson will yield for another question. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Olson. Given the perk that we're giving to the collective bargaining units here, to the unions, would they have more flexibility or less flexibility than Johnson's Bakery in Duluth?
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Duluth has earned sick and safe time, and Johnson's Bakery is my favorite bakery in Duluth, and I will say that on the record. It was between me, my child's daycare, and my work, so frequent traveler. And so they already provide earned sick and safe time for their employees there. And under this amendment, again, we're amending out the prevailing wage. We're actually covering more folks with the amendment you are seeing today.
So,
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Olson yield for another question.
Representative Olson will yield for another question. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Representative Olson. So under your amendment, would Johnson's Bakery be able to abide by the sick and safe or the sick time ordinance of Duluth as opposed to the statewide mandate in your bill?
Representative Olson.
Representative Garofalo, are you asking me about the amendment, the underlying bill? I'm getting a little confused with what you're asking. So what this bill does is it sets the floor. So if the local ordinances meet the basic standards, they can continue to do what they're doing.
Representative Garofalo.
If the author would still yield, please.
Representative Olson will yield for another question. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Olson. I didn't bring up the Duluth sick and safe time. You did. My concerns with the underlying amendment are that this is creating a set-aside, a perk, a special privilege. In honor of my colleague, Representative Listlegard, I'd like to call it the Lizzie's loophole. That's what this is. We've seen this from our friends in the Iron Range before. We saw it in the solar mandate in 2013, where a little special perk, a little special set-aside is given to the collective bargaining units. And, you know, I don't blame legislative power lobbyist Adam Dunnick and his friends from doing this. I compliment them on their effectiveness for doing this. I mean, I just want the flexibility that the unions have gotten. I just want to see that for small businesses. I just want to see bakeries and small entrepreneurs across our state be able to have the flexibility, but they don't have a government affairs team that can come up here and lobby the DFL to change these provisions of this bill. And so if I think I asked the author to yield already, but I will again just in case.
Representative Olson will continue to yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. I just want to make sure. So this language right here, this is a set aside. It does. I understand you're using the underlying bill as a baseline, but it does give certain flexibility. And in your comments, you use the word lets them decide how they want to approach this. I'm just wondering if that level of flexibility and being able to decide will apply to the other small businesses, specifically your favorite bakery in Duluth that I referenced.
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Garofalo. So collective bargaining agreements already include sick time, pay for sick time in their contracts, so they have that. And in terms of, so I will leave it at that.
And Mr. Speaker,
Representative Garofalo.
if the author would continue to yield, if the author, if that's the case, then why does your amendment only apply to building and construction trade labor organizations?
Representative Olson.
And again, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Garofalo. And you just noted that in your last response. So this is amending the prevailing wage language that was in the bill to strengthen it to ensure that more have the opportunity to go and be above and beyond what is even in their collective bargaining agreements.
Representative Garofalo.
Okay, well, that's creative, that's smart. So members, what you have here, and you can look at it, this is a preference, okay? There's two sets of rules in Minnesota. Okay, either you're part of the 52% that's making all the decisions, or you're part of the 48% that's getting marginalized. What the Baker Amendment does before us today is it gives those small businesses, family-owned businesses, those entrepreneurs who have the flexibility to run their business. Because after all, places that have been in business for 70 years, family-owned operations, they know better how to staff and run their issues. I actually had the opportunity to speak with an employer in Apple Valley today, family-owned business of over 30 years, and right now, they don't even keep track of who's gone or who takes PTO. It's like, if you want to be gone, just take care of it. And they don't really know how many hours people take off, how many days they do, because they're a team, and they work together. And they're telling me that now, with this bill, they're going to have to build into their system and keep track of everything, a benefit set that's actually going to be worse for their employees. And so, Mr. Speaker and members, I would hope that members would vote for the Baker Amendment here. We're talking about the smallest of employers in Minnesota, the ones who cannot absorb the mandates that your big businesses, your Targets, your Walmarts, your multinational corporations can absorb. These are the local mom and pop shops who are not able to get the leverage of government to take their side. So please, advocate for your small businesses and employees. Please vote for the Baker Amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Olson. I did want to ask a question about this amendment, if you would yield.
Representative Olson will yield for a question. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I was looking at the amendment. I'm not sure I understand exactly what it's waiving in the collective bargaining agreements, but I noted in the fiscal note that the collective bargaining agreements generally do not have sick leave provisions that include weather, public emergencies, school closures, care for step siblings, foster siblings, or individuals related by blood or affinity, care for family members exposed to but not having contracted a communicable disease. So if those aren't part of the bargaining agreement with the construction trades, would they have to adopt them, or would those be waived?
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Robbins. And just to be clear, we are on the A46 Baker Amendment still, but I'm happy to speak to this amendment, the underlying amendment too. So we're basically, what we're saying is we're allowing to go above and beyond that. To your point, like, this bill does more, and folks want to be able to, some in the construction trades want to be opting in to have a more robust earned sick and safe time policy.
I will remind members that we are debating the A46 Baker Amendment to the A25 Olson Amendment to House File 19. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that, and I'm going to get to how it ties into the small businesses of 25 and under, but I just want to establish that would the construction trades still have to abide by all those other elements that generally aren't part of a construction or a bargaining agreement if they get this waiver?
Representative Olson, will you yield to that question? Representative Olson.
Sure. Mr. Speaker, Representative Robbins, so they would have to abide by their collective bargaining agreement, and if they choose to do the earned sick and safe time, they would have to follow what we put in statute in the earned sick and safe time.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that is where I get to my concern and support for the Baker amendment. She said that they would have to do it if they chose, whereas our businesses with 25 people or less in my district would be required to do this. It's not optional for a business of 1 or 2 or 10 or 25 employees in my district. They're not a collective bargaining agreement with the construction trades, and they have no flexibility. And I talked to a small business owner in my district who already is in a workforce crisis. He's had to curtail his hours, close his business on Mondays because he does not have the staff. And they also, like the business Representative Garofalo talked about, they've been in business in our community for, I believe, more than 60 years. And they don't track everything. They just work it out. And for them now to have an onerous fine and have to track all this when normally they just figure out how to cover shifts and help each other, that flexibility that small businesses need to survive, and they are barely surviving right now, is going to be taken away from them at the risk of a $10,000 fine if they make a mistake keeping the records that they've never kept before. So members, we need to protect our small businesses in our communities. They are hanging on by a thread in many cases. So I ask you to support the Baker Amendment and give a carve out for small businesses that have 25 employees or less, just like the Olson Amendment is carving this out for the construction trades. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Travers, Representative Backer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The backbone of this state are job creators of 25 or less. As we have heard, the concern is not the big corporations. The concerns are folks like me, okay? I'm a small business owner. I have a staff member who's expecting in April. Guess what? We have already talked about how we're going to help her out. Not me, all of us. I have a grandma that had to travel down to Iowa 4 weeks ago because they had a situation with a grandchild. We figured it out. We do not need a bureaucrat in St. Paul giving myself and all my small businesses in District 9A in Otter Tail County, Travers, Wilkin, and Grant a $10,000 fine because we're not doing it a certain way that a bureaucrat wants us to do it. This is crazy. We as small business owners want to protect our staff people. Why? Because we care about them. We don't need someone in St. Paul to help them out when they're sick. We do it already. I've been doing it for years. This is one of the reasons, folks. If you look from Canada down to Iowa, we no longer have a community on the Minnesota side that's larger because we're driving away the job creators, and we're also driving away folks who want to work in Minnesota. So to tell us small business owners what to do, that's just, we'll say goofy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do support Baker's amendment.
I recognize the member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Backer yield for a question?
Representative Backer will yield. Representative Franson.
Representative Backer, I was listening to your speech there, and you mentioned about an employee that is about to give birth. Could you just clarify to the body that that employee is not myself?
Representative Backer.
You are correct. It is not you, Representative.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Mr. Speaker and members, well, Representative Olson, I am going to support the underlying amendment. And I hope, because it provides flexibility, to a large number of people in this state that are traditionally, well, I won't say that. But their friends are on the other side of the aisle from us. Not to say that we're not their friends as well. But because your underlying amendment offers flexibility, I am going to vote for it. And to be consistent, I would hope that you would support the Baker amendment to the amendment. It's doing the same thing. It's offering a choice to employers. of what they want to offer their employees. So I encourage a green vote on both the amendment to the amendment and the underlying amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise today once again supporting rural Minnesota, greater Minnesota, and our agricultural body, which I would, if you could all take your phones and I challenge you to look up what percentage of our economy is coming from our agricultural region. So please do that, everyone, all the members. Let's look at what percentage of the Minnesota economy is coming from agriculture. Now, let's stop and think about those employers, and I guarantee you by far the majority of them have 25 employees or less. Right now, in rural Minnesota, our farmers are struggling to have people work on their farms. Our farmers are some of our strongest. They have a work ethic that you cannot even imagine. We have dairy farmers waking up, milking cows at 4 a.m. and milking cows again at 4 p.m. They are struggling to get employees. We are putting an undue burden on small businesses and on farmers. I support the Baker Amendment, and I ask very, very nicely from the bottom of my heart that the Democrat Party please accept this amendment so we can support our small business owners and our farmers, which are such an important part of our economy here in Minnesota. Please do not turn a blind eye to our agriculture, to greater Minnesota. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion to the amendment to the amendment? I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, Representative Baker, thank you for this amendment. I think it's a very important one. I look at the businesses in my district. The vast majority are small businesses, 25 employees or less. Most of them don't have computer systems to do their payroll. They're doing it by hand. Trying to keep track of the information that's in this bill. And then to exempt one sector. I think all small businesses should be exempt. They're struggling. I look at my bakery. They've been trying to hire people for over 3 years. Fortunately, Marty made it through the COVID shutdown and everything because she bought that bakery 4 months before the shutdown. She did not qualify for any of the COVID relief. If it wasn't for her family members pitching in to help, we'd have lost another bakery in our community. This is important that these small businesses who are struggling already have some relief from all the burdens and regulations that this body has put on it, and especially the rulemaking authority by the executive branch has put on businesses that even made it worse. We need to give them some relief. I wish this amendment actually went to 50, which is the nationally seen as small business. This just goes to 26, I believe it is, 25. So it doesn't even cover a lot of small businesses. But these are the really, really small businesses in our communities across this great state that have struggled through the COVID shutdowns, struggled to find any employees that they can keep their doors open. I have businesses in my community that are shut down 4 or 5 days a week, only open 2 to 3 because they can't get employees. And now you're going to make it even more difficult for it if we don't give this relief to them. Please vote for the Baker Amendment.
I recognize the member from Otter Tail, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Baker Amendment. I've grown up on a dairy farm. For the last 39 years, I've called on dairy farm and crop farmers. I can tell you this will be significantly bad for the people that produce our food. These people are, a lot of the times, they're very small, 5, 10 employees. But the cost of doing this is estimated to be in that $8,000 to $10,000 per employee. It's going to be way too expensive. It's going to increase the cost of food, and it's going to be very difficult for these farmers to make it. So I want you to consider that when you're voting for this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Members, before I instruct the Chief Clerk to take the roll, I will remind us that we are voting on the A46 Baker Amendment to the A25 Olson Amendment to House File 19. Seeing no further discussion, the Clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Will the clerk please call the name of the member who is voting remotely?
Agbadje.
Agbadje votes no.
Agbadje votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, before us now is the Olson A25 amendment. Is there any discussion to the underlying A25 amendment? I recognize the member from Candy Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think my job here today is to try to do everything we can to make this bill in any way possible less harmful to businesses in Minnesota. That includes railroads, that includes unions. I'm going to support this amendment because we've got to take every step we can, but the folks that get to go home this weekend and start talking about how they didn't support the small businesses, you got to answer to that. We're going to answer to helping as many people as we can, because we think this is an important part of this too. I'm going to be voting green on this amendment, and I hope others do too.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was contacted on my cell phone by my union overlord bosses, and I just want to make sure they understand that I am voting in favor of this amendment as well. So I did not want to be intimidated by my friends in the union community. I'll be voting yes. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
And I'd just say really quickly, again, there seems to be some confusion. A collective bargaining agreement does already pay for sick and safe time. So if you have a CBA in place, your employees are probably doing pretty well in getting some of that. And we're saying you can also provide earned sick and safe time. So I'm glad to hear some of my colleagues will be supporting this too.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. Oh, seeing none, all those in favor of the A25 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Myers moves to amend House File number 19, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A44.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Today, I'm offering the A44 amendment. This amendment, The purpose of this is to make sure that we are supporting our small businesses, because a lot of these businesses don't have a human resource department. A lot of these businesses are small, and we've heard that here today. And so this amendment is requiring Dolly to provide that form notice. But this is also going to do something else. This is going to ensure that there is that consistent language, that employees are going to get the correct information. And I think it will cut down on complaints, investigations, fines, and it'll be a good balance to support both job creators and employees. So I'm asking you guys to support this amendment.
There's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Olson L. moves to amend the Myers Amendment to House File Number 19, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A47.
I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Myers, for bringing this forward. This is the amendment that Representative Myers brought forward was a great idea, and it was actually raised a couple of weeks by Target when they had a meeting with me, and we tried to figure out if there was a way that DLI was already doing this, but he put together some language, and I actually think it's a good amendment. And so my amendment to his amendment is just working with DLI to make a few small changes in order to make this workable, because it is a good amendment. So I ask for adoption of my secondary amendment just so we can make the underlying Myers amendment more workable. And we did have a chance to have a talk about this yesterday too, so I think we're working together in good faith here. Not to impugn motives, but I'm just saying this is a good amendment.
Is there any further discussion? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Olson, I really appreciate you, even though I had left early, stopping by my office and then having a phone call with me to discuss this. It was definitely something that we were both, working together to, help make sure that employees can, get the right information. It's a small piece for job creators to make sure that, again, these documents are provided in the form that they needed. So I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion to the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the A47 amendment to the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. There is another amendment to this amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Myers moves to amend his amendment to House File Number 19, the third engrossment, as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A45.
I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would have loved to get this in my first one, but I didn't, so I had to resubmit this amendment. What this is going to do is, again, allow the agency, who's going to have much more expertise than a lot of these small business owners, to bear the minimal cost for producing these documents for our job creators. So I would ask everybody to support this amendment.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would encourage members to vote yes on the Myers amendment to the amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the A45 amendment to the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. Members, we are now discussing the A44 Myers amendment as amended. Discussion. I recognize the member from Hennepin, the author of the amendment, Representative Myers.
I appreciate everybody, having this conversation, supporting these amendments. It goes to show that we can work together. Representative Olson, I just want to say thank you again, and I will pull this amendment back. Or, actually, I will vote on this amendment. So I ask everybody to support this. Sorry.
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to be clear, I do support the Myers Amendment, and I would like to vote on this. So green vote, yes vote, please.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the A44 amendment as amended, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the amendment as amended is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Robbins moves to amend House Law number 19, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A33.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins, to explain the A33 amendment.
Thank you, members. I am offering this amendment. I hope you will see it as a friendly amendment, Representative Olson. It just gives a little more flexibility to particularly our retailers who have a lot of seasonal employees over the holidays, and it would be very hard for them for having this take effect on January 1st. So it just gives a little more time for them to get through the holiday season, and I'm hoping that that little bit of flexibility in the midst of this very serious mandate would be accepted by the majority.
Is there any further discussion to the A33 amendment? I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So when the bill was introduced and made its way through a couple of the committee stops, and for the last few years, it was 180 days after passage, the bill would be in enactment. And due to lobbying efforts and conversations I had with business owners across the state, they asked if they could have a little bit more of a ramp up. So I amended the bill. I can't remember in the which previous committee stop to do the January 1st. So, and that was the ask of a number of businesses. So I ask for a no vote on the A33, having already made a change.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that you did give a longer lead time, Representative Olson, but I do not have the privilege of serving on any of the committees that this bill has been before, and in talking to my businesses, whether they appreciate the longer lead time, but still that January 1st, no matter what calendar year it is really tough for the businesses that do a lot of extra hiring just around the holidays. And so I'm just asking for a little bit of extra flexibility and grace so that those businesses can get through the holidays before they have to implement this. And so I really hope members will vote green, and I'd like to request a roll call.
Representative Robbins requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Is there any further discussion to the A33 amendment? I recognize the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm really confused, I guess, on this because, as Representative Olson said, the businesses want to ramp this up. Well, in our economy, if businesses wanted to ramp this up, they actually have the freedom to do that. And so what we're hearing, and look at your desk, we have letters right here in our desk from the Minnesota Chamber, also from NFIB, and they're saying the exact opposite of what Representative Olson is saying right now. So again, in an economy where government doesn't tell us what to do, but in our regular economy, businesses would have the choices to do that. We had the freedom to do that. They would have that decision to ramp it up. We don't need to have government tell us to ramp it up. So I support this amendment that's being offered, and I would suggest pushing this back, especially when right on your desk, Minnesota Chamber is against this, NFIB is against this. So I can't imagine the businesses that we're talking to that are supporting this. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the A33 amendment.
All right.
Ready? Will the clerk please call the name of the member who is voting remotely?
Agbaje.
Aggravating votes no.
Agbaje votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Robbins moves to amend House Bill number 19, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A43.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, the author of the amendment, Representative Robbins, to explain the A43 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So I'm going to take another try at this. One of the things that I have been working on through the tax committee is to provide tax credits for family leave, and so this is a reflection of some of that work. And basically, it would allow employers who are subject to this to get a tax credit equal to 50% of the amount of earned sick and safe time they paid to employees for that up to 48 hours. So that way, they'd get half of the money back that they're spending on this in the form of a tax credit, because not only are they paying for the sick and safe time off, but they're presumably many times having to pay for replacement people working those shifts or those days, and the cost to employers, especially those small businesses, is really going to put them in a deep hardship. So I'm asking members to allow this to be added in so that we can at least give tax credit of 50%, not the whole amount, but 50% of what they're paying, so that this is a little bit more affordable for the businesses. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A43 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Robbins, for bringing this forward. I just would say that this amendment references Chapter 290. It's the tax statutes. They're not otherwise in this bill, but and so if we wanted to have a discussion about adding a tax component to this, probably should have come to taxes, and that hasn't happened. Further, I just want to say that I think that paying your employees, making sure that your employees can stay home when they're ill, making sure that, in the kind of, if a tragedy strikes an employee, that they have the time that they need. If they're in a situation where they're unsafe, that they can take that time off of work. This is part of the basic compensation that workers need and deserve in their workplace. And we don't give a 50% credit for the compensation that a business gives to their employees. It gets deducted off of their federal returns as part of the employee compensation. And so, earned sick and safe time should be treated as the other kind of compensation that employees deserve. And so I would ask members to vote no on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the A43 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, the author of the amendment, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Gomez. I hope that I'll get a hearing on my bill, the bill that brought this to mind for me.
There's not a roll call.
I really understand that people have concerns about this, but members, most of the small businesses already work so hard like a family to allow their workers time off when they need it. I know my parents ran a small business, and they went to extraordinary lengths to make sure all of their full-time, and actually there weren't any full-time except my parents, and then everyone else was part-time, and they did everything possible to support their employees, give them plenty of time off for tragedies, for illness. I mean, it would bring me to tears to tell some of the stories of how my parents supported their workers in really a small town and tough situations. And I know that's what most of our small businesses do. And so this would really make it possible for them to live under this one-size-fits-all mandate that really isn't helping small businesses and really could impact their ability to stay afloat. So members, I ask that you take this, and I ask for a roll call. Thank you.
Representative Robbins has requested a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A43 amendment.
How are you, Pope?
Representative Berg.
Kayla, did you vote?
Will the clerk please call the name of the member who is voting remotely?
Aggbadje.
Aggbadje votes no.
Aggbadje votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Doubt moves to amend House Law number 19, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A26.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Isanti, Representative Doubt, to explain the A26 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A26 amendment is actually something that I think is something that would be helpful, I think, to businesses as they're trying to figure out and navigate a new policy. This would basically, and first I want to thank the author of the bill for the work that she's done on this. And we should recognize, even when we don't agree on all the issues, it does take a lot of work to shepherd one of these big issues through the legislature, and I know it takes a lot of work, so I just want to thank her for that and appreciate the work that you've done. So what this would do, so the bill itself sets a floor for this benefit set, and what this would do is basically preempt and say that this is the policy then statewide for everyone. And it wouldn't allow a municipality to set a different policy from what the state has set. I actually think, I'm actually hoping that the bill author will accept this. I think it makes a lot of sense. You know, the business community is supporting this and asking for this sort of kind of uniformity across the state. If you can imagine a business that might have offices in different locations, or a business that might have different storefronts or different locations, having to navigate different policies in different cities and try to keep track of all that through their computer system and their payroll system, it could be very ominous and expensive for them to do that. So, and complicated. And I think that this particular bill, you know, the idea here is that it does set a policy across the state. There are currently 4 municipalities that do have a sick and safe time policy in their municipality. It's my understanding, and I'm going to look to the bill author here, and maybe she'll give me a nod if I'm right. But it's my understanding that if this bill is, Mr. Speaker, if you could just.
Members, please take your conversations off of the House floor into the alcoves or into the retiring room. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. I was having trouble hearing myself, so I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. It's my understanding that the 4 municipalities or cities that have a sick and safe time policy, and I know that they went through a pretty lengthy process. I know the city of Duluth did, and theirs was quite a long process with, I think, 9 or 10 different public hearings, and they were very, very thoughtful in that process. However, it's my understanding that if this bill is signed into law, and this becomes the floor for this benefit set across the state, that all of those municipalities would kind of rise to this level. So that if this amendment is adopted and says this is the new level for the state, that it actually wouldn't change anything in the underlying bill. So the underlying bill itself would cause those 4 municipalities to change their benefit set. For instance, I don't have them probably right at my fingertips, but like the city of Duluth says that this doesn't apply to a business that has less than 5 employees. City of Minneapolis, I think, has that same exemption. So the bill itself would get rid of that exemption and bring everybody up to kind of this baseline level. It's my understanding that nobody in the state, none of those 4 municipalities, has anything that would be above this, so that we would, if this bill is signed into law and this becomes the benchmark, that we would have a consistent policy across the state, that no municipality would have a policy different from what the state has. And maybe the bill author can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think that's my understanding. So if the bill is passed, we would have a uniform policy across the entire state, and that would be easier for employers to kind of navigate and not worry about, hey, did I screw up some little administrative thing here and not catch that a different set of hours or whatever. And I think that would be helpful. So I would certainly ask members, and I would ask the bill author, I hope she's willing to take this, but it also preserves our voice here at the legislature to say, it's the legislature that's going to define this benefit set in the future. And to keep it consistent for employers and make it easy for employers, that we will have that ability here at the state legislature to raise this if it needs to be raised, or make a change to it if it needs to be changed, and that change would be consistent statewide. So with that, members, I hope you'll consider voting for this. I think it is the right policy. It is. My amendment, actually, if the bill is adopted, it's my understanding my amendment wouldn't change anything for any municipality. It would just eliminate in the future them varying from this policy that we're putting in place statewide. And I think that's really reasonable. I hope you think so too. I'm interested in the bill author's opinion on that. I hope that she's willing to take this, and I think it is a reasonable thing. So I'd ask for your support, members. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A26 amendment. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Dowd, for the pleading look over there. So you're right that the bill does set the floor, and what your amendment would do would set the ceiling. And so, for example, Duluth has a accrual rate that's actually greater than that in the bill. It's 64 hours. And so the ability to do that, and I will note, it's year 2023, and there are 900,000 folks in Minnesota who don't have access to paid sick time. And I'm really grateful that we didn't have preemption in effect, so that our local cities could take some action before we could actually get our work together to get this done at a state level. So I would respectfully ask for a no vote on the A26.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Dowd, for this amendment. There was, when Minneapolis passed their safe and sick time law, I think they were the first. And if you all recall, there was a lawsuit. I think it was brought by the Chamber of Commerce, because the Minneapolis ordinance said that if there were, you spent, I think it was 80 hours possibly in the city, even if you worked your entire rest of your work was not within the city, that you were able, that the Minneapolis law would prevail. And so all hours an employee worked would be dictated by the city of Minneapolis ordinance, even if they actually worked and lived in, for example, Hugo in my district. And it was a big deal because a lot of employees, as you know now, are remote, so they work in multiple places. And for an employer, many employers have multiple locations. Frankly, I'm one of those. We have multiple locations. And it creates a situation for an employer that you cannot allow your employees to go into different jurisdictions because there are different rules in different cities. You can't have them moving around. And it is a very erroneous burden on employers. And right now, this safe and sick time, if you are a small employer, we've talked about that. If you are a employer who maybe has just part-time employees and it's hit and miss and rare, this is a big burden on those employers. And now, by not doing preemption, you could also have geographic issues, big geographic issues, where you have to tell your employees, no, they cannot go and work at that particular location. No, they cannot drive through that city. They have to drive around the city, like what happened in Minneapolis. It's a really insane thing for an employer to deal with. And so if this is going to pass, which I believe ultimately this is going to pass this legislative body on a partisan basis, probably, the will is there, we should at least do things that make sense for employers. And having a one state policy preempting every single municipality, county, township government from being able to put their own policies in place and asking employers to track that, and if they do it wrong, they're going to have a $10,000 fine, that is too much. That is way too much. So I ask you, please, if you can do one thing for employers in this, and the employees who would probably and do want to work in multiple jurisdictions and don't want to have to drive around cities, and avoid cities, pass this doubt amendment, and let's make this bill have at least a little bit of sense. Thank you.
Further discussion. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Thank you to Representative Olson for the consideration, and I appreciate, again, the effort that you're putting into this. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping she would agree with me and take it. I do think it's the right policy, but I'd request, based on her comments, I'd request a roll call vote.
Representative Dowd requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you to Representative Anderson for that. We had talked about this a few years ago, and I had forgotten all about that aspect. The fact that you have businesses with employees that might move from one jurisdiction to another and work maybe even in the same day, be in two different cities in the course of their job. It just becomes impossible. So I think it's the right move for us to say, if we think this benefit is good and we think it's right and it should be consistent and good and right for everybody in the state of Minnesota, and let's not make it so confusing and so onerous on our employers, and ultimately it may negatively impact the employees who may not get extra hours because they don't get to go and work in another jurisdiction because the employer doesn't have computer software or an HR consulting company that might do, or payroll company that might be able to track this very easily. And so you might find out that employee may only work a half a day in one city instead of a half a day there and a half a day in another city. And so I would just ask that if this is going to be the policy for our state, and we feel like this is a good floor as the bill author defined it, that be the consistent policy statewide. And so this is your opportunity to do that. I just very sincerely and respectfully ask for your vote in that sense. I think if you reach out to the businesses in your own communities, you'll find out that they very strongly support this. The Minnesota Chamber supports this strongly, and I think they'll be scoring this as a vote as well. It is a policy that I think just makes sense. And it doesn't mean that we as a legislature can't come back and adjust those benefits in the future. It just means that we don't want to have a patchwork across the state of different policies that become so onerous that we actually end up not having employees working in certain cities or companies operating offices in certain cities because of those onerous policies. So I appreciate the bill author and her comments, but I just really feel strongly that this should be a consistent policy across the entire state. So I would ask members to vote green on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the 826 amendment. Would the clerk please call the name of the member who is voting remotely?
Agbaje.
Agbaje votes no.
Agbaje votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House Law number 19, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A27.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Carver, Representative Nash, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would request a roll call on the A27.
Representative Nash requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Representative Nash, to your 827 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish that, like we do our bills sometimes, that we could give amendments names. I would love to name this amendment the Nash Advocates for Local Control Amendment. For a number of years, I get drubbed pretty hard for being anti-local control for one small tweak I'd like to make to our housing policy. But over the last number of weeks, I have been, I think, perhaps the most persistent and consistent advocate for local control as we see your bills wend their way through committee. But this amendment, the A27, would allow for cities to say that they are going to lower the floor on things, that they could, as in the city of Duluth, and I had our pages deliver the ordinance in the city of Duluth, the author's city. It's ordinance 10571, and this was printed off today. It should have been delivered to your desk by our pages. But on the second page, it does talk about where employers are defined, and they are defined by companies of 5 or less are exempted. Now, that is a stark difference from what the author has in hers, and I think that if we were to want to equip certain cities with the ability to say, well, we're going to lower or we're going to raise our number to a different one, that could be an economic stimulus. If you're going to pass this bill, and I feel you will, I won't be voting for it, but if you're going to pass this bill, then it would be good to put some tools in the hands of municipalities around the state, much like the chair actually did a little bit ago. She said that in responding to the Doubt amendment, that she wanted to provide municipalities some flexibility. That was said just a few minutes ago. I agree that we should give these cities some flexibility and allow them to say that they would like to not use the thresholds that the chair has in her bill. So as we look at the Duluth ordinance, as we heard, I think somebody said that there was a very deliberative process. I think it was Representative Dowd said that 10 meetings. They really thought through this. And I would argue, and I don't know that I would have much disagreement from the other side, that Duluth is one of our more progressive cities in the state of Minnesota. They made a decision that they would make that number 5 or less can opt out. Well, I think that that's a fairly interesting notion that a progressive city, the one that the author of the bill lives in, after having great deliberation and debate, said that it should be 5. So here is your opportunity to vote in favor of local control, to send a message that we do think that cities are best equipped to make decisions to drive the economic engine that falls within inside of their boundaries. So that if you're going to pass this bill, one city may say 7, one may say 10, one may say 2. That's entirely something that should be left up to their purview. And I think that this amendment should equip them with tools because they know their cities best. Now, I remember back in the day when Representative Garofalo had his preemption bill, that there was a lot of talk from your side that we couldn't do one size fits all because that had some fairly deleterious effects on cities. Well, I think you should heed your own advice. I think that you should look at this and say the Nash Amendment has merit, that cities across the state should and do recognize what goes on inside of their boundaries, and that they should have tools that we give them to provide decisions to be made inside of their city hall chambers. And as a former mayor, I think that I know my city of Waconia better than just about anybody else down here. And if we were to have this foisted on us, like I believe we will, that the city of Waconia should have the ability to change that number. So with that, I believe, Mr. Speaker, I did request a roll call.
Representative Nash, a roll call vote has been requested on the 827 amendment.
I request so many sometimes I forget. But with that, I would thank you for your green vote.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you. If Representative Doubt's amendment would have passed, which frankly I supported, because I do believe that labor rule policy needs to be consistent across geographic areas, especially city to city when they're a mile apart. But since that was rejected by the majority in this body, I'm going to speak in favor of Representative Nash's amendment. It's the same exact concept as was argued by the majority in Representative Olson, that municipalities should be given the ability to be flexible and to make their own decisions. I don't even remember how many 1,000 municipalities we have in this state. And so this is the exact same idea. And I know that there are many municipalities that would support exemptions for small businesses, for family farms, for things so that we can actually keep our economy working in the state of Minnesota for all businesses. Thank you.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I request a no vote on the 827. And because what we're talking about, as I mentioned with the other amendment we just took up, that we're talking about a floor, and with this bill and with Earn Sick and Save Time, we're talking about a basic labor standard like minimum wage, like the OSHA requirements. And so we really want to make sure that we have local governments and that we have a basic standard we are setting. And so this would change that. And so I ask for a no vote on the 827.
Further discussion to the 827 amendment. I recognize the member from Candy Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Olson, I'm sad to hear that. I was hoping that with the Nash Amendment, you would have sort of recognized, I guess, the hard work of what the folks did up in Duluth and kind of, I guess, their forward thinking. And, they started working on this ordinance back in 2016. And everything I'm going to say to Representative Olson, she knows it. I'm not going to banter her with a lot of questions unless I get something wrong. But talking to some of the members up there, and I'm in the hospitality industry, I know a lot of restaurant openers and hotel folks, and I was visiting with them about what is it like right now in Duluth, because they've had this for a few years. And the process that we've heard a little bit about that is it was almost a 2-year process. They started in 2016. They had 9, 10 public hearings around the community. It went to the council chambers, had a lot of discussion. But members, they really took their time to do this. They listened to the community, and they had people on this council or the advisory group that was putting this together. They had folks on there from their action agency, some businesses, small businesses, elected officials. They had a lot of members representing a lot of different aspects of that community. And after I listened to this business owner, he said, we really got it right. And he said, I actually kind of like it the way it is. They thought hard about where does the definition of an employer land in Duluth. And that's 5 employees. They really thought about that. The other thing they did was they also exempted seasonal employees. Duluth is a unique community. It's unlike Wilmer. It's unlike other communities. Duluth is an amazing city. And they are some of the most forward-thinking folks. If you haven't seen Bentleyville, holy Toledo, get up there and see that. It's an amazing thing. And visionaries, and they have figured out how to bring that city alive. But they really thought about this stuff. Also, they thought hard about what should the ratio be. So right now, Representative Olson's bill is you work 30 hours, you get an hour. Duluth, they went 50 hours for 1 hour. They thought about it, not sure how they came to that decision, but maybe, the accrued time is a little different, as Representative Olson has mentioned. They have to wait 90 days in Duluth for the accrual to be paid, I believe is how that is. There is, the rollover is a little bit different, but that's, okay, so rollover amount, they can hold up to 40 hours in the bank, if you will, where this bill that we're talking about today will double that, so that's going to make it 80 hours. The paperwork's about the same, but what's really interesting about this is, our friend here, Representative Olson, was in a community that actually was doing it pretty well. So my question to Representative Olson, if she would yield, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Baker, Representative Olson will yield to your question. Representative Baker.
Representative Olson, why didn't you use this as the model?
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Baker, we did. So as you said, Duluth went through a 2-year process. This idea has been kicked around the legislature for 12 years. We have looked at what Duluth has done, what Minneapolis has done, what St. Paul has done, what Bloomington is doing. We have looked at every state that has done it. And do you know what the trend is? The more recent they do them and the learning we have is they're actually opting all these carve-outs you're talking about, they don't work. The states that are enacting more recent legislation, St. Paul just walked theirs back. And so when we're talking about that, we're actually learning more and more legislatively, and we continue to work on that. And so we did model it off that, and we continue to make this better.
Representative Baker.
Yeah, but it's not the same, and it's not what they're asking for, and it's something that they took the pain of saying for that community, that's what fit them. And the Nash Amendment is simply saying, allow them to do this, instead of having the state dictate to them, we're going to go 5 times harder on the small employers because we're going to go from 5 to 1. And we're going to put a 40% increase on the hours that are required to work, the less amount of hours to work, and they'll get an extra hour of pay. So when every 30 hours they work instead of 50, we're going to get that hour figured out. But around the state and around other places, there's not a single place that I can see around the whole country that has got down to 1 employee. If there's about 10, 12 states, I can't find my sheet here. Thank you. Thank you you took that from me. Thank you. The state comparisons around the country and even in Minnesota here, Arizona has their bottom line. They've thought about this. Their 15 employees is what defines the small business. They're exempted. Bloomington, Minnesota, Representative Elkins knows this. It's 5 employees. They listened to Duluth. They saw what Duluth was doing. Connecticut is 50 employees and under are exempt from this. Maryland, 40 employees. Massachusetts, 11 employees. Minneapolis, 5 employees. Oregon, 10. Rhode Island, 18. So I get the model is coming, but in the state of Minnesota, why is it we have to be the best and the most outrageous and we have to be all in when we actually had a couple of cities that really thought this through? Now, 40% of this body, Representative Olson, has not seen this bill before this year. A lot of us have, and I know you have really worked on this a lot, but it was trying to get it to that sweet spot that I think a lot of communities and states are getting to. So I don't know why you want to impose this on your community and other communities that have done the work, have spent time on it, and it's hurting those small businesses when they were at the table to talk about this. Now, Duluth, I bet, if they really like the state model, could opt in. And maybe that's what we should be talking about, is allowing them to opt in to these standards. But this is, again, it's a heavy hand of the communities, the visionaries that were thinking about this ahead of time. So I'm just surprised that business owners they're going to be disappointed that 40% increase in their hours are going to have to go now to a higher rate of the sick pay because of the change in this. Again, we've got to find that definition, folks. We're going to get there because I think when this leaves this body, it is not going to end up at one employee. It is going to find a different model, a different way to do it in the other body when we should get this right here. We should get it right in this body. Going all the way down to one is the wrong decision. Not a single place in the country is doing it. And we should do this better. And so I do support the Nash Amendment. I do hope we can consider this. And let's not hurt the city of Duluth. Let's not do more to Minneapolis to make it harder to be an employer in downtown Minneapolis. This is not moving forward because they had figured it out. Please support the Nash Amendment.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Carver, the author of the amendment, Representative Nash.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Baker just detailed what I was going to close with, which is, Representative Olson, you have said in the committees that I've been in that you were proud of the work that your city did and that you looked at Minneapolis and you looked at other Minneapolis or Minnesota cities that were doing this, and all of them have a threshold of 5. But now we're going to lower it down to 1. And I'm confounded by that. I just don't understand how we can do that. And again, I'm trying to drive local control here. So we have 201 legislators here in the Capitol. And while we don't usually care much about the Senate, we'll include them in the numbers just because it's a nice number. But all of us know the cities that we represent better than anybody else. Why are we making this a one-size-fits-all when they know things better inside of the boundaries of their cities and can make the best of this, as it were? There should be some flexibility for local units of government to say, we're going to decide how to take whatever this bill winds up being that is dropped on our front door and make some changes, much like Minneapolis, much like Duluth, much like Bloomington did. And the chair has been in the committees that I've been in for as long as she's been here and has been working on this bill when she was the chief author and has been attributing the great work done by these cities. Well, if there's so much admiration of what the cities are doing, then why wouldn't we mirror what they have put in themselves? And once again, my amendment seeks to say that those local units of government, after the deliberation like Duluth did, should be able to decide this for themselves. So I will remind you that this is again going to be a scored vote and that the business community across the state actually is watching how this vote is going to go, and they would encourage you, as I do, to vote green. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A27 amendment. Ready? Will the clerk please call the name of the member who is voting remotely?
Agbaje.
Aggravating votes no.
Agbaje votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moves to amend House Law number 19, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A38.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Scott, to explain the A38 amendment.
Speaker and members, what this amendment does is it removes the tenfold penalty that this bill would take back to the original $1,000 penalty for record-keeping errors and record-keeping violations that Dolly would fine employers. And Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the bill's author would yield for a couple of questions.
Representative Olson will yield for a question. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Olson, under your bill, if an employer of a coffee shop with 8 employees who sends in to the commissioner any required records, but kind of misses the part, this is a new program, but they miss the part that says in that request that it has to be sent in by certified mail. Under this bill, could that employee or employer be fined up to $10,000?
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question, Representative Scott. So I've spent a lot of time on this part of the amendment, or this part of the bill, and a lot of time with DLI to really understand it. So I will point members to page 12 of the bill. And when we're talking about the $10,000 fine, it is an up to for failure to submit or deliver records. The bill goes on to further say the appropriateness of such penalty to the size of the employer's business and the gravity of the violation shall be considered. And I asked DLI for more detail on that. And beyond what we currently have in this bill, there is statute that says what they have to consider when even thinking about a fine. And it's the size of the employer, the egregiousness of the activity, has it been done repeatedly? And then and only then may they be thinking about doing a fine, let alone the up to fine. And DLI, for all of the investigations they do, less than 2% of the investigations result in any sort of fine, let alone an up to fine. And I will remind members that on a previous bill, you talked about how having penalties and having big penalties helps deter bad behavior. And that is our goal here, is to make sure everyone has earned sick and safe time, and that is what our point of having this kind of language in the bill is.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that answer, Representative Olson. In my plain reading of this language, I don't see anything that would stop them from charging up to $10,000. So whether it's a violation for not seeing the fine print that it's supposed to be sent in by certified mail, or maybe this is a small business that has, less than 10 employees, and so they don't have an automated system for their payroll or for any of their HR. They could accidentally send in a certified copy, because it says here in this language that sometimes that's what the commissioner will ask for, is a certified, they're asking them to certify that this information is accurate. They could maybe transpose a number that's supposed to be 1,700 into 7,100 or vice versa, and then they could be fined for that under this bill. Members, there's no need to take a sledgehammer to our job providers and increase the penalty tenfold. I mean, double it maybe, but tenfold for a new program that a lot of employers are going to struggle with implementing in the first place. You know, I look back, this section on page 12, that is in 177.27 sub 2 in statute. And I looked up bills introduced under that have that same statutory reference. And there are 7 bills that your side of the aisle have offered that either make new penalties or increase existing penalties, all on employers. Members, you all have small businesses in your communities. I hope that you're hearing from them. They just came through a horrible time of when the pandemic went through, many of them were shut down. They have supply chain issues. They already have workforce shortages. And now we're going to pile on. We're going to pile on with a tenfold increase in penalties, $10,000 per violation? You got to be kidding me. Members, I ask for your green vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Polk, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm listening to Representative Scott talk about this conversation, and something in the penalties really struck a note with me. As we are struggling in Minnesota, and bear with me, I'm going back to paid leave. My nursing homes have had just huge fines. In fact, one gentleman called me and he said, you know, we knew we did the wrong thing. The minute it was pointed out to us, we straightened it out. But the department came anyway and fined us 15 grand. They don't have the money to pay that. They're having trouble paying payroll. But what really concerns me is they're going to get a fine for carrying, because we passed that a couple years ago, or a little bit more than that. And now if they do not give paid leave to a staffer because they've gotten sick, and I'm wondering if Representative Olson would yield for a question.
Representative Olson will yield for a question. Representative Keel.
Thank you. So, Representative Olson, if the nursing home is fined for a violation, but also fined for not following Dolly's regulation, what would they be doing if at that point the money is done and they would not have a way to pay the fine, so they'd have to close their doors? What would the suggestion be? Because this is not a make-believe thing. This is seriously a problem all over the state.
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Keel. So I will note that under the way the bill and the way the statute is written, that an employer has the ability to object to the order, which would trigger a contested case hearing under the Administrative Procedures Act. So that would mean before they even got to the point of a fine, they could contest it. But let me remind you why they would even get to a fine. That this is what Dolly would have to factor in by statute to decide if it was worth a $10,000 fine. It would have the discretion of the fine. Agency must take the following factors into account: the willfulness of the violation, the gravity of the violation, including damage to humans, the history of past violations, the number of violations, the economic benefit gained by the person by allowing to commit violation, and other factors that justice may require. So in order to even get to a place where the nursing home would be fined at this level, all of those things would have been taken into account. And so I think what I would say is the takeaway is this isn't just a random accident. This is like willfully not providing earned sick and safe time to your employees.
Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, did I understand this isn't in the statute that would deal with the nursing home?
Are you asking if Representative Olson will yield for another question?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Okay, Representative Olson, will you yield? She will yield. Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is the statute that would, for all of these pieces of labor law, so any employer would have to follow the statute regardless. I guess I'm a little confused at what you mean by the nursing home. This would be what DLI would be enforcing under statute.
Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got to really think about this because this is really, members, I think this is going to be a problem. I really do. I think we're digging ourselves a really serious hole with just talking about nursing homes. We haven't talked about schools, or we could go on and on. Thank you.
Recognize the member from Stearns, Representative Perryman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking today for many of the small businesses that I represent in the St. Cloud area. The $10,000 fine is concerning because of all the other issues and the costs that could come with this bill. What I'd like to speak, and I am a small business owner myself, so I'm speaking for myself too. Oftentimes, small businesses have to wear many, many hats. We're bankers, we're maids, we're mothers, we're bankers, we do everything. And small businesses can't really, at least my business, is not affordable to hire an HR manager. I have never hired an HR manager, and I do those services myself. And I know many small businesses that do that service themselves. So I'm speaking for the smaller businesses that are going to have to, and this goes to the $10,000 fine because they're worried already about that on top of another cost of HR and adding either an employee or a payroll service. And a payroll service, if you look at the National Federation of Independent Business, if you have 10 employees making an average hourly rate of $20, they're going to face new costs up to $9,600 the first year and up to $16,000 in subsequent years under the mandate, because we're going to have to get someone to do these services because of the onerous rules and regulations that are going to be put on us. I can't do it, so I'm looking to ways already of how I will do 18 employees. My friends that are 5 employees, they're going to struggle. And they're struggling already with so many other costs that they're dealing with. And I'll go back to the $10,000 fine as well. There's explanation that it's up to, but how do we trust that it's up to? How do we know it's going to stay in the parameters that make sense? I guess I'm a little concerned, and I had many industries in my office this week asking about this bill and the next bill we're going to hear. Small businesses are struggling right now, and they are scared about what is about to happen with these two bills. And the $10,000, Representative Scott, I thank you for bringing it forward, because will the author yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Perryman.
I have the question of how you got from $1,000 to $10,000. Zero-based budgeting that most businesses do, we kind of figure into things. So can you explain how you got from $1,000 to $10,000 fine?
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. I did not come to this conclusion on my own. This was obviously working with the department. And so, as noted, I don't remember who said it, but talking about the history of this statute, it wasn't, I think it was 25 years ago that this came, and we haven't made a change to that penalty amount since. And so that's the history of it there. But I will note again that $10,000 is only for the most egregious and largest employers would ever see a fine like that. And again, the goal is to make sure people are provided this benefit, and then that fine would never get levied.
Representative Perryman.
Thank you, Speaker. May I ask Representative yield for a question?
Representative Olson will yield for another question. She will yield for another question. Representative Perryman.
Thank you, Speaker. Representative Olson, the rules and documentation that will be asked for, from the employer at any time, any place, I'm going to assume for any reason. Is that true that they can ask for any reason? And has there been any talk about what kind of documentation you will ask from an employer?
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. Well, if you could read on page 12, section 12.12 down, it talks about some of that there. And DLI, think about wage theft, think about minimum wage, think about anything else that they're doing and documenting and tracking. Similar process there.
Representative Perryman.
I just would like to conclude. Thank you, Representative Scott, for bringing this forward for small business owners, because we're darn scared right now. And in our area, all these small businesses are asking for relief on other things, and we're just piling more on. And now what's going to happen is going to pile on for this record keeping, further documentation, go out to hire an HR department, which will be, I already looked at hiring my HR department if I have to do this. And just really, it's just onerous on small business, and we don't need that right now. Please consider Representative Scott's amendment and take it down to the $1,000 again. Please just consider that and give us a yes on this, please.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to remind us all who we're talking about here. We're talking about the small businesses going down to the smallest businesses, businesses employing one person, businesses trying to make it in a tough year. And what we're talking about penalizing. We're not talking about penalizing sex trafficking. We're talking about penalizing failure to produce some document that Dolly, they send a letter. I've actually been on this, the other side of a Dolly enforcement action before, helping a client. They send a letter, an email saying, send us these documents in a couple weeks. And this is talking about failing to submit them very specific requests and failing to do it maybe by certified mail. These are small businesses that we're talking about penalizing. We're not talking about sex traffickers engaging in sex trafficking. And I was frankly shocked to hear the small businesses we're talking about here and the penalties we're imposing on them compared to the penalties and deterrents that we want to impose on sex traffickers. I was shocked. Honestly, I guess that explains a lot of what it looks like we're doing to small businesses in this chamber this year. If that's the way that some folks are thinking about small businesses. I think that's an unfair comparison, but I think we need to be really, really careful about the complexity and the process that we're imposing on our job creators. We're making a very, very, very complex changes to their employment policies in a one-size-fits-all way. We're creating massive new record-keeping requirements, massive new document submission requirements, and multiplying the penalties for touch fouls, really, by tenfold. Remember, yeah, you can talk all you want about that we're only talking about the most grave or large business when we're talking about 10,000, but we're talking about every violation of a record submission problem. So what does that mean? Does that mean every document, every employee that you don't submit on time is up to $10,000? The process that we're imposing on our small businesses itself is going to be a problem. Complexity, when we make things more complex, that is a subsidy for the biggest employers who can afford the lawyers, who can afford the accountants, who can afford the contested case hearing that they're going to have to go through when Dolly does issue some kind of order against them, some kind of administrative order, and they need to try to appeal it in the Office of Administrative Hearings and then try to appeal that in court if they don't do it. Everything that we do, every step, every time we make this more complex and more punishing for our job creators, we make it harder and harder for them to hire people. We make it harder and harder for them to survive, and we're talking about a very, very tough environment already. Folks, these are good folks trying to do the right thing. They're not sex traffickers that we're trying to penalize and deter from doing sex trafficking. Please don't think of them that way. Please vote for the Scott Amendment. It's a good amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'm really concerned about the fact that it went from a $1,000 to a $10,000 fine. Many small businesses can't afford the $1,000 fine. It can put them out of business. And now we're going to $10,000? And in Judiciary Committee, we've heard more than one time that the increase to $10,000 fine is so we make sure that the employers do what we want them to do, so they don't get that $10,000 fine. Yet just a few hours ago, you rejected an idea and an amendment to put sex traffickers that are trafficking our children in jail longer. It drives me bonkers with some of the ideas you have. This is an important issue to make sure our job creators and our job providers can keep their employees, keep the doors open. The vast majority of employers and job creators in this state are small business. It's not the big corporations like Target, Walmart. It's the mom and pop shops on the corner gas station, the antique shop that everybody loves to go see and go occasionally pick some things up. It's the small and mom and pop shops that are our job creators. It's going to be tough enough with a bill like this, what they have to deal with. But a fine because of a computer glitch in a report, even at $1,000 is steep. $10,000, close those doors, and there's 4 more employees without a job. Please support the Scott Amendment because it's important to make sure that our job providers and our job creators can actually create a job.
I recognize the member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support the Scott Amendment. And I understand, I think, a lot of what Representative Olson is saying, that it's going to be rare. It's with great intention and willfulness that somebody's going to do this. But what's happening in Minnesota, folks, is when we take the advice of the agency, like Department of Labor or other departments, and we look to them for what should the fines be. That's not what they should be telling us. We are the authors of the bill. We should not have allowed Dolly, or in my opinion, I think Representative Olson missed an opportunity to say, no, I don't think we need to do that, because what we're already doing with the bill is pretty aggressive to the state of Minnesota, because we're taking it down to the very first employee. And every 30 hours, it's going to be another hour of paid time. So I understand and I think I've worked with Representative Olson enough to know that she really understands what she's talking about. And when she says it's likely going to be rare, I bet she's right. But it's about the brand. It's now the headline. They just put a penalty on here for $10,000. And that's all we hear, right? That's all we hear tonight. $10,000 fine from $1,000 to $10,000. And sure, it might take a bit to get up there, but my point is, why are we doing this? Why don't we just do it without higher penalties? Because it's what we talk about now when this gets deployed, and just like we did when we did the wage theft bill, We all have these community meetings. We talk to our friends in HR and the local chambers of commerces, and so we all get together because we don't want to make a mistake, but they keep talking about the $10,000 fine is on the screen. It doesn't say under there it's a little starburst or a little Aztec, it's rare. It doesn't say that. It's there. So our state is becoming this kind of this penalty-hungry agency, advising group. And I want to share something about a fine that came over yesterday to me. It was about a nursing home. They had a survey yesterday, and this is what happened. Hey, Representative Baker, wondering if you can give me a call. We are being surveyed by MDH in our memory care units. The surveyor believes that we have to have 3 people awake overnight when we've always had to have 2. They have 2 separate facilities right next door that's also continued with a sunroom. There's no going outside. It's one location. They've been doing this for 10 years, and after 10 years, they said, no, you got to have 3. And by the way, we're going to issue an IJ tag. Exclamation point, this is really bad. It comes with a $3,000 fine. We have been open for 10 years, have never had this issue come up before. The surveyor did this. I am hoping that there can be a conversation with MDH and we get them to reason. We don't have the staff. We can't afford more staff, and it has never been an issue before. And I also want to publicly say to MDH, they fixed that today too. They took care of it with a couple emails, and I appreciated Minnesota Department of Health recognizing this and saying, okay. But my point here, folks, is it's tough out there with business. It's tough. We're trying to do the right things. We're getting fines or potential fines, and we're talking about a bill that's a brand new business mandate, unfunded, but it's paid by businesses. And we're already just saying, let's make sure there's a $10,000 fine. Even if it's rare, I do not care. It's what's going to be shared around the state of Minnesota when this goes out. This would have been an easy one, Representative Olson, to sort of say, you know what, I kind of get it. It's rare. So why was this such a big deal to put in there? So I hope members think about this. If it's so rare, get rid of it. Because it's going to hurt our brand if this leaves the House floor, whether it's one time or 30 times, it doesn't matter. It's in paper, it's on the bill. Get rid of it. It's the image now of the bill. They just also made a $10,000 fine. So I hope you guys support the Scott Amendment. The brand and what we're doing here matters. Rare or not. Let's change it. Just leave it alone. Don't touch that. I would support the Green Amendment on the Scott Amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the conversation on this. And Representative Scott, I appreciate you bringing this amendment. I just wanted to point out, in case there's some confusion in the body, as Representative Keel had pointed out earlier, this change in this part of the statute from a civil penalty of $1,000 to $10,000 doesn't just affect employers on this issue of earned sick and sick time. It applies to all employers under anything that Dolly regulates. And to quote the fiscal note, it says, this penalty change impacts all of the Department of Labor and Industry's labor standards enforcement authority, not just earned sick and safe time. So members, it will affect nursing homes, it will affect construction, it will affect plumbing, it will affect electricity. Anybody who gets a penalty in any sector, in any industry under this, is going to get an increased fine from $1,000 to $10,000. And I honestly don't think there's been a case made for that tonight. I do not understand why we would do that across the board for every sector in this state. And so, members, I urge you to adopt the Scott Amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So this bill here it's just a travesty. And I rise in support of the Scott Amendment. Basically, we are installing the big government SWAT team. And the chant that is going through my head as I listen to this amendment debate and as the debate for the bill as a whole is, hey, hey, ho, ho, small business has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, small business has got to go. So when you vote, I want you to think about that chant, because that is the message that we are sending Minnesotans, that you do not want these small businesses in the state of Minnesota. You know, small business is still recovering from the walls shutdowns from COVID. They are struggling with supply chain issues, with inflation, and now this chamber is hell-bent on continuing the destruction that started in 2020. I serve on a committee that is discussing how can our small cities apply for grants with the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, because many of those small businesses do not have the ability to hire grant writers. So maybe we apply, or we set up a process where small cities can apply for grants so that they can hire grant writers. But under this bill, you expect these really small businesses to hire an additional HR employee so that they don't get in trouble with the big government SWAT team. I mean, I think it's just absolutely asinine, the message that we are sending to Minnesotans and to our job providers. $10,000 fine for little ma, little pa store if they miss out on doing some paperwork that the government deems important to them. Criminals in this state get a better deal. Murderers and rapists are treated better than our small businesses. And what's not to say that if there is an infraction with one of our businesses, the small businesses, that there's not a political bias put behind the fining. Oh, little small business, I see you donated to a Democrat. Well, just don't do this again. Oh, little small business, I see you voted for a Republican. Oh, you're a Trump supporter. Definitely supporting. We're definitely giving you that $10,000 fine. This government in Minnesota would do that. So, I think you need to do the right thing and support the Scott Amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A38 amendment. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you for the debate on the A38. I would recommend a no vote, and here's why. I think a couple of things here that I want to note the up to language, again, already in the bill. I want to note the appropriateness of the such penalty as the size of the employer's business. And I want to say again in the fiscal note that Representative Robbins picked up that we're talking about the exact same, so just a paragraph down from this part you were talking about, on average, the department assessed and collected a penalty in 1.9% of all investigations. So I think what we're seeing here is a fear of something that is not actually happening, and because of that and because of our desire to make sure that we want every employer to cover and make sure they're providing this benefit, I would ask for a no vote on the A38.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Olson, well, you just made my point. If this is not enforced so much, then why raise it tenfold? Evidently, the $1,000 is working as a deterrent. But instead, we're going to send our businesses out there, and this is a violation per employee. So if a business sends in their information and it's has errors in it for 50 employees, and they could get take this penalty times 50. Members, as Representative Niska, thank you for reminding us of earlier today and the O'Neill amendment that wasn't taken to give harsher penalties, prison penalties to sex traffickers. So we're, again, we can't take that, but we're going to potentially fine our employers tenfold from what they were, from $1,000 to $10,000 per violation per employee. And when my kids were little, they used to have this saying. They would just say, "That's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, Mom. What you're doing is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs." And Representative Olson, you could take this opportunity. You're the powerful chair of Ways and Means. You could say, "You know what, Dolly? I'm going to stick it to the man. I'm going to say, nope, we're going to hold it $1,000 penalty." So members, please vote green on this amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker? I recognize the member from Stearns, the Minority Leader, Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request a roll call on this amendment.
Representative Demuth requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the A38 amendment. Would the clerk please call the name of the member who is voting remotely?
Agbaje.
Agbaje votes no.
Agbaje votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Baker moves to amend House File Number 19, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A36.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Candy Ojai, Representative Baker, to explain the A36 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I know we've talked a little bit about giving some choice to folks in the bill and maybe making some things a little bit easier. I think Representative Olson is not intending to try to find ways to fine people. I think she's, trying to get this the right way. So this amendment, I think, doesn't do anything bad. But what it does do is it gives employers like myself, and I do this already for a lot of folks when it comes to paid time off. But we're talking about front loading these hours. So let's say an employee has been there for a year or so, and we've got it in my employee manual that with this bill now and this opportunity for them to have a sick and safe time accumulate, I have the decision, or I have a choice as an employer to give everything up front to that employee on their paycheck. So they can kind of see it there. They can kind of see where the balance is at. And from a bookkeeping standpoint, this is helpful to the employer. Obviously, this could be a risk to the employer too, because we could have an employee that would have to normally acquire those and earn those hours, and it would go up on their paycheck, more work to do in the bookkeeping office. But if employers make a decision to say, hey, I don't want to deal with that, this person or all my employees, if you've been here for a year, we're just going to start front loading. And it's a decision they can make on their own. But it falls within the parameters of this But what it doesn't allow it to do is have the rollover keep going over, because the employer is taking the risk up front. Because that employee could actually work there for another few months and take the sick time off for reasons, and then they go away. They actually put in their notice and they find something else. So I'm hoping Representative Olson would take this as really it's a friendly amendment. It gives the employer a little option. We're showing, oh, that's not a bad idea, because a lot of employers do this now with PTO. They will front load you because they want you just to see it there so that you can use it when you need it. So members, I hope you can support this A36 amendment. I really believe it's a friendly one. Doesn't change a whole lot about it, but it gives that employer the choice to offer something up front to an employee, because it actually looks better, too, for the employer to say, hey, here's 48 hours right up front. So, Representative Olson, I hope you can see this as a kind of a win-win for everybody. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this just makes sense. It gives choice for small businesses, owners, but it gives choice to the staff members. That's what it does. And then they know what they have coming to them. Like Representative Baker says, we do a lot of this already, and people like that in Greater Minnesota, that flexibility. So good amendment. I would ask for a green vote. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A36 amendment. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Baker. We work together all the time, and I know what you're trying to do. And the funny thing about this amendment, I actually changed the language in the bill after having conversations with the business community, who actually asked for the language to have more flexibility. So what you're doing in amending out was actually put in the bill at the request of business community to have flexibility. For example, I talked to an employer who said, the idea of kind of front loading and encouraging people to take it, like the use it or lose it, actually hurts. That to spread it out and not have all of that impact at once and have the options for employers to handle it differently. So, I know we didn't get a chance to talk, but the spirit of what I actually did in the bill and changed was due to small businesses and businesses asking me to make that change. So with that, I respectfully ask for an A36 to remove the language I put in at the request of the businesses.
Further discussion. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Candy Ojai, Representative Baker.
So, Mr. Speaker, if Representative Olson would yield.
She will yield for a question, Representative Baker.
And thank you, Representative Olson. So I hadn't heard that same request. They came to me looking for flexibility. So with what you had just shared with me, and again, I apologize, we did not have a chance. So, and I don't want to make this complicated. I don't want to put this on, but why can't we do both? Why can't we do what I'm offering now, bake it in, how about we do this? Let's take it, and I think there likely will be a conference committee that we can finish it properly. Is that something we can do? Because that way then, you and I both can kind of win with the folks that are asking us to do it, and I don't know why or who it was that asked you for this, because they weren't the same people that came and talked to me about it. So any way we could do that. Let's pass it through. We're not done yet. It's got more work after this body, likely to kind of come back. And I admit, I'm sure there will be a conference committee on this. So I hope that you can take it to show that you're flexible and you care. And this is something that your old pal, Representative Baker, just wanted to have one win. So that would be a good one. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Baker, I'm actually going to help you out here by not taking your amendment, and here's why. Because we have two options for the way employers can use this in the bill that's written, and the way you amend my bill would actually make it a lesser one option. And so I understand what you're trying to do, but I'm going to turn down your ask for a no vote on the A36, and I would be happy to have a conversation with you, Representative Baker, as the bill progresses through the process to get to where I think we actually are in agreement with flexibility, but your amendment does not accomplish that.
Representative Baker.
Please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A36 amendment. Oh, no, he won't. All those in favor of the A36 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Baker moves to amend House File Number 19, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A28.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, members, and Mr. Speaker. I think, again, what we want to do here is we want to start settling some things down that have been thought through, and again, small businesses have asked me for this. I don't think that this is going to conflict with anything that Representative Olson has been shared to outside of my knowledge, but what the A28 does is it puts a cap on the 40-hour, on the hours earned, and then it allows a 40-hour cap on the rollover. 80 hours is a lot on an employee that has one employee. That's a huge lift. Folks, that's 2 weeks out if everything's going okay, but for the smallest employer, think of this. We can say it might be rare. We're talking about that a little bit. These employers don't need more than 40 hours. If they have 3 employees, please let's think about the smallest employee and what will work. I hope that our author will take this as, again, a friendly, we're starting out with this big new bill. It's a new process, new mandate. We're going to offer 40 hours. Let's put a cap on that. And let's start getting reasonable now. So I hope you could take the A28. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like a roll call on this.
Representative Baker requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Discussion to the A28 amendment. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Baker. So the discussion we had earlier around the accrual rates, we're actually modeling this off of, Duluth actually has a more generous accrual, up to 64 hours. So the 48 hours we have in this bill tracks with the municipal ordinances in Minneapolis, St. Paul, Bloomington, and as I mentioned, Duluth is actually 64 hours of annual accrual. And of all of the 6 recent states to pass this, starting in 2019, either have more or this baseline of 48. So the 48 is a good number. And the other thing I will point to in the amendment to ask for an no on the A28 and why you may want to vote no on the A28 is because you still have your previous amendment language in here to delete lines 16 to 20, which is taking out those 2 options that I had mentioned just a minute ago in the previous amendment. You have that rolled into this amendment as well.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A28 amendment. We're having some trouble over in that row. Would the clerk please call the name of the member who is voting remotely?
Agbaje.
Agbaje votes no.
Agbaje votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Baker moves to amend House Law Number 19, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A32.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Baker, to explain the A32 amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, what the A32 amendment does is it allows for when we hire new employees, A lot of folks, a lot of employers, a lot of the job creators that when we hire somebody, we work really hard to get them trained up. We tell them how to read the schedule, how to answer the phone. Sometimes these are 15, 16-year-old employees getting their very, very first job. The first 30, 60, 90 days is a true training period. A lot of times, these employees don't like the job, and it wasn't what they thought it was. A lot of times, they turn out to be somebody much different than we thought they were when they were interviewed. What this amendment does, members, is it starts the clock at 90 days. It gives the small employers and all employers the chance to check things out between the employer and the employee relationship when they're hired. A lot of times we are interviewing somebody over a 15, 20-minute interview. You get a pretty good feel right away. 7 out of 10 times we hit it right, but there are times we do not. And the employee just might think to himself or herself, oh, this just isn't my cup of tea. I don't know if I really want to do this. They'll let us know. We kind of cut the tie because we don't want to waste their time and our training money, but we're still training. We still have another employee alongside that employee typically to make sure they know how this works. What this does, members, it just says, let's give those testing periods, that 90 days, to allow the accrual so that when an employee doesn't work out or chooses to leave or gets terminated in that first 90 days, it gives us a chance not to have that liability there that we otherwise would have. So again, really smart business sense thing for the real world of hiring people. 90 days is a typical probationary employee time period. Take the amendment, please, members. I do request a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Baker requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote.
Thank you, and I'll look forward to some discussion. Thank you.
I recognize the member, Representative Altendorf, were you seeking recognition? Or, excuse me, Representative Anderson, were you seeking recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you. I won't speak if we're going to go into vote, but I just want to also point out, as I rise in support of this amendment, many cases, employers, the first 90 days of employment, the employer has a huge cost because they are training the employee. Then that's why there are probationary periods, because it isn't even to see whether the employee likes the job, whether it's a good fit with the employer, but the employer is going through huge costs to actually train the employee. This cost, if these benefits for typically part-time, if they're not already provided through paid time off or some other way, this is an additional 3% costs on top, the 3% of payroll costs. That's significant. And this, in this inflationary environment, that means prices are going to go up. And that's the reality of what will happen. So I ask that you support this Baker amendment because, again, during this 90-day typical probationary period, an employer already has huge costs to train the employee for the position. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. As we debate this bill tonight, as we look at this particular amendment, let's recognize our seasonal workers across the state of Minnesota, the way that they have huge impacts to our economy, and the way that this bill impacts our ability to even employ our seasonal workers across the state. I certainly enjoy our resorts and fine establishments across the state in every corner. And when I look at this bill and the hardship that this will cause for small businesses, many of our resorts and others being small businesses, and with the amendments that have not yet been taken this evening, it creates a challenge. It creates a challenge, especially as it relates to the seasonal workers that go to work every day. And so for our small businesses, it's important to have that certainty and humility about the way that we do business here in Minnesota. And that's why I want to thank Representative Baker for bringing this bill forward. I know that your area in particular is directly impacted by that. I know that the place that I mini-mooned a couple weeks ago would be directly impacted by this, and that's not all that far from Representative Olson's area. And we want to create a culture for the dignity of work in Minnesota. And seasonal employees play a big role in this. And I really think that we need to adopt this amendment to this bill to help create that dignity of work so that we're not disincentivizing people from working. And certainly many of our great job creators across the state take excellent care of their employees, no matter if they work for them for 90 days or less, or whether they're a long-term employee. So please adopt this amendment, and thank you, Representative Baker, for your leadership here.
I recognize the member from Stearns, the Minority Leader, Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Baker, I appreciate this amendment. This makes sense to me. Members, I hope that you choose to vote green on this amendment. I had an opportunity to speak to a number of my businesses today with concerns on this bill. One of the businesses that I spoke with, as we were going through and talking through some of the provisions, and I said, we're going to be debating it. I stepped off the House floor to take the call, and I said, we are debating it, but hopefully they will take some common sense amendments. This is a common sense amendment. The business that I was speaking to has an influence in other states other than just Minnesota. They have a presence in California. The business person that I was talking to said, hold on. We have adjusted everything to comply across our company to comply with what we needed to do in Minnesota. We've changed all of our documentation. What we do for sick time is at 91 days. This would be worse than California. And I said, that is exactly what this would be. This would be worse than California. It's not a business that doesn't want to do the right thing for their employees. It's a business that wants to use common sense as they provide benefits for all of their employees where they are located in Minnesota, California, and a number of the other states they are in. This, again, makes sense, members. Representative Baker, thank you for bringing common sense to this. Members, vote green on the amendment.
Further discussion to the 832 amendment. I recognize the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, especially for us border communities. My district borders North Dakota and South Dakota. We are already seeing businesses going over. I mean, let's think about it. I know when I was much younger with much more hair, when I met my wife the first time, we didn't get married the next day, okay? It took a while for her to even go out with me the second time, but we won't get that. You can talk to her about that. On the very serious note, 90 days, we have in my business have brought in over a period of 32 years, a lot of individuals. And sometimes it just doesn't match. So we need this 90-day grace period for staff members to learn how we operate and so forth. So Representative Baker, this is a common sense bill that helps to keep businesses and jobs in Minnesota. Thank you.
Further discussion to the 832 amendment. I recognize the Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it interesting, and hopefully members have had the chance to kind of review what other cities in our state have done on this. And I apologize for not recognizing that in the earlier moment that I spoke, but, you know, Representative Olson's Duluth excluded seasonal workers from their provision. And when you didn't support local control earlier tonight, an earlier amendment, this is an important provision to support the rural economies in regional centers across the state, and especially including Duluth. And I just want to make that point for the body that this has direct impacts to our entire economy, and we need to have the regulatory humility for our businesses of all different types to thrive. And that's what this amendment does. So I urge, once again, another green vote.
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you. I would request a no vote on the A32 amendment, and I would remind members that this is an accrued benefit. This isn't something you get up front, that you have to earn it. and it's a gradual accrual. You have to work full-time for 6 weeks, so full-time for 6 weeks before you can have 1 day off. So if you're a seasonal employee working at Lutzen or wherever Representative Schultz maybe honeymooned, I don't know, but somewhere in the northern parts, it sounds like, you could work all summer and you'd get 2 days off, and that's if you're working full-time. And if you're flipping burgers up at the top of Lutzen Mountain, I want to make sure that person has earned sick and safe time. I want to make sure that everyone, no matter where they work in the state, and I think that's really the bottom line here of this bill, we don't want to exclude seasonal workers, and we want people to start accruing this benefit, this earned benefit, so that they can work for 6 weeks to even get to have 1 day off. So with that, I ask for a no vote on the A32.
Further discussion to the A32 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Candio High, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure, again, will Representative Olson yield to a question?
Representative Olson will yield to a question. Representative Baker.
Maybe I missed something, but I thought I saw that if an employee works 30 hours, you get an hour of pay. So when you just said you have to work full-time for 6 weeks, you get 1 hour. And I think you get 1 day off. Oh, 1 day off, okay. So that's that same thing. We're on the same page, okay. My question is this then. I have employees that will work 30 hours a week. They might last or they might choose to stay there, whatever it is, for 3, 4, 5 weeks, and something happens where they don't stick it out. At that point, Representative Olson, do I have to pay them for 4 hours of pay as they were still learning and just finding out where to park and where the bathrooms are and where to hang up their coats in that short 3-4 weeks? If they have worked 30 hours, do I still have to pay them 4 hours because they are eligible for that in this bill? A lot of employers want to know what that is. Thank you.
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, this bill does not have end of employment payout unless you as an employer were to have made that decision that that is what you do with your employee on your own. This bill does not require an end of employment payout.
Representative Baker.
And thank you for that clarification. There was a lot of folks asking about how that worked out. Also, I just want to say this, my final comment on this, and we'll get hopefully to it. A lot of companies like mine, we start a lot of the benefits at 90 days. We actually, when they start working for us at the hotel, we'll give them uniforms to borrow because we have extra clean ones on hand that are sort of used, gently used, we'll call it. But when they're there 90 days, we get them their own uniform. We also have meal discounts after 90 days. We want to give them something to stick around for. And that helps keep people knowing that when their 90-day comes around, not only might they get these discounts, now they're going to get if this amendment goes through, they're going to get time that will start accumulating for this. We want to give them something to start working towards. So I do hope this is something that we can, with our handbooks, make it consistent to what we already do. Don't make us have to go and make it a lot more challenging because, yeah, we can do it different, but this makes it confusing. And I'm just hoping that we can take this amendment, have the 90 days is where the benefit starts, like a lot of other benefits for companies. I do hope you support this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A32 amendment. Representative Lee. Will the clerk please call the name of the member who is voting remotely?
Aggravating.
Sorry.
Aggravating votes no.
Aggravating votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Baker moves to amend House File Number 19, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A35.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Baker, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is an amendment that sort of talks a little bit about a little bit of the seasonality of real businesses around Minnesota. Because there is zero exceptions in the bill for businesses, except labor unions and construction. But my point we have to address here is that this one-size-fits-all is not well thought through when it comes to seasonal businesses like mine, hospitality companies. We have a lot of employees that actually may have other jobs, might be teachers, and they want to work for me as a restaurant operator. Not that I have one anymore, but I'm pretending tonight I do. But let's say I have some servers that love to get out of the house 1 or 2 days a week. They're choosing to work less than 20 hours. What this amendment does, members, and this is important, this allows an employee, if they choose to work less than 20 hours, it allows us to carve those folks out of this business mandate, because they really, if they miss a shift because they're sick, you know what happens? 10 out of 10 times, if they want the money, they'll switch shifts. They'll just call up a friend and, hey, can you cover for me tonight, Julie? And Sally says, sure, let's switch Thursday for Friday. That's what happens if people actually want to get their money. That's what happens if people work together. That's what teams do. They cover each other. And this helps our businesses that are seasonal. It helps when you want to have a lot of part-timers work and do the job that you need to have done. And part-time business is really important, again, especially for people that are in high school that are just starting out. Again, their first-time job. They might work 10 hours a week, 15 hours a week, because that's all they want, because they got to take care of school. So what this does, members, is it gives us some exceptions to this for the businesses that are trying to be flexible for employees, which is also a benefit. And if there's no benefit to people that are working the 10, 12, 15 hours a week by their choice, this amendment allows us to make that offer to the employees, to the employers that say, hey, this is recognized, this is important. So, Mr. Speaker, I do want a roll call on this, if I could, please.
Representative Baker requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Representative Baker.
And again, just to close it out, please vote green on this for the part-timers and the choices that they're trying to make. Recognize that this is okay. And this is sort of the same thing, in my opinion, that Duluth has done with the seasonal exemption. They carved out seasonal workers. They carved out the whole season. This is different. It's worded, I think, even better because it operates it for more people better. Please support this, support for the part-timers, and I think it'll be easier for us to do more things for them. Please support this amendment.
Discussion to the A35 amendment. I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in favor of Representative Baker's amendment, and I want to talk about a few other reasons why we should support this. We have had a lot of discussion over the last couple months about all the openings and jobs, not being able to get enough employees in just about every industry. I hear it constantly in ed finance about the schools, but we've had issues everywhere about, and we have asked ourselves, what's happened to the employees? What happened during COVID? Was there all these retirements? Were there folks that left the state? Are there people that have had to stay home and take care of their kids and are still doing that? Have people just made the decision that they're not going to work full-time anymore? Maybe they're going to work part-time. Employers use the enticement of benefits, including paid time off, which is what this is. Let's be real. This is paid time off for the way it's written for everyone, including probationary and part-time employees. That's what this bill is. You can call it safe and sick time or whatever, but it's paid time off. And most employers already grant, especially larger ones, grant paid time off. But they grant it to their full-time employees. It is one benefit that you use to get your staff to want to work full-time and to entice them to do it. And it's a privilege as part of working full-time. And so if we make this and legislate and mandate that no matter whether you are full-time or part-time, no matter whether you're a 16-year-old working 10 hours a week at your first job, you're treated exactly the same as people who have made the decision to work full-time. And we need more full-time employees in this state. And this is wrong, and it's wrong. And businesses, especially in the environment that businesses have had to deal with over the last several years since COVID with the low unemployment, they have done the things that they've needed to get their employees. Businesses have had to make those decisions, pay more, offer more benefits, especially to their full-time employees. And they're doing it on their own. And so for government to come in here and mandate something that doesn't exist in any other state, this is the most generous policy of any other state in a cold climate, folks. A cold climate. And to do this to job creators is just wrong. So I ask that you have some common sense and support Representative Baker's amendment so that we can still have a separation and have an enticement to get folks to work full-time. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Baker, for bringing this amendment, because I think it highlights one of the big flaws in this bill. And if Representative Olson would yield to a question.
Representative Olson will yield to a question. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Representative Olson, I know in my family, my children often had 2 part-time jobs, and I know people in my community who have 2 part-time jobs. So if there's, they just pick up shifts where they can, they're not full-time, maybe even less than 20 hours, honestly, depending on school and sports commitments. But if there's bad weather, or they've been exposed to a communicable disease, or there's been a public emergency, as all the things that are allowed for them to take this leave for, and they have 2 jobs, would both employers have to pay for that? How would that work if you have 2 employers that you're working part-time for? Thank you.
I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question, Representative Robinson. So it would be, if I worked 2 part-time jobs and I worked in the morning at one job, I would accrue my hours there. And if I worked in the afternoon at some place, I would accrue my hours there, and each employer would keep track of it. And if I needed to take time off, my kid was sick, and I was scheduled to work, I would have my sick time at my morning job and my afternoon job. And there's, later I will talk about some of the part-time workers who I know who patch together 3 full-time jobs, raise families. It's not just youth, young people. It's not just, it's people who support their families on these part-time jobs and still need to do the things we all do as families, right? Take care of our kids. My daughter isn't sick for half a day. She's sick for a full day. She's often sick for longer than a full day. And so our part-time workers need to be able to earn that benefit, whether they're sick or someone they love is sick, to be able to take that time off that they need.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you for that answer, Representative Olson. And I really am concerned about this, because I think it would be really hard for an employer. The employee calls and says, oh, my daughter's sick, or oh, schools are closed. And so they would have to count for maybe a 4-hour shift or a 2-hour shift and maybe multiple shifts. And I just think the record keeping on this for both the employer and the employees is very difficult. And I think that we should recognize that that this is not going to work well for small businesses who need the flexibility and who give the flexibility. I just can't say that enough. The one-size-fits-all is not going to work, and I think we should protect the flexibility that small businesses need to make their whole system function for their employees. And I'm very concerned about how this will be played out. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to kind of echo what Representative Robbins just mentioned. We don't have to have the most extreme policy in America to do well by Minnesota workers. We don't need to. And one-size-fits-all mandates don't fit every business. They don't fit every situation. They don't fit every school district. They don't fit every restaurant. They don't fit every resort. And this is a simple amendment to help us as a body, the House of Representatives, stay away from being a mandate for a one-size-fits-all plan. Provides flexibility, and I really appreciate the members of the body so far who have spoken who are business owners, who are small business owners. I'd love to hear tonight from members on either side of the aisle further what the impacts would be if you're a small business owner and you happen to be in support of this bill. I kind of want to hear, why is this the policy that best fits you and your small business? And I hope that we hear that tonight, because I certainly appreciate the concerns that have been raised so far and realizing that every business is unique. And whether we're talking about this amendment in particular or whether we're talking about the issue as a whole, I know that Representative Olson's heart is in the right place on this bill. I know that. But it doesn't have to be a one-size-fits-all approach for our Minnesota job creators. And let's get back to humility. Let's get back to competitiveness. Let's get back to our businesses being able to be flexible with their employees to find what works best for them and their employees. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Becker Finn.
Thank you, Speaker, and you're in luck, Representative Schultz. I am a small business owner. I'll be speaking more on third reading, but specifically to this amendment. So none of my employees at my business, I own a coffee shop, I have 9 employees, none of my employees work 40 hours a week. That's just the nature of this type of work. And make no mistake, this amendment does no favor to people who work in positions where they work 20 hours or less. So we can talk about this like it's flexible, like it's great. This amendment means that if you work 20 hours or less at your job, you see no benefit from this at all. It sends the message to those workers that their work doesn't matter, that they are less deserving of this benefit than people who have 40-hour-a-week jobs. Not everyone has a desk job. Not everyone works 9 to 5. And this was touched on a little bit with Representative Olson's comments, but a lot of people are just cobbling stuff together. A lot of people are working even 80 hours a job or 80 hours a week at 4 or 5 different jobs, cobbling things together to make it work to pay the bills. And to the question that was asked to Representative Olson, I mean, ostensibly, if you work for more than one employer, you're not scheduled at the same time to be in the same place, 2 different places at the same time. That wouldn't be a thing. You wouldn't be able to claim 8 hours from one job and 8 hours from the other job if you were only scheduled for a couple hours here and a couple hours there. You could only use that time to cover the shift that you were scheduled to work. Finally, flexibility is great, but so is paying your bills. And these workers have just as much of a need to pay their bills than anyone else who gets sick. Members, please vote down this amendment.
I recognize the member from Polk, Representative Keel.
So when we talk about, thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we're talking about part-time work, my business is one that does a lot of part-time work. And people work more or less than 20 hours. The demand is on the weather. It depends on what's happening. In my world, in the sugar beet harvest, we work anywhere from a week to 50 days. That doesn't mean that they work solid 50 days. Might be an hour one day because it got cold, and then the next day they come and we work 17 hours, and yes, we do. Some people do 24/7, so they hire 12 hours at the time. But the importance of having this part-time work and being able to have Representative Baker's amendment is so important for these jobs that are done in rural Minnesota, because it isn't just the sugar beet driver, it is the person who works in the retail store or the gas station that is going to come in and help work for a little bit here or there when they have time to be able to help. There's an enormous amount of people that come north when we're harvesting. And so this amendment, Representative Olson, works well for the adjustments that we need to do when we're hiring people. And I would say that without this is going to be very challenging for employers to be able to hire spot jobs, small time, just the challenge of hiring to fill in what is needed at an urgent time. In my world of up and down the Red River Valley, pretty much everybody knows if you've got a little bit of free time, all hands on deck, you can do something, you can help somewhere. Some people work more in their jobs. I know there are city workers that work more so that somebody else can work in the harvest while city streets are taken care of and the mud is scraped off, because unfortunately we leave a lot of dirt on the roads. But the important part is that when it's 20 hours or less, it becomes a real nightmare with bookkeeping and challenges. And I wouldn't even assume that we're treating people as less. There are other things we do for people that are not necessarily monetary. There are other helps that we can do for people that come in and help us out at a short time for work, and it might be a reimbursement of something. And you need to know it is of value to have that person who can come work 2-3 hours for a week. And that helps us to, for one, bring the crop in, but for also to keep everything going in the valley. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A35 amendment. I recognize the member from Otter Tail, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I live in an area that's loaded with seasonal workers. We have well over 1,000 lakes in Otter Tail and Douglas County. It's filled in the summertime with part-time workers. What's going to happen with this A35 is it's going to make it more likely for people to want to hire part-time workers. The full-time workers are going to be the easiest ones to employ, but there's a lot of different jobs to have. There's calls, there's more cost for the employees, the bookkeeping costs. There's more cost for the employers, just the nightmare of multiple employers. And they're already scrambling for workers already. This is really going to overload these seasonal employers. And so it's really important in our area that this A35 amendment passes. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Candy Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, members, the city of Duluth has a seasonal exemption. This is going to change that, and the way this is going, there's going to be 0 exceptions to everybody except one group. So my point is, when our friends up in Duluth are going to get this, we are trying to help them through this kind of acceptance of the reality of how employers need certain tools to make their business models work. Folks like Duluth got together and worked hard on this. They cut out all the seasonal stuff. They agreed to that, and now this is going to change that. I'm not sure how the author of the bill is going to go back to Duluth and try to explain this, because this is going to be a lot of changes for them, and this is going to be a hard thing. And again, this is getting to be a long night. We know where this is going, and it's a repeat of what we've all seen so far. There are zero exceptions to anything that we try to offer on the House floor that has really some relevance to it. I appreciate Representative Meyer's acceptance of this, but that was important. But these are things also, though, that really matter to businesses that are paying attention for really what we're trying to shoot for. So again, this provision is important. This part-time provision is really important to Minnesotans because we have so many different kind of businesses. One size does not fit all. Let's show Minnesotans that we actually showed and paid attention to this. Please vote green on the A35 amendment.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A35 amendment. Will the clerk please call the name of the member who is voting remotely?
Agbaje.
Agbaje votes no.
Agbaje votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Baker moves to amend House Law number 19, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A41.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Baker, to explain the A41 amendment.
So this is our final amendment that I think we have for the night. I think this is probably the most important amendment that we can bring, and we're going to bring it home, I hope, tonight, because this is what we're going to be able to share with our constituents back home, our job creators, our folks that are donating to foundations and the churches and the playgrounds and the kids and the daycares and all the things that we all try to do. Somehow you think that we just don't have a clue on how to take care of employees. And it's getting to be pretty frustrating around here. And the disdain you have for people like me is bothersome. And I apologize, we're getting tired, it's late, but let's decide, what does an employer look like to you? In my A41 amendment, members, what I'm asking for is what others have done. We start with 0 to 5, 0 to 4 employees, you're out of this definition of the employer. We give those smallest, tiniest employers a carve out of this so they're not treated differently than the other 4 or 5 cities and communities in Minnesota that have already recognized that. Those 5, we allow those smallest employers in the state to be exempted. And the next step is the employees from 6 to 50. They are given a benefit by having the same ability to have unpaid sick leave. This is important now. Unpaid sick leave, because that's still a benefit, because right now there are employers that actually do say, hey, you can't have that time off. No, you can't have it. This allows them to have that power of the employer to say, no, I have to do this, I have a sick one, but we give them that time off, we make sure that those jobs are there. This is a protection for them, and then anybody over 50 employees are paid. Again, this is how we have identified in Minnesota, around the country, that 50 employees has been noted around the country. Even earlier this week, in the labor and industry, Representative Wogelmont had a bill about the meat cutters. They had a lot of discussion about that. And it was recognized in that committee that they made an exception for those meat cutting plants, those processing plants. If you have 50 or less employees, you're exempted from this bill that Representative Wogelmont is carrying. Now, obviously, I can't ask him that question tonight because he's up in the rostrum, and I respect the body so that we have to do that, and we understand that. Mr. Speaker, will Representative Berg yield to a question, please?
Representative Berg, will you yield for a question? She will yield. Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and then thank you, Representative Berg. I know that I wasn't obviously at the meeting. You're the vice chair of the meeting of the labor and industry, and that bill came up this week, the meat processing. I'm not sure if you heard what I was talking about. So if you did, I want to help us understand the process and the decision, because I can't ask the current speaker to ask this because he's up in the rostrum. Help us understand, the committee decided to take the amendment of 50 or less employees that will be exempted from the meatpacking bill that was coming along. Can you help us understand that decision, how it worked, and the rationale of why that number was 50?
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Berg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you repeat the line of the questioning? You're asking why we came up with the number of 50?
Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In committee this week, and I don't have the House file number, I'm sorry, there was a meatpacking bill, House File 23, thank you, was seen in your committee this week. You're the vice chair of this committee. There was an agreement with the committee that 50 or less employees do not, they are not represented in that. They are not required to follow that rule if that bill passes. Can you help us understand the discussion about, at that moment, why 50 employees was the line the committee kind of agreed to and the author agreed to it, why that was an important thing and how that discussion went? If you could enlighten the body, please.
I will remind the body that debate must be confined to the question before the body and that we are currently debating the A41 amendment to House File 19. Representative Berg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Baker. I am actually going to defer to the chair of the Labor Committee on this question.
Representative Baker.
That would be fine, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I guess that was one of the options. I guess I could go to the chair, Mr. Nelson, or I'm sorry, Representative Nelson. But my question, I guess, is, and the reason it's relevant here, folks, is we're determining the size of an employer. And I want to make sure that we can talk about this as a pattern here. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, if you would yield to that same question, help us with that discussion, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Representative Nelson will yield for a question. The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. In that committee, that was an amendment brought by the author, and the author talking about that amendment is that his investigation that it was the problems that they were having in the meatpacking plants were not the small ones, not the small mom and pop meat packers or your local butcher store that would do that. It was the bigger plants that they were having a problem with. But even in small shops, people get sick and they need to take time off to take care of either themselves or their family members. And that's what this bill is about. This is not the meatpacking bill. The bill we're talking about here, it's even the small employers, their employees get sick and need to take that time off. So we're kind of talking apples and oranges here.
Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman, again, but even in small shops, there's accidents. Even in small shops, people lose fingers. You know, but there was a decision made under your leadership, Mr. Chairman, with the author that I can't ask questions to right now, but you decided that didn't matter, that those employees are not protected for safety for some reason, differently than the large companies. And that's kind of what you just told me. So I'm trying to understand, you made a decision, the majority made a decision in this session, in the committee work, that there are times when an employer can be identified as covered and not covered. That's exactly what we're talking about tonight. And yeah, we can pivot back to House File 19. But my point is well taken, I hope, members. It's recognized around the country as 50 employees or more, there's sometimes different rules. There are different rules. When the Affordable Care Act came out a couple years ago, there was a 50 and 100. There was differences. Federally, right now, the paid family leave for federally, which is unpaid, they recognize 50 or more employees. So our friends at the federal level have thought about this a lot. And Minnesota's not doing that. I'm just telling my colleagues here that there's a difference. A lot of times people recognize small businesses as this line in the sand. I'm asking tonight, this should be our moment that we define the right size business for this bill. Please support the A41 amendment. I ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker, if I haven't already. So,
Representative Baker requests a roll call vote, and I do see 15 hands, so there will be a roll call vote. Anything further, Representative Baker?
No, please vote green. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I appreciate the zeal and passion that the author has to provide a benefit to employees of Minnesota. I don't think this one is much of a benefit as it is more of a mandate. I want to, we should be doing everything in our power, Mr. Speaker, to promote businesses, small businesses. It's where, these are the innovators of our state. We should do everything in our power to carve out space for them because they're the ones that put everything on the line. They mortgage their houses. They don't buy new cars. They do everything they can to start a small business, to gain an employee, to get to the point where they're sustainable and they can actually produce a service that people want to buy. I just want to remind and go over a few things. The U.S. Small Business Administration Office of Advocacy, 2021 Small Business Profile. In Minnesota, 533,000 small businesses, 46.2% of those employees are small businesses. And this is prior to the pandemic, March 2019 to March 20, 1 year, 13,797 Minnesota establishments opened, 12,700 closed, net increase of 1,000 small businesses. 33,000 employees expanded, 34,000 contracted. We have a tough environment here in Minnesota. There's 416,000 small businesses with one employee or less. 101,000 between 1 and 19 employees. 47% of those business owners are women. 7.1% of those businesses, the workers, are veterans. 4.1% are owned by veterans. Where I work, we spend an enormous amount of time and energy and money providing services to small businesses through Elevate Business, through Elevate Nonprofit. We are all about trying to get more businesses in the marketplace to provide services to Minnesotans. This kind of flies in the face of that. There's disincentives in everything that we do. There's cliffs. And I don't know what businesses that you guys are talking to. I haven't had not one business, not one, that have called me, that have emailed me and said, this is a great idea. This is super. We need this. We need this to attract more employees to our ranks so that we can provide better service. Not one. Not one business has said that. I talked to the CFO of one of the largest employers. And, you know, he said something to me, I think he said it kind of flippantly, and I thought it was interesting. He said, you know, you guys are in charge for the next 2 years. You don't have to jam this through. You know, we need to get our act together. We've got paid family medical leave coming up. We've got this. We've got other bills. We've got time to work these out. And the last thing I think we need to do is put another burden on small businesses as they try to grow to get to that point. When I was younger, I started a business when I was in high school, little landscaping company. It was awesome. You know, I hired my friends. We went to work. I got in trouble with the IRS, you know, because that's what you do when you don't know the rules. You know, you just don't. And I got a big fine, and you know, my dad wasn't going to bail me out. He's one of those guys that says, you know, you made your bed, you live in it. And you know, we learn those things, and as you grow, you're able to start withstanding some of those things. You start learning, because at the beginning, it's not about creating a big, huge business that makes millions of dollars. These are people that literally want 50, 60, 70, 80,000 bucks. Are they important in the scheme of things? No. But you group them together, you put 100 of those people, it's magic. They're willing to risk the world to create something that they couldn't do being an employee in another business. And who knows who the next great entrepreneur is. So, as I said, I really appreciate the fact that there's this passion behind providing something for employees that, honestly, there are some employers that don't provide it. I get it. But I don't think this is the way to do it. I really think we should support, you know, Representative Baker's bill. Let businesses grow. Let them become stable, become sustainable. You know, let them make the choice when they can do this, and let's help them. Instead of swinging a hammer at them, put your arm around them. Help them grow. So please vote for Representative Baker's bill. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Feist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to share some thoughts on this amendment as a job creator. I am a small business owner. I have 10 employees. 8 of my employees are full-time. I have 2 part-time employees. I love running a business. I feel like I've been fairly successful, grown over the last 12 years since I founded my law firm. And I wanted to speak in opposition to this amendment to say that I do provide paid leave to my employees, and it is workable. It does help me attract really high-quality employees. It helps me to provide incredible, I hope, service to my clients, and it's a really important part of the package that I offer my employees. This week, I have an employee on paid leave because she is under the weather. We're making it work. We have one of my paralegals is helping, do the billing reporting, and we have everyone doing their own copies, and we're making it work. So I fall into the middle ground here, the 6 to 50 employees, and I can say that this is something that does work for me, and providing that paid leave I do feel is a very important part of recruiting and retaining really talented employees. So I think those are the main things I wanted to say, and I also just wanted to point out that, you know, across the country there's one other state that has had this cutoff at 50 employees. So it's not a trend, and it's not something that I would recommend that we follow as a state. And I will leave it at that. So I would encourage folks to vote no. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to add to what Representative Baker was talking about from the committee hearing the other day, the Labor and Industry Committee. And I do have some quotes from both that committee and from the same committee, or the counterpart committee over in the Senate was meeting at the same time, and they were actually hearing the same bill. So we have a couple of quotes from that committee, since neither the chair or the vice chair could remember exactly what was said. But the bill's author in the House, Representative Wolgamott, said that when they had the amendment to move it, or they talked about moving it to 50 employees,
His quote was, "I don't want to upset mom and pop businesses." Over in the Senate, Senator Putnam said, when asked why 50 employees, why not fewer, "We need to make sure businesses have a chance to grow." So I'm having a really hard time understanding the difference between what that bill did and this one when it comes to the onus that would fall on small businesses 50 and under. And we can't even get to 5. That bill said 50 and under, we're not going to put this tough regulation on you. We think it would be too much. But we can't even get to 5 employees in this body for something like this. And I am happy. What makes me super happy is we do have a lot of small business owners in this chamber on both sides of the aisle. And a law firm is a little bit different of a business model than a grocery store or a fast food restaurant where 3 employees, all high school age, may not show up to work or may call in sick, and then that employer has to scurry around. And maybe this is a small restaurant, right? Maybe they only have a total of 10 employees. Then they have to find 3 more people to fill those slots all at once. And so it's a whole separate set of problems depending on what your business is. So members, you've heard it straight from 2 members of your own party that said, we need to make sure businesses have a chance to grow, and I don't want to upset mom and pop businesses. But that's exactly what this bill is doing without this Baker amendment. Vote green.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Coulter. Is there any further discussion to the A41 amendment?
Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right on time. I own a retail business, 2 of them actually, a coffee shop and a bookstore. In both of those, I have employed high schoolers. I've had people not show up for work. And I think this is a great bill. Representative Nadeau, now you've heard from 2 of us. This is a great bill, a great idea. We're talking a lot about small businesses tonight and businesses, and obviously that's important. But for some reason, we haven't talked a lot about people, which is what this bill is about. It's about people who are sick, not going to work, making that responsible choice for our society, for the business they run, for the business owner, and not having to take a financial hit for that. And that paid time they earn, because they've worked at this job. This is a basic workers' rights issue. I love small business. I am a small business owner again. But small businesses do not get to succeed off of the backs of workers who are mistreated. That's something we all agree on. That's why we talk about minimum wages. That's
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Talk about.
Representative Damath, for what purpose do you rise?
Masons 101, if you could remind the body what item we are actually on.
Are you requesting a point of parliamentary inquiry?
That would be great.
Members, we are debating the A41 Baker Amendment to House File 19. Representative Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you for that reminder. So this bill is about workers' rights, that they can get paid time when they are sick. This amendment would cut out 40% of Minnesota's workforce who work for those mom and pop shops, who work for those small businesses. That is who this amendment is aimed at. It's not aimed at helping small businesses, it's aimed at hurting those who work at small businesses. And that's also the backbone of Minnesota. Will Representative Baker yield for a question?
Representative Baker will yield for a question. Representative Smith.
Representative Baker, if a worker is sick, should he go to work?
Representative Baker.
No, he should not go to work.
Representative Smith.
So this amendment, we all agree, or at least the amendment author agrees, that he should not go to work, or they should not go to work. So what this amendment is asking is for 40% of the workforce, whenever they get sick, and I don't know about you, but I'm not really in control of whether I get sick or not, right? My nephew right now has a cold. I'm probably going to get a cold because I'm babysitting for him on Saturday. That's a good idea. But if I get sick, or if those workers get sick, we're asking them for the public good and for the good of that business to not go to work. We're agreed on that. And so you're asking 40% of the workforce to take money out of their pockets so that, fill in the blank. I don't know what that is for, but you're asking them to make a responsible choice and asking them to lose money. And as we have heard so many times, this is a hard economy that we are in. So if you want to take money out of Minnesotans' pockets who are strapped because of inflation and other things that are happening, vote for this amendment. But I myself will vote no. I want workers to stay home and get paid when they are sick. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Clay, Representative Joy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't going to speak on this. I've been listening to it. I own small businesses close to North Dakota. You know, every time it seems like I'm in this chamber, we're welcoming businesses to North Dakota. Every time. You know, and we say small businesses, and Representative Smith will say that small businesses and people need to get paid. My people that are sick, I pay them. They stay home. I don't need the government telling me what I got to do. You know, I sit over here and I try to just digest this stuff, and it builds. And I have 13 employees. When you have a gas station like I do, employees come and go. We have kids that work after school, just try to get their career started and get going. Minnesota says, come to Minnesota, we're going to be a great state, come and build. My side of the state with North Dakota right there, we're like building Moorhead, building our area. This isn't going to help us build businesses. This is going to push people across the river. Every time we're doing things down here right now, we're pushing people across. Yes, when you're down here in the metro, you don't feel that. When you're up in my area, Deb Keel's area, Representative Keel's area, we feel that. And we're pushing businesses over across the river. We need to, you know, this amendment that's here, I can work with that. But when we're forcing this whole bill down with this is a one-size-fits-all, it does not work for me. This amendment, fine, I'll work with it. Even though this government's going to tell me that if I have only provide unpaid leave for employees unless I have 26 or more, am I going to get fined then when I do give my employees pay because I still want to take care of them? Even if this amendment passes? Why are we sitting here debating this? Why are we arguing this? This is not friendly. We can talk about our business down here that it's good and people need this. Think about the whole state, not just Metro. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and thank you, Representative Smith. You're the first business owner that I've heard from that actually thinks this is a great idea. And since you mentioned me, I wonder if Representative Smith would yield for a question.
He will yield, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Representative Smith, and once again, and thank you for employing people. Do you offer this benefit right now to your current employees?
Representative Smith.
Yes, at both of my places, we offer unlimited paid vacation and sick time.
Representative Nadeau.
And I think that's excellent, and you made that choice. Do you think that other small businesses that may not be as successful as you should be mandated by the government to make the choice that you've made for your employees, or do you feel that you should have the ability to force others to do what you do? Is that a good business model?
Members, before I give Representative Smith the floor, I will ask you to please take your conversations into the alcoves or the retiring room. Representative Smith.
Thank you. So I'll answer it in two ways. One, me personally, no, I don't think that I have that power. However, we are in a legislative body, and through history, we've seen the power of a legislative body to keep businesses and tycoons from oppressing their workers. That's why we don't have child labor anymore. That's why we have better minimum wages. That's why we have benefits mostly. And so, yes, I do think we should be doing that. In fact, I think that's one of our main things for the common well-being of our state.
Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Smith. I think you kind of made my point. There's this balance that needs to be there, and I get it that you don't agree with this amendment. I think there's a lot of small businesses out there that would appreciate some additional time to build their business to a point where you have become as successful as you have. And I think that this amendment would do it. And thank you. Thanks for listening, and thanks, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Cass, Representative Knudsen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Smith, I am also a small business owner, and what you said about business owners mistreating employees is appalling to me. Myself alone, we have gone above and beyond for our employees. One employee in particular, I couldn't even hire because he did not have a driver's license. I drove him 9 months pregnant from the Social Security office to the driver's license bureau to the hospital that he thought he was born at to find birth records of him so he could get a driver's license. I spent days, weeks trying to help him do that. Another employee, I have bought 3 cars for. Other employees that didn't have housing, we bought a house so they have a place to live. I have older employees that work for me seasonally and occasionally need time off to take care of a grandchild, to go visit a sick relative. Not only do we give them the time off, we pay for their expenses to go. We are not bad people. We care about our employees. We love our employees. My employees call our crew the Cowboys family. We are a family. We take care of our own, and we don't need some unfunded government mandate to do that. I do support this amendment. Thank you so much for offering it. Small businesses need to be defended right now. We are under attack in so many different ways. Thank you so much, and I urge you to vote green.
I recognize the member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Mr. Speaker, I certainly was not going to speak again on an amendment until third reading, but Lord have mercy. Did you hear what Representative Smith had to say? That we have banned child labor. Members, that is a freaking lie. We have not banned child labor, maybe in this country, but your green energy policies rely on the backs of child
Representative
labor.
Hollins,
so no,
state your
don't
point
tell
of
me
order.
it's been banned.
Point of order.
Again.
Representative Hollins, you have the floor. Please state your point of order.
Masons 101, debate must be confined to the question before the body.
Members, please confine your remarks to the question before the body, which is the A41 amendment offered by Representative Baker to House File 19. Representative Franzen.
So yeah, Representative Smith, he's the one that brought up child labor. And I just want the body to know that this body has voted time and time again to support child labor on the backs of those in the Congo, so you can have solar panels
Representative
on schools
Hollins, state your point of order.
and in farmlands.
Mr. Speaker, we are not debating child labor. We're certainly not debating climate and energy policy. We are debating the amendment that's before us that has to do with earned sick and safe time.
Representative Franzen, please confine your remarks to the contents of the A41 amendment offered by Representative Baker to House File 19.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I got my point across. Appreciate your levity here when I was talking about child labor in Congo. But if Representative Smith is hiring, I would like some unlimited time off. So just send me an application. That way I can do my job here too. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A41 amendment. Representative Baker.
Okay, let's bring this back a little bit here because this is important definition of what is a small business in Minnesota and why we're here tonight talking about this important bill that is again, a brand new mandate put on the entire state of Minnesota without exceptions if the bill stands as it currently is written. It's more aggressive and it's more difficult for businesses to accept this, even in the cities that have done this for a few years. I have tried desperately tonight to try to bring some fair ideas, some fair amendments, to listen to businesses, to understand the goals of the majority. And it is offensive when you have people assuming or criticizing employers for being greedy and mean and sort of the things that were just insinuated. That is challenging to hear. And members, what I was offering was something extremely reasonable. Let's carve out what was done this week at a number that people could say, yeah, that makes sense, 50. So this isn't a new number, it came out of the sky. It's a great benefit to have it unpaid because we're still protecting those employees who need to get some time off because they're sick. But also it encourages them to get back to work as well. Take the A41 amendment, folks. Let's keep working on this bill because I know it's going to come back differently than what it's likely going to end out of the House tonight. We can do a lot better, and our local businesses will be heard. One way or another, they will listen, they will talk to you, they will show up at town halls coming up. They're going to be there because they need to make sure you hear them because it obviously wasn't heard tonight. So just let's do the A41. I would appreciate a green vote, members. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A41 amendment. Thank you. Representative Fisher and Representative Fisher. All right. Good. Would the clerk please call the name of the member who is voting remotely?
Aggbadje.
Aggbadje votes no.
Aggbadje votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File number 19, as amended.
Third reading as amended. I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, tonight I rise in support of House File 19 because I believe it is the right thing for all Minnesotans. Not a few Minnesotans, not some Minnesotans, not 2/3 of Minnesotans, but all Minnesotans, all working Minnesotans. So many of our friends and neighbors have been forced to make the impossible choice between choosing to either care for their personal health needs or those of a family member, or their work and their ability to pay their bills due to an absence of sick leave. I'd like to once again note that when local policies have been enacted to support similar regulations in Bloomington, Duluth, Minneapolis, and St. Paul, opponents of these policies claim that such ordinances would destroy local businesses. They have not. This is an issue that many Minnesotans don't have a full understanding of, and many are wrong to believe that access to sick leave is available to all. Unfortunately, this is not the case. As this bill moved through the committee structure here, we've heard many stories of those among the nearly 1 million Minnesota workers who face being forced to make this choice. And that's not okay. In my nearly 25 years as a high school teacher, I can't tell you how many students that I've worked with who have told me they were unable to attend class at different times due to the need to care for a younger sibling because their parents didn't have access to sick leave. My own experiences with sick leave would have been exponentially more challenging if I were not a union member with access to a collectively bargained contract that included sick leave, so I could care for myself or my family in a time of illness or health challenges. And early in my career, I very rarely accessed that sick leave. Didn't need to, but it does happen. A few brief examples can help to illustrate this. Approximately 10 years ago, my wife underwent emergency surgery after suddenly losing consciousness in a 911 call, in an ambulance ride. It was discovered that she was experiencing extensive internal bleeding due to an ectopic pregnancy that led to a significant rupture. Having access to sick leave time allowed for me to be present with her and to help provide care for her and our 2-year-old daughter. It was during that hospitalization and recovery time. It was intensely challenging on multiple levels, and I can't begin to imagine the additional challenges that would have entered in if we didn't have access to sick leave. The very same challenges came into play for experiences that unfolded after a heart valve irregularity was detected in our newborn daughter. It could also be said that it comes in when in each family in proximity to our own and your own regularly experiences flu bugs. Perhaps it was COVID infections over the last 3 years, or the broken bones that so many families experience. Sick leave time is necessary. Colleagues, the choice is clear from me on this bill. In this day, in this age, in this country, in this state of Minnesota, where we pride ourselves on looking out for one another and caring for those around us, we must ensure that Minnesota workers have access to this important tool to care for themselves and their families. I urge you to support the bill. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would the author yield to a series of short questions?
Representative Olson will yield for a series of short questions, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like many of us during these long, energetic discussions, I receive emails, messages, and texts from constituents, and there's an area that a few of them are wanting some clarification. So to the author, the first question, does the amended bill waive provisions for all CBAs?
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Quam. The collective bargaining agreement already includes the wages at a level that provide for paid sick and safe time. And so we are saying you provide that in your collective bargaining agreement, and what the amendment did today was allowed you to also do earned sick and safe time. So if that is so chose to do in that way.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that. I will clarify the question that was received better. There's a waiver in here for some CBAs to waive this section 181.9445 to 181.9448 may be waived by a collective bargaining agreement. And that's what they're curious about is, are all collective bargaining agreements?
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Only collective bargaining units in the construction industry could waive earned sick and safe time because they already provide for that within the collective bargaining agreement.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the next clarification is, if there is a company that has a collective bargaining agreement with some building and construction workers, but also has other union workers with an identical CBA, say Teamsters or someone that is not part of that group, would they be given the same consideration, or would they not be given the same consideration?
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Quam. So as I mentioned, only CBAs within the construction industry could waive earned sick and safe time. Again, if you have a collective bargaining agreement in place, you already have that calculation within the collective bargaining agreement.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think I'd have to let them know that it doesn't have to exactly be identical to whatever the bill is. I don't think the language requires it identical or better. How many jobs will this bill end up losing the state?
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, and Representative Quam. What our goal is to have about 900,000 Minnesotans who don't have earned sick and safe time will now have access to this benefit once enacted into law.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must not have stated that clearly enough. When this bill, if it becomes law, how many jobs will be lost? And I'll give you the example. There's data on that for when you bump up the minimum wage, when you do other changes, they realize or have seen losses of jobs. So I'm just trying to understand how many jobs this bill will lose.
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Quam. I'm from Duluth, as was noted many, many times tonight about earned sick and safe time. We have this ordinance. Guess what I can see from my house? Wisconsin. And we did not see the sky fall. You know what we saw in the last few years is my community. For those of you that have been to Duluth, I bet you have come into my district and you have gone to Bent Paddle, Vikra, OMC, a number of places, small businesses that have continued to grow and change the way West Duluth looks. And guess what? We have this benefit.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm somewhat familiar with Duluth. It used to be over 100,000 people lived there, and there were jobs to support that. I think it's dropped considerably from that, and we had to retroactively allow them to still be considered a city of the first class when they dropped below 100,000. And so I would have hoped that the author of this bill would realize there will be good things and bad things come out of this type of a bill, and would have looked at Seattle and some of the other places when they've changed the rules to a great degree. And, frankly, I'm disappointed that we don't have the full picture. And I'm also disappointed that, my comment on a previous bill was used by the author to say, well, it's good to get rid of bad things by upping the penalty or the fine. Frankly, 1,000% increase for a clerical error on a new program that small businesses aren't familiar with, I think is pretty excessive. And I'm also disappointed that there was a lot of discussion about how to make this better, how to decrease the negative effects and impacts, because not every city is the same. Not every business model is the same. And I don't know in all of your districts, but I know in my district, there is a lot of negative impacts on our small businesses that they're trying to work themselves out of because the state decided the big box could be open, but they couldn't. So we're trying to recover And during this recovery, this is a bad idea. Please vote no.
I recognize the member from Polk, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This, to me, is a sad day for northwestern Minnesota. We'll talk about how this bill that is not supposed to affect us like we think. As Representative Jim Joy pointed out, we're on the border. This isn't the first time I've been on this floor to remind you that you're going to drive business across the river. And it happens every time. Do we lose everybody? No. But people move. I'm watching second generation of businesses not live in my district, but go across the river. And so the business will eventually slide over. That's how that will work as dad retires or the family retires, the first generation retires. Agriculture is a huge part of my life, as you have all heard many times. I'm a farmer, and in the fall, we rely on a lot of people to bring in the product that has to come in. August starts with wheat. Often we hire very little then. We can manage some of it with weather. But by September, we're taking in soybeans. God willing, it didn't freeze before then, because our growing season is much shorter than southern Minnesota's. So we have some, you've heard bills in years past of things that we do for sugar beet harvest, because if we do not get the beets out of the ground, and that has happened, we have an urgency because we don't know when Mr. Winter is going to show up and freeze the ground. And once the beets are frozen in the ground, they can heal if it's a light freeze, but if it's a deep freeze, it is, they're stuck. They're just there, and it's another mess in the spring. But we rely on a lot of people to hire, that we hire short-term for harvest, whether it's 6 weeks of ground working and lifting beets to prepping for fall. There's a lot that happens between September and November, and a lot of people are hired. But I want to tell you that this isn't just our local farmers that are affected by this. I am part of a cooperative that is over 2,600 farmers now, that we own American Crystal Sugar as a cooperative, and that company is run by the farmers. And the comments that I heard from Representative Smith about how offensive our employers are is really hurtful. That company, well, it struggled with its negotiations. It's a business that also has union workers in it. But we negotiate that between the employees and the employers. All of it is done by local people. And they are offered quite a bit of the paid and sick. This is just going to add to their costs. Well, those costs come out in the sugar you buy, because guess what? When my costs go up, I don't sell my sugar in the store. So the company gets together and they sell the sugar out of Chaska, Minnesota. It's called United Sugars, if you've heard about it. But they market the sugar year-round, and it is sent to all places like, you're probably familiar with Kraft and Hershey's and General Mills. It is the largest company in Minnesota, but it also affects, or is the largest, it is the largest sugar-growing company in the United States. But what's more important is that business affects everybody on Main Street. If we are not effective, the restaurant has problems. If we are not effective, the car owners cannot sell, the automobiles cannot sell their product. One thing I will share with you is the comment about employers. Members, I have a little restaurant in my town, and the restaurant owner has been sick. If you saw her, you would say, oh, wow, she's really thin. And she is. She's had cancer. She owns the business that her father left her when he died. Thus the name RBJ, her dad's initials. Many times I have been in that restaurant at 7 o'clock in the morning to be served coffee by her husband, who comes to rescue her. He's a farmer too, who comes to rescue her because her cook didn't show up or didn't call. They probably are getting paid, or she's working out something because she does. Her waitress comes in when she's supposed to. That waitress, the restaurant can be full. It's picture an old country kitchen. It is full of people. They are scrambling around. They employ what they can. They provide the benefits they can. And this requirement for her will likely put her out of business, because I don't think she just is hanging by a thread. She is the person who says, I haven't seen Joe lately. Do you know where Joe is? No, I haven't seen him either. Someone will walk in and say, oh, he's been sick. He's at home. Oh, can you run the special over to him today? And she packages it all up. And she doesn't just do the meatball dinner that is always on Thursday noon. She makes sure there's a cookie or two, and she writes a little note, and she's a very vital part of Crookston, Minnesota. But all of this, she is not going to be able to handle the paid and sick time. It is not going to help her. And the other thing that I am really concerned about, most importantly, school systems are going to have trouble with this. This just, as a former school board member, this makes me have nightmares about what we have to do. We can't even hire teachers to fill positions now. Somebody decides, and I have teachers that have asked for this. This is the only group of people that have requested this bill. But I don't think the school district's going to be able to do it. So what are we going to do? Close the doors for a couple of days because we have 2 or 3 people sick, and we still find some help for fill in, but we're having a hard time finding that. Substitute teachers are very, very hard to find. And we don't tell the teachers, oh, well, you should come to school and work. Nope. COVID happened. One teacher had a risk. I went into the classroom, and when COVID was going on, she was at high risk. And so what they did when they went back to school, she was on Zoom, and someone else handled the classroom. We adapt, and that is often what we do. We adapt for our employees and our employers. I've done all kinds of things for my employees when they've needed it. Like Representative Knudsen said, when they need something, we step in. We figure out what they need, we ask them what they'd like, and we help them. That's what a small business wants to and can do. It is, I have fond memories of many of my employees and the struggles that they had at the end of life, but we were there for them. We helped them even when they were retired. But that's what a small business does. You're making it very difficult for my small businesses, which are, there's just so many of them in Main Street that we're struggling already, that I don't think this is going to be easy for them to adapt. Unless we're going to go back to Representative Baker's request of 50 and under, that we don't require that of them, that would be very helpful. So as we move forward and likely, unfortunately, pass this bill, I would really want you to think about that. Big businesses can afford to help people and provide benefits, and they can adapt. Small businesses adapt in different ways. But the one thing I want you to think about, Representative Feist made the comment, oh, we just adapted. Everybody pitched in and we covered that job. Tell me how a nursing home does that. I would like to know how a nursing home does that. What do you sell? A couple of residents? Go home. We can't have you today because we don't have enough nurses. We can't find nurses. What do we do? It is a serious problem. And I just think you're missing the point. But I thank you for letting me speak, and please reconsider passing this bill.
I recognize the member from Todd, Representative Weiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a lot said this evening, so I'll keep it brief. The engine of our economy in the state of Minnesota is small business, and the fuel of that engine is minorities. 20% of small businesses in Minneapolis, St. Paul are owned by minorities. The average business doesn't show a profit for 2 years. And even with that, the small businesses' median income after that is about $52,000. This bill is an attack on the minorities that we are actually trying to promote in our state. We're looking at spending millions of dollars to promote minority BIPOC groups to build these small businesses. And this bill will kill them. It's very easy to see. When there's no profit for 2 years, many of us have been through this before, it is tough to start a business. And when we're trying to build those businesses in Minnesota and to cut them off before they even get started, this is wrong. I'm voting against this bill.
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, members. You know, we've heard a lot. Everybody's tired. But I listened tonight, and I can't help but think of one of our workforce presenters this week. His name was Leroy West, president of Summit Academy, and he talked about what he's doing to prepare kids for business. And it was really a simple concept, but he said, we asked how the secret kind of sauce to his success. Guess what he did? He said, we listened to business. Listen to business. Pretty profound. And you know what? That's what I've done the last 3 weeks. I've listened to business. I've been in the community. I've been in 2 harbors talking to small insurance companies. I've been talking to restaurants. I've been flooded by emails from Hermantown, from Proctor, from 2 harbors and every township, from people that do gutters, from people that have restaurants, bowling, you name it. People that employ people that are 15 years old in a kitchen, washing dishes for $15 an hour. People that have seasonal workers that are very concerned. You know, I think people are forgetting small businesses aren't the ones to be vilified. I'm sorry that anybody would think that employers have built their company off of their employees. It's a horrendous thing to even hear. After I've spent my life caring for people and employees, to be portrayed that way, or for anybody in business to be portrayed that way. Small business is the heartbeat of the community. And guess what? The owners are the heartbeat too. And guess what? I've watched as an owner, and what I've done as an owner. Representative Knutson nailed it on the head. I talked to a restaurant owner today, and she said, does anybody know that the small business ones are the ones that know their employees? We're not Amazon. We do all the fundraisers for the cancer benefit when your kid is sick. We donate item after item after item. We donate at Rotary, we're in Kiwanis, we're in Lions, we give of our time, we give of our money. And we are being vilified, which is horrific to see. The other thing they said is, does anybody realize we buy tires when our employees can't buy them? You don't know that because we don't tell people that. I don't tell people what I've done. They're not telling people what they've done. They've paid their rent, they buy their school clothes, they paid their medical bills. They have been their lifeline because work families are families. I realize a yes vote's easy, and it can go through, but I'll challenge you to say this. When I've asked people, what does this mean for your business? It means you're paying more when you go through the car wash. You're gonna pay, how much do you wanna pay for a hamburger and fries? $20? It's $15 now, didn't used to be. At what point do you stop going to the restaurant to buy the hamburger is what I was asked today by the restaurant owner. At what point do the American people and people in Minnesota say, you know what, I just can't do it anymore. I'm not doing it anymore. At what point do you can't pay more than $200, $250 a night for a hotel? At what point? There is a breaking point. At what time do you stop bowling, skiing, snowmobiling, fishing, everything you do, including buying tabs for your car? It's not an option what all these costs are. That is inflation. That is what we call not having enough money at the end of our day. Have any of you looked at a P&L? We're making all these rules, and how many of you looked at the small business owner's P&L? If you listen to this body, you'd think everybody's done everything off the backs and they're all just thriving. That's not who I talk to. They're not thriving. I'm glad some of you in this room are, but there are a lot of people that are not. The other thing I ask is, I'm not sure how many of you have ran 24-hour operations. If that employee doesn't show up in a 24-hour operation for the afternoon shift, but Representative Smith, you came in for your day shift, and somebody is sick on the afternoon shift, maybe 2 people, because if it's a 100-bed nursing home, there could be 2, 3 people that call in the same day. I've done scheduling before. But you showed up for your day shift. Guess what? You or somebody else is staying for the afternoon shift. It's off the backs of the other employees. The amount of that's went on for the last 2.5 years is insurmountable. I just talked to a nurse that stopped by from M&A. How many days do you think they've worked 16 hours? Back to back to back, because there's no staff anywhere. Right now, there's no staff in an ICU. Do you think there's going to be more staff with this policy? We're not growing staff in a petri dish. So the companies that run businesses Monday through Friday, hooray. But guess what? There's a lot of them that don't. It's weekends, it's Christmas, it's Easter, it's the 4th of July. And if you've ever staffed a nursing home, assisted living, group home, or nursing home, you can see what the problem might be. And we're not even talking about those issues. We haven't even talked about how we're going to make sure those systems and pay the people there. We're talking about this. Another thing that's going to create another vacuum of issues in an absolute huge product type that's about to go down the toilet. So I'm telling you, and the fine piece, I'll just tell you what's happened in nursing homes, assisted livings. During COVID, assisted livings paid $3 million in fines, from $500 to $3,000 per incident. Let me hear that, tell you again, $3 million when this body set the rules and the owners had to pay. So we wonder why they're failing? 1,700 of them, and it is subjective. A surveyor in Stearns County isn't the same surveyor in St. Louis County or Lake County. It's up to them. They think it's a big deal, you're going to get a big fine. And then you try to appeal it and spend your time that way. Small owners don't have an HR department. They don't have the resources to do this. The market drives the businesses we're in. It always has. You know, Paul Harvey said there's the story and then there's the rest of the story. And the rest of the story is we're not talking about the root issues. We got hospitals right now that are packed, can't discharge people. Kids have been there for over a year. We're not talking about that. They're there because there's no mental health placements. We're not dealing with the wages of healthcare workers, home care workers, families who care for their disabled children at home. We're further going to divide the gap. And until we deal with that, we are just putting together another plan that's going to advance this issue. So we're moving to a model where everybody's going to have to care for people at home because there won't be caregivers. So the horse has to be first before you get to a cart. These businesses are crawling out of COVID, and I'm saying crawling. They didn't decide to be shut down. They were shut down. They put their life on the line. They have already worked 16-hour days. Owners are just going to have to own it themselves without hiring employees for small business. And I know people in Gneeson that are doing that. Husband and wife are running the whole thing. They're running their business. But how many days do you work every day? They work every day of the week. Long hours. Every business owner I know is doing that. There is no they are the backup plan. So today when you vote, think about if you go to the hospital. How long do you want to wait in the ER? Because you're going to be waiting. You're going to be in a hallway on a cot because there's no beds. And the infrastructure needs staff, and we're just going to increase the issues. And if you don't think it's real, you're going to see it be written in history because it's happening right now. I urge you to consider tonight when you vote. Thank you.
Recognize the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members. I rise today for Minnesota. I rise for our workforce. And really what's happening here is there is a clashing of ideals. That's what's happening here on this floor. That's what's happening in Minnesota and parts of our country is there is a clashing of ideals. One side is clearly telling us that government knows better. One side is creating the mandates and the laws and just shoving it down your face. One side is standing for freedom. One side is standing for employers, for small business owners. This is very distressing to see what's happening in Minnesota. This will kill our economy, and I think there is such a disconnect happening of how the economy works. We have to be a state attracting businesses. That's how we get the tax dollars that you love to spend. We have to attract the businesses. I am from a district that's close to the Wisconsin border. We are looking at losing businesses daily in Minnesota because of the laws that we are passing right here on the floor. Bill after bill, for some reason, the majority party here, they love California. They are passing laws and bills that very much simulate California. I would like you to look today at the LA Times. Look at LA Times. 500,000 people have left the state of California. 500,000 people. And in Minnesota last year, we lost 20,000 people. This is a big deal. The majority party has to understand how the economy works. We cannot continue to function as we drive small business out of our state. Businesses are not the problem. They are the catalyst to our economy. They are the people that work hard every day putting in 12-hour shifts. They are the ones that took out the loan and took the risk onto creating this business. We should not be vilifying small businesses. It's very concerning to me, the disconnect that's happening here in the state legislature. It's very concerning to me to see bill after bill after bill being pushed towards a very socialist agenda that's simulating a state of California, and that we are seeing is failing there. Why would we repeat the policies that's failing in another state? Please, I beg you to vote no on this bill, and please support the businesses that drive this economy. We cannot continue to pass legislation after legislation that's killing our economy here in Minnesota. Vote no.
I recognize the member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and Representative Altendorf. Welcome to California. I'd like to convey a message sent me by one of my constituents. In the human services industry, our work is important for those we serve. We are one of the most struggling. We are paid by the state of Minnesota. The dollars are tightly delivered and not enough, according to many of our employees, not at a livable wage. 2022 was a big year for losses. Another year like the last will certainly close our doors. This idea of mandating what I have to pay them for being sick or needing some time off will help close the doors earlier. Now, continuing with disability providers, what about our group homes? Representative Keel mentioned it, others have mentioned group homes and our disability. Years ago, my wife Karen worked for a group home. They had then, and they still have, trouble attracting and retaining employees. It's a tough work, often thankless, and they have serious shortages in staff. If we pay people to stay home, who's going to work in the group home? Who will take their place? Who will care for our most vulnerable citizens? And then we have another problem, dealing with regulations. A Minneapolis City Council person said this year that she has encountered small business owners who simply didn't know about the time off requirements they have in Minneapolis, known as the earned and sick and safe time. Personal management software can cost several $1,000s, an expense that some businesses may not be able to afford. So they don't know the rules, they can't follow the rules, and it costs them more money. So we're going to overregulate, further contribute to worker shortages, exacerbate a money drain facing businesses. We are in danger of putting businesses out of work, putting businesses out of business. What good is that benefit going to be to them?
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Hussein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We can debate for politics of this bill all night, but I would rather spend some time to talk about humanity. At the core of this bill, we are giving opportunity for Minnesota families. It is inhumane for us to force our community to choose between their paycheck or spending some time with their loved one who's dying in critical. Voting for this bill will expand earned sick and safe time for all Minnesota workers. No one should have to choose between their health or paychecks. It is unfair that some people can stay home sick while others cannot. So I did have an experience, and I did not have the privilege to do so while my mom was dying in a bed. I could not take care of it because I did not have the privilege and opportunity to do so. This bill, it's about workers' rights. It will give opportunity for all Minnesotans to take care for their loved one, to take care of the one that's dying, to take care of the people that's needed for the most. We have 900,000 Minnesotans who do not have the opportunity to take care of their loved one or their sick ones. I will ask for all of my colleagues to vote for this bill, yes, because we are giving people that really need it for those that we can take care of it. I could not do it because this House File 19 was not exist. And I could not do it because I was struggling to work and taking care of nighttime of my mom. I was afraid to call sick because I could get fired. Many of our Minnesotans has experience for those kind of issues. This bill, it touched my heart, and I want to make sure that all Minnesota have opportunity to do so. So please vote yes. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Creshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, so this bill won't do what you think it's going to do, and it won't solve all the wonderful things that you're putting out there. If you have run a company, or if you've hired or fired or managed people, you'll know one of the big known secrets in HR, and that is people don't leave companies, they leave people. They leave the people they work for. And if those relationships aren't solid, you lose your employers. It's that simple. I don't know what this bill will do, and neither do most of us on this floor, if not all of us, because the unintended consequences are yet to come. But here's what we do know. This will create more uncertainty in a world right now that is incredibly uncertain. If you just watch the Fed and their response to how they're tapping down inflation, and watch the market's reaction as well as the overseas, nobody has an idea what is coming in the next 12 to 16 months, which means hiring decisions are based on uncertainty. They're based on people trying to figure out, and the biggest thing that a business needs if they're hiring is they need to know, are they going to make payroll in the next 2 weeks? If you're a small business owner or even a medium business owner that hasn't stayed up all night long wondering how you're going to make payroll, there aren't many of you, because we all do it. And in times of uncertainty, it's that little thing that could tip you into a slow season going into a pickup season. That's the way cycles work. So we don't know what this bill is going to do. And I tell people when I'm out and about all the time, you don't want us in the legislature doing things quickly because we're going to get it wrong. We're going to get it wrong here. And let's talk specifically about school districts. For school districts, there's a local impact, but we don't know about that because this didn't come through committee. For school district, there will be another unfunded mandate. But for school districts, they have bargaining units. Go read their contracts. They're already handling these conversations. They're already figuring out the best employer-employee relationships to make things work. That's what they do. State legislature that is a one-size-fits-all takes that out of their hands. Okay? We just came out of the Great Resignation. Employers are struggling to find employees. The workers have all the choices. They're jumping around. There's difficulty finding loyalty because they're already matching and looking for the best scenario. And the Great Resignation that everybody talked about was people were leaving the workforce, and now we've moved into the Great Regret where they're wishing they hadn't. And we're seeing a workforce all across the spectrum that's wishing they hadn't made some of the rash decisions they made through the very tough times of the pandemic. And now if you're an employer, you're about to go through the Great Reset, which is how do you collapse your bottom line just to make it another 12 months so you can get to the other side of this uncertainty. The hope that we're going to tap inflation back down under hopefully 4%, maybe to a target of 2%, where goods and services will come, the supply chain will free up, and once again, customers will start making decisions for businesses so they can start to grow. This legislation, no emotion about it other than the unintended consequences are vastly unknown. And you are putting people who are in the position to make decisions about future employers in a very difficult position of uncertainty. It's the worst place you can put your small businesses. It's the worst place you can put your school districts. They're trying to figure this out, and we're not going to make it easier for them.
I recognize the member from Stearns, Representative Perryman.
Thank you, Speaker. I am not representing myself tonight as a small business owner. I am here to represent the people I ran for in St. Cloud, St. Augusta, Wake Park, and St. Joe, and not just the constituents, because they're going to be all affected by these new cost pressures, but for small business. I am insulted with some of the comments tonight from others putting us as villains. And I'm not a stranger to small business. I've been a small business owner since 1999. And I know, and all the small businesses in my area have experienced a lot of hardships these last 3 years through a lot of things that we did not ask for. But we got them, and we pivoted, and we still gave back to our communities. We still kept our employees on the job. We kept them happy. I think I have more nieces and nephews in St. Cloud because of my 18 employees than anybody in this room. I also go to more graduations, more baptisms, more everything than probably anybody in this room. I'm not calling myself perfect or look at me kind of thing. That's what small business owners do. We are a team, we are a family. It's extended out to their wives, to their daughters, to their sons. Do you know when I got cancer, my team, my manager went to Mexico, and when he was on the beach, he saw an individual making those braided wrists. And he brought back 20 braided wrists that said, Bernie Strong. And they were in Batteries Plus colors because they cared enough about me because they know I care enough about them. And I'm not unique. There are many small businesses out there that do that kind of work. So that's why I am insulted if anybody wants to say that small business are keep taking, because I am giving the time off for sick days. So thank you, everyone, for caring about our employees, that you want them to have sick time. Thanks for caring about it, but we're all doing it already. We don't need unfunded mandates that tell us what to do in our businesses. So that's what this bill is doing. I've witnessed with many small businesses the hard work we all do together for our employees and to contribute to our communities, and sometimes at the expense of small margins for us. As someone said, I think Representative Krisha, the last person that gets paid in a small business is the business owner. And sometimes that doesn't come that way. And yes, we get paid through the business, but when the business is crunch and it's not good, and we're picking up pieces the last 3 years, all small businesses, we are the ones that make sure our employees are taken care of first with what their needs are, and that includes sick days. In fact, it doesn't matter if someone doesn't have a sick day left. If they need it, we make it work. So don't put me in that bucket. What I am worried about is that, all businesses and industries going forward with the costs associated with this unfunded mandate, which is additional record keeping, additional HR charges, and a possibility up to $10,000 fine. I'll acknowledge that. So costs, compliance, operational impacts of unfunded mandates like the one tonight being considered will put pressure on all employers, especially small employers. The increased costs will limit resources available for business owners to have employee personal training and job growth, moving them ahead in my company. I promote from within. So we train them to go ahead and become managers. That's what employers do. They take the resources of human being capital and they grow them. And then when they grow them, they become familiar and more family, and then they promote them to managers because that is what we do. That's our reward, to watch employees get promoted within our systems. So again, these kind of mandates, unfunded mandates, will hurt business to expand in Minnesota, and it could hurt new business coming to Minnesota as they look at the laws and the bills we are passing these last several days and into the future. So again, a note for me is business owners are really a good breed. We are. And I'm sorry that a few maybe make us a cookie cutter approach that we have to do an unfunded mandate to make everybody come up to what they should do. Like many small businesses, employees come first with me, which means as an owner, as I said, we get paid last. I want my guys to get paid, and the mandate about salary caps or mandated hourly wages, I passed that a long time ago. That's old news. And that's what happens with business owners. They pass it down. After all these costs, some industries might not get anything at the end of the day for their payroll, the owners. And then at the same time, the smaller guys are going to perhaps close their doors. And I saw too many bars and restaurants close their doors during the last couple of years. And I don't want more to close, because business is the economic growth and engine to the communities we all serve and live in. We give back to the nonprofits. We give back to our employees. We see someone in need, we run to it. We don't run away from it. We run to helping everyone in the community and our employees. So I just ask you, please, for once, consider not passing this bill. I know I'm speaking to the ceiling, but I gotta say it. Please don't pass this bill. And I ask you, stop making all businesses owners greedy villains. Please don't do that anymore. And let us run our own business. And we'll prove to you that we might be able to run our community businesses better than governments running their own business. And that's including me here. And I just say, government, get out of our way and watch us go. Thank you.
The member from Clay, Representative Joy. The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I want to try to bring the temperature down in the room a little bit, because it's been a pretty good day here at the Capitol. Had some meaningful constituent meetings, did some good work in committee, was able to actually vote for things instead of just against them, had some good side conversations with members from the other side of the aisle about work that you're doing. And I'd like to try to pivot towards that positivity here, even as I rise in opposition to the bill that's before us right now. And I'm going to get there, but let me start by just reviewing a couple of the things that have been said about job creators tonight. We've been told that the legislature sometimes needs to come together in order to hold businesses accountable, which is an interesting turn of phrase. That's the way we tend to speak about criminals, people who are engaged in wrongdoing, other things that have been said tonight. Job creators mistreat their employees. They operate on the backs of their employees. And what all these statements have in common is they appeal to a sense of grievance. They come from a place where you feel like you've been done wrong. And so you're going to lash out against the person who's done wrong against you. And I guess, for me, a lot of us here in this chamber are people of faith. We open our floor sessions with a prayer from chaplains every time we come here. And one of the common themes, one of the common tenets of our various faiths in this state is that we ought to try to approach our lives with a sense of gratitude. We have a holiday called Thanksgiving. We give thanks to whatever we call God. And we're supposed to treat each other the same way. We're supposed to be thankful for our relationships, thankful for the opportunity to engage with one another and pursue our happiness. And I try to approach my work that way. I work for a woman who runs a small business. She herself is a contractor to a much larger business whose name you would recognize. And when I think about, and I work closely with her every single day that I'm in her employ because I'm her operations manager. So I basically run the business, the day-to-days, the particulars. But it's her business, and she's ultimately responsible for everything that happens, for every employee, for the work that gets done. And, you know, she's younger than me. I don't know how young, I've never bothered to ask. But I know she's got a couple of kids who are much younger than mine. In fact, she's got a baby who was born less than 2 years ago. And I remember when she went out, took time off, unpaid, right? Because she's now nobody's employee. Me and other managers and staff had to step up and run the business for her. She had to trust us with that while she was gone. And we took care of it. But here she is, a young mother who has chosen, along with her husband, to mortgage their home in order to start a business, as it turns out, unbeknownst to them, just before a pandemic. And to work for a much larger, to work with or in contract with a much larger multinational corporation that, to be frank, couldn't possibly care less about her or about us, about any of the people that make their bottom line happen. But she cares. And she's had to endure unanticipated changes to policy from the company that we contract with. She's had to endure the consequences of employees not fulfilling their responsibility or being careless. You know, if one of her employees, if I go out and destroy or damage her property or a customer's property or the company we contract with's property, I don't have to pay for it. The employee who doesn't have to pay for it. We get to just walk away into the sunset. She has to pay for it. She has to take on that responsibility, that risk, and is frequently burdened with it. If her business fails, she loses her house. If I have a bad day at work, I can quit and never have to deal with it again. I can just walk away. That's what I suppose you might call that employee privilege. I do not have it within me to do what she did in order to become a job creator. I wouldn't take the risk that she took. I wouldn't endure under the burden that she endures. But because she does, because she's willing to take that risk, because she's willing to endure, I get to pay my mortgage. My kids get to eat. Every once in a while, we get to go on a vacation. And I'm grateful for that. I don't view her as mistreating me, operating on my back. She has my back. But here's the thing, I've had bad employees or bad job creators as bad employers as well, right? People who I've worked for who didn't treat me well, who didn't care. You know what the worst was? The absolute worst work experience I've ever had was working as a 1099 independent contractor, where I wasn't an employee, but I was tasked with effectively acting as one, because they have little tricks, they have little ways that they pressure and manipulate you to do things that they wouldn't be able to get you to do if you were their employee, because it would be violating employment law, right? Worst experience of my life in the workforce, being a 1099 independent contractor. I now work for somebody who, again, contracts with a larger company. And the same dynamic applies there, where as a small business owner, they are operating on her back. They are mistreating her, and through extension, those who work for her. They pass on costs, they pass on liability, they pass on risk, and don't have to deal with it. What these types of policies that you're passing are going to do is they're going to foster more of that. You're going to see more companies moving away from directly employing people and moving towards 1099 work, independent contractors, offloading to smaller businesses so that they can avoid the accountability, so that they can avoid the $10,000 fine for a paperwork error and pass that along to a small business like the one I work for. A cost that they could endure as a large multinational corporation, but will put her out of her house along with her baby and her slightly older child and her husband. And again, I want to try to keep it positive. I want to try to keep it light. I want to bring down the temperature. I know you guys are trying to do something good here. I get it. I appreciate it. What I'm suggesting, and what I think some of the members on this side of the aisle are suggesting, is that you haven't thought all this stuff through. You haven't thought through what the consequences are going to be to people who are not exploitative capitalists, but people who are just trying to pursue the American dream, a meager dream of putting up a shingle and running a shop, having a small business, employing a few people, giving them the ability to pay their bills and pay their mortgage. Those are the people who are going to suffer as a consequence of not just this bill. This is the start. We got more coming. And you're just going to stack them all on top of each other. The net effect being, I don't know, what, you just get paid to never do anything? Certainly the way it seems. And it's all, what gets me, going back to these comments, is that there seems to be this sense, and I believe it even was said tonight by one of the members, that people are owed this. They're owed it. How'd you figure that out? I was unaware of this. I was unaware that I'm owed something more than the paychecks I've gotten from my employer. I was unaware that I was owed something more than what I agreed to in mutual voluntary transaction. I don't know how that works. I wonder if under that calculus I could sue my employer and say, well, you owe me. Well, what? What do you mean I owe you? Well, you owe me all this back pay for all this sick time that you never gave me. We know that wouldn't pan out because I'm owed nothing. That's the beauty of market transactions. You walk away owing each other nothing. You mutually benefit. I got to pay my mortgage. She got to run her business. End of transaction. We'll do it again tomorrow. We'll do it again next week. This sense of grievance that is fueling these types of policies that necessarily require the demonization of good people who are risking everything to create jobs for people who don't want to risk everything is something you should think twice about. Thank you.
The member from Otter Tail, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've had a chance to visit with a lot of fellow small business owners, and like Representative Perryman said, they're very proudful of their employees. They're family to them. They do whatever they need to do. But these small business owners don't want the mandate. They want us to stay out of the way. I visited with a few constituents. One's an optometrist. He has several locations. He said, this is BS. This is BS. He said, do you want us all to move away from Minnesota? I talked to a company that delivers fuel, diesel fuel and gasoline to our farmers and local businesses. He said he currently has 11 CDL drivers. But he said, with this, I'm going to have 3 more on hand. You can't just come up with CDL drivers. You have to have these people sitting in the wings ready to go. I talked yesterday with a superintendent. He had just finished a meeting with a bunch of area superintendents, school superintendents. And he said, nobody wants this. Nobody wants it. It's going to be hard to get substitute teachers, to make that all work out, for summer help. He said no one in the room wanted this as far as school superintendents. Madam Speaker, I wonder if Representative Tabke would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I grew up in Scott County, and my niece is the Director of Social Services at Friendship Manor in Shakopee. That business has been in business since 1965. They have a staff of 90 people. So I visited with the administrator yesterday. My question is have you visited with Bruce at Friendship Manor?
Representative Tabke.
Speaker Hortman and Representative, no, I have not visited with Bruce at Friendship Manor, no.
Representative Murphy.
Well, I had a nice visit with him yesterday. And yesterday he told me that this is going to hurt tremendously to have this mandate. He said there's no excuses for when people want to not come to work. He said it's just another mandated cost. And he said by far the worst is we're struggling badly with trying to get enough people to work, that this is going to be extremely painful for us. So anyway, I'm voting no for this. I hope we treat our small businesses like the mentors and the good neighbors that they are. So I really would like to see the other side consider the small business owners as a significant part of our body. Thank you.
The member from Mauer, Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, members, for this discussion. I took it upon myself, since we are public servants, to actually go to the public and talk to them and ask my business owners, my job creators, what they thought of this. Let us remind ourselves that while you've heard lots of numbers and lots of things today, that there are millions of people who work for a small business. And while we heard that 40% of workers would be hurt if we don't pass something like this, I want you to imagine what Minnesota would be like if all of a sudden 40% of them just didn't have jobs anymore. Because our businesses have been overtaxed, over-mandated, over-governed. And so they decide to go to someplace else. And that's an actual reality for people like me, because I represent a bordering county. I'm only 15 minutes from the Iowa border. So it's very easy for my business owners, my job creators, to decide where they would like to set up shop. And oftentimes, Minnesota is the one losing, because government has decided to make it near impossible. We said today that we've heard a lot about small business owners, but we haven't heard much about people. Well, surprise, surprise, job creators are people too, who employ people. And small business owners who are in my communities, they know them. They go to church with them. They go to school with them. They know their kids. They see them in the grocery stores. They see them at the ball game. They know intimately and personally who their employees are. They are people too. Small businesses, our job creators, do not have success if they treat their employees poorly. Because as been said so many times, we don't quit a business, we quit our managers, our supervisors. And in case you haven't been looking around, there's help wanted everywhere. So if your job provider is treating you poorly, I guarantee you there's going to be someone else who's willing to employ you. I guarantee it. Because we are in such a hurting phase right now because of how many people we still need to hire. I promised my job creators that I would read their stories. And since we have taken it upon ourselves here in the legislature to mandate this, we are going to wait until you hear the stories of my job creators, because they have given me their stories. And for a culture that has decided that our truth lies within our own stories, hopefully you will understand what they have to say. As a business leader in your district, I ask that you carefully consider the impacts to owners and employees brought on by House File 2, and which we know is not debated tonight, but they put it all together, as well as House File 19. As written, one-size-fits-all legislation would bring forth one of the most expansive leave programs in the country. This will bring significant challenges in terms of staffing and finding replacement workers. Representative Mueller, I'm writing to let you know I do not support this bill. I am a CPA and I work with many small businesses. I know the frustration that employers have trying to keep up with all the payroll-related filings and deadlines on top of sales tax, provider tax, heavy use tax, income tax, etc. This is an additional cost for employers that are already running small margins in their businesses. Some business owners forgo any earnings for themselves in some years just to pay their employees and pay their bills. I am disappointed that the state feels they need to intervene on this issue. Representative Mueller, as a small business owner, I just want to share my views on the potential House File 19 mandates. I currently own a business with 7 employees, 3 of which are truck drivers, 2 office staff, and 2 owners. I am also in the process of purchasing another small business in similar industry. We can barely find employees to fill positions now. Is no one thinking about how many small businesses would have to shut down? How it would impact the job market? Are the regulations and restrictions strict enough? It just doesn't make sense. We, as business owners, hold each other accountable. If you don't have good benefits, employees don't want to work for you. Therefore, you have to step up. We don't need the government to force us to step up to a line that is unattainable, a line that will bankrupt a business. And not bankrupt a business is an additional tax, but more so in terms of what they are going to do without these employees. It is so sad that Minnesota has come to such lengths when it is not the least bit necessary. Rep. Mueller, I work for a small business, family restaurant here in Austin. This bill will have a devastating impact on my employer. As an expensive, unfunded mandate on small businesses that have just struggled through COVID shutdowns and labor shortages, this will do untold damage on us and other businesses in the area. Government mandates from those that have never run a business harm the very ones they seek to help. This overly broad and unfunded law also saddles us with overly burdensome and unnecessary bookkeeping mandates with draconian legal consequences. This entire bill will lead to higher prices, business closures due to already tight margins, and unemployment due to huge increases in the labor expenses. Please tell your colleagues in the majority to stop punishing small businesses in attempt to jam through your wish list. Consider the real world consequences. We've been through enough these past 3 years. As a business leader in your legislative district, I ask that you carefully consider the impacts to business owners and employees brought on by these legislation. As written, one-size-fits-all legislation will bring forth one of the most expansive leave programs in the country. We cannot take it. Please vote against House File 19. Mandating employers to employ all employees 80 hours of full-time paid off, regardless if they are full-time, part-time, or temporary, is crazy. It honestly feels like our Minnesota government is trying to eliminate small businesses. I am an owner of a small bookstore in Austin. I own the store, do the purchasing, cleaning, promoting, and most importantly, visit with every guest that enters the door. And I love it, but I get drained. I have asked my consultant who does my taxes if I can hire someone seasonally, part-time, few hours to help me. And the answer is always no. I have a volunteer who gives me a break now and then, but I'm not even supposed to show pay her, or I'll have to start the employment process with giving her all the benefits. It is not a possibility. Small businesses cannot do this. Maybe the big companies who are making money can, but a small business cannot afford this. How much research has been done to study small businesses in Minnesota? Small businesses do keep a community alive, but we have to stay alive ourselves. I am writing to tell you this is one more nail in the coffin for small businesses in Minnesota. I am already doing more than half of my work in Iowa, and I'm thinking of moving the rest of my businesses completely to Iowa. These are just 8 of my stories. 8 that I received in less than 24 hours, begging us to save their small business, begging them to save their livelihoods as they provide jobs for other people in our community. Our job providers invest in your communities. When they are gone, you will not have people to come and give money and sponsor your fundraisers, to sponsor your sports team, to your churches, your food drives. The type of investment that our small businesses are in our communities is invaluable. And they are asking you to listen to them, and please vote no.
The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. There are a lot of bad things about this extreme anti-jobs bill. We've talked about the cost of a one-size-fits-all mandate. We've talked about the complexity that this is imposing on even our smallest businesses and the draconian penalties. But what we haven't talked about yet tonight that I'm really concerned about is the litigation costs that this is going to impose on our smallest businesses. And if you haven't read the bill, I encourage you to look at the last few paragraphs of the bill in which we appropriate in an earned sick and safe time bill, an employee benefits bill, $500,000 a year to the judicial branch. You might ask, why do we have to appropriate money to the judicial branch? Well, if you read the fiscal note on page 30 of the fiscal note, it assumes that we will have so many civil lawsuits as a result of this bill that we will need an entire new district court judge in Minnesota to process all the lawsuits. Think about that. One full-time district court judge processing all the lawsuits that are going to come out of this. So let's look at the language in the bill that creates those civil lawsuits. On page 15, section 5 of the bill, starting on line 18, gives individual remedies, and it says, a person injured by a violation of, and then it inserts the new sections 181.9445 to 181. 6.9448. And if you look at the bill, that's 10 pages of law that new law that we're creating. Any person, quote, injured by a violation of those 10 pages may bring a civil action to recover any and all damages recoverable at law, together with costs and disbursements, including reasonable attorney's fees, and may receive injunctive relief and other equitable relief as determined by the court. And so, Madam Speaker, I would like to explore what this means exactly and who is injured. And so I was hoping that the author of the bill, Representative Olson, would yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Olson, I'm wondering what it means for a person to be injured by a violation of a number of these provisions in those 10 pages of new law that we're creating. And I'm wondering if you can help us understand does someone need to suffer an adverse employment action in order to be injured, or is it an injury if they just don't get some kind of disclosure, or if an employee asks for something that they're not allowed to ask for? So I was hoping that you could just help us understand just generally what does it mean for a person to be injured by a violation of the section 9445 to 9448 in its entirety. Thank you.
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Niska. The goal is to provide the earned sick and safe time benefit, and there will be determination. Like, I can't answer your exact question, and you go for it with figuring out what you're after here, because I don't think that it has to be decided by DLI, by if there's an actual private right of action or actual contested case hearing, but I wouldn't be able to define that right here, so.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the honesty, Representative Olson, that you're not sure what would be an injury that would create a lawsuit that would have to be decided by a judge at some point in time down the road. Maybe if I ask some more specific questions, it might be helpful. So if you could turn your attention, if Representative Olson would continue to yield, Madam Speaker.
Representative Niska, I'm just going to state for the body, the appropriate use of asking somebody to yield is for a particular question. The phrase continue to yield means that you're not asking for that permission each time. And so I would like you to ask a question and then ask if the person will yield to that question, rather than asking if people will yield to a series of questions that they don't know what they are. Representative Niska.
Fair enough, Madam Speaker. And just for the next question, I was wondering if Representative Olson would yield.
She will yield. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Olson. If you could turn your attention to page 6, line 6, the subdivision regarding notice, which says that if a need for use is, and this is on line 7 in the middle, it says, if the need for use is foreseeable, an employer may require advance notice of the intention to use earned sick and safe time, but must not require more than 7 days advance notice. It also, further down, starting in line 12, for example, says that if there's a written policy that containing reasonable procedures, that policy has to be provided to employees. So my question on that is, if an employer has a handbook that just as a blanket matter says, we expect you to give 2 weeks notice, not 7 days, but 2 weeks notice for any time off that you're taking, does the existence of that 2-week notice requirement in the employee's handbook and their written policy, is that an injury that an employee has suffered under this provision?
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Niska. That is not mine to determine in the bill.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Olson. I appreciate that. So that's for a court to decide after it has been apparently litigated, costly litigation brought by a private plaintiff's lawyer seeking attorney's fees. Let's try another one. Subdivision 3, starting on line on 6.17. In that subdivision, it says that A, it says that when an employee uses earned sick and safe time for more than 3 consecutive days, an employer may require reasonable documentation like a doctor's note. So, Madam Speaker, I was wondering if Representative Olson would yield for another question?
It's customary to state the question you would like the person to yield to first.
I appreciate that, Madam Speaker. That hasn't been the practice I've consistently observed on this floor, but the question that I would appreciate if Representative Olson, the author of the bill, could answer for us is whether if an employee is out for 3 days, not more than 3 days, but 3 days, and an employer asks them for a doctor's note, has the act of asking them for a doctor's note after 3 days of being out, is that an injury that would give rise to a cause of action by that employee? If Representative Olson would yield.
She will. Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Niska. I think you're going to hear a repeated theme that you're probably getting at by asking me these questions that are the same, just at different parts in the bill, which is that's not mine for me to determine. But what I will tell you is that we do have evidence, thankfully, because as mentioned, this has been implemented in Minneapolis, Duluth, Bloomington, other states, St. Paul, that if you turn your attention to the fiscal note on page 11, it talks about the cases where it has. So you'll see that on the average, the department assessed and collected a penalty only in 1.9% of all investigations, talking about how rarely it even goes to investigations, let alone fees. And then if you go to the next line down, it talks about the Office of Administrative Hearings. On average, DLI estimates it would refer 1 claim annually to the Office of Administrative Hearings. So I think some of your answers could be done based on the assumptions from where we have learned in other places within DLI, where they already enforce labor practices and labor standards, as well as the learnings from other local governments throughout Minnesota.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Olson, I do have probably 10 more of these questions. I won't go through all of them with you. I would point out that the fiscal note language that you're talking about is actually not about private causes of action brought by private plaintiffs. It's about the Department of Labor and Industry doing investigations that then go into the Office of Administrative Hearings. The Department of Labor and Industry, I don't agree necessarily with every investigation that they do or the discretion that they always exercise, but they are a responsible agency that has political accountability in the state. Every plaintiff's lawyer in the state of Minnesota is not. And as someone who actually has defended small businesses in kind of stick-up, drive-by plaintiff's litigation, let me tell you a little bit about how this is going to work. So, for example, page 6, starting on line 33, requires an employer must accept as reasonable documentation a written statement from the employee indicating that the employee is using or used earned sick or safe time for a qualifying purpose as reasonable documentation. If an employer knows that the employee is lying and they tell them they're lying, I strongly suspect that Representative Olson can't tell us whether that employee has now suffered a cause of action. They could go find a lawyer to sue their employee and get attorney's fees and damages. On page 8, we require a notice to be sent out. I appreciate the fact that Representative Olson was willing to accept the amendment that requires Dolly to create a model notice and give to employers. But this goes into effect July 1st, 2024. And on the day, at the commencement of employment or the effective date of this section, that notice must be given. If that notice is given on July 2nd, 2024, just by oversight of the employer, or the second day of employment by oversight of the employer, bang, lawsuit, attorney's fees, or a demand letter at the very least, a shakedown. The notice must include all of the information required under paragraph A, that's on page 9, line 3. Accidental omission of any one part of that notice, that's a lawsuit. An employer that provides an employee handbook, this is the next line, to its employees must include in the handbook notice of employee rights and remedies under this section. They could have perfect notices all over the place. All of the notices required above, but if they leave this out of their handbook, lawsuit, attorney's fees. The employer in subdivision 11, starting on 914, needs to retain accurate records. If they don't retain the records, if an employer has done everything right, but their records are all on a server that goes crash, lawsuit. You know, we've talked a lot about the reckless pace of what's going on in this term. When we rush through legislation, we make mistakes, and sometimes those mistakes result in horrible downstream consequences, drive-by lawsuits, junk lawsuits. In 2017, the Minnesota legislature had to come back and fix one of these problems, you might remember. We had written bad remedies in our Americans with Disabilities Act in our state law that led to exactly these kind of drive-by lawsuits. You had plaintiffs' lawyers. One of the worst of them is actually in federal prison under a different fraud right now, Paul Hansmeier. But many of these were brought by a cottage industry of plaintiffs' lawyers. And like I said, I've defended against these kind of lawsuits. So let me explain how it works. They send you a demand letter. They tell you, maybe they tell you, we'll settle for $9,000. You go talk to your lawyer. I was in the position of being one of those lawyers and telling them what to do. And I said, yeah, you need to settle. It's going to cost you more than $9,000 just to defend this lawsuit, even if you win. So when Representative Olson says, well, I can't answer that. I wrote the bill, but I can't answer that. You're going to have to wait till someone sues you. You're going to have to wait, pay the attorney, go to court. Your attorney's going to tell you to just settle, but if you want to get the answer, you're going to have to pay your attorney. They're not cheap. Representative Nelson, some of us may hate lawyers, but they have to feed their families too. They're not cheap. So when the small business owners are paying for their lawyers just to find out the answer to Representative Olson's question, their lawyers are going to be telling them, just settle, just take the deal. Members, this is a bad bill. It's a crushing mandate on our small businesses at exactly the wrong time. They're already hurting due to federal and state policy weighing down on them. And Representative Mueller, I appreciate your stories. I was given a story by a constituent, Thomas, who's a business owner, thoroughly disgusted how the representatives in the state continue to try to punish business owners as though we're the enemy. He said, and this is Thomas's story, this expensive mandate will make it harder for small businesses like ours to invest in our businesses, attract workers, and keep up with their competition. The proposal even goes further than existing mandates in Minneapolis, Duluth, and Bloomington by providing no small business exception, no waiting period for new employees, and harder to avoid burdensome tracking requirements. Please consider the struggle that small businesses have been through in the last 3 years and challenges we continue to face before putting another expensive mandate on us. Businesses want to take care of their employees, even the businesses that aren't owned by DFL legislators. They do, but not all of them can afford this. So this is about people, but this bill is going to put people out of work. It's going to raise costs. It's going to hurt people. Please vote no.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Becker Finn.
Thank you, Speaker. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm a small business owner, not a landlord or a consultant, not really a mom and pop operation since it's just me. I have never used the word job creator to describe myself, but I guess I should start. So I'm a job creator, and our business is really, I imagine, although it's not strictly a mom and pop operation, sometimes my mom does help out. And my kids help out, but I imagine it's probably what folks imagine when they imagine a mom and pop operation. We're a small coffee shop. It's just me and my 9 employees. We make coffee and we make people happy, and we're based in our community in my district. Most of my employees are my constituents. We opened 6 months ago. As has been mentioned, the first couple years in a small business is really hard, and we're still really in that part of our small business journey. And I support this bill. It's not onerous. This bill is actually a catalyst for me to start offering this benefit to my employees. I actually texted Representative Olson to ask what the numbers were in the bill to make sure that because I knew this was a vetted bill and that whatever the calculation in the bill would be a reasonable number and a reasonable thing to offer my employees. There have been some comments about how hard this is going to be for small businesses to employ this, to set this up. This is how hard it was for me. I logged into my payroll software. I clicked a box, and then I put in that number, that little calculation, 1 hour. In my case, I bumped it up a little bit, so it was 0.04 per hour that my employees earn. And I do want to talk about my employees, because as I listened to some of the debate, the discussion tonight, I was thinking a lot about my employees. Some of them are in high school. One is semi-retired and otherwise on a limited income. Some have college degrees. Some work multiple jobs, and some depend entirely on their wages from their job at my shop to pay their rent. Some live and care for their siblings or their parents. And 2 things they all have in common. They depend on the money that they earn, and we shouldn't want them to come to work sick. And so all the talk that we've heard tonight about, oh, we're gonna have to hire more drivers, or we're gonna have to hire more teachers, what are you doing right now when your employees are sick? This doesn't change that at all. Either way, the employees aren't coming to work when they're sick. What's before us and what we're voting on is whether employees should earn some earned sick and safe time so that when they are sick, they can still pay their bills. And even when an employee is young or works multiple jobs or is in training or only 12 hours a week, they're still working. Work is work. It's not lesser somehow because the employer has more or less employees or because this is their 3rd job. Work is work. That's the deal. And bills still need to be paid. So even if you work one job at 20 hours a week, you drive Uber, you're an artist and an entrepreneur on your own on the side, this isn't just about the time off, it's about the money because you still have bills to pay when you get sick. And so that's really what this is about. People work for money. That's the basic premise. The workers work for money and they need that money, so whether they work 10 hours a week. So I'll use one of my employees as an example. She works a set schedule, she's 12 hours a week. That's not a lot of money at a coffee shop, but it's about $200 a week. And a couple weeks ago, somebody in her household had COVID, and then she got COVID. Well, she's still depending on the $200 a week, whether she gets COVID or not. So either way, I don't want her coming to work, and none of us want her coming to work, but she still has to pay the bills. So I don't pretend to speak for all small businesses, but the chamber shouldn't pretend to speak for all small businesses either. This is a good bill. Let's vote for workers. Let's vote green. Thank you for your work on this, Representative Olson.
The member from Meeker, Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is super fun to stand before you tonight. I'm going to ask a couple questions and just paint a picture of some things that I'm thinking about here tonight as I'm listening to different people talking tonight. I'm not going to get nervous with people with their cell phones out. But I want to ask the question, what makes us put our roots down in Minnesota? And I want you to picture an ash tree tonight, because I've heard a lot about ash trees in the committees that I'm on. And I just want to talk about how deep the roots need to go when we're in Minnesota. Because 6 to 8 months out of the year, it's pretty cold. And in order to survive, these roots need to go deep. I'm here only because I fell in love with a super cool guy at 16 years old. And married him. I've been married 28 years, really blessed. And because his family started a company in Minnesota, our roots are deep. and we're bringing more generations into this family business. My father-in-law, who I never got to meet, 8th grade education, hardworking farmer, was with his buddies putting their dock in the lake. And we know in Minnesota we have to take our docks in and out. We can't let them freeze in or it'll wreck them. So as this young entrepreneur was just trying to be a problem solver, they recognized that there was an axle on an old trailer, sitting in the woods. So they said, hey, let's cut, they're chugging a beer, let's go chop the axle off of that trailer, put it on the dock, it'll make our lives easier. Well, that idea and that problem solving of them not hurting their backs that day and making their life easier has blessed, I would say, a bunch of you in this room, as well as folks in Canada, North, South Dakota, Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, and even into Florida. My roots are deep here. I did not take a full ride scholarship to Florida because I fell in love with a young man whose dad was ambitious, who worked very hard and made his roots here. I'm talking about the ash tree because when I hear words like I've heard, I want you to think about how you feel when you would hear words like this: devastating, the end, not compatible, will not make it, bankrupt. I want you to think about the canopy of the ash tree and how we know that that tree is going to die because we start to see less of that canopy going away. And when I hear those words, I am thinking, this tree is not going to make it. And when I think about high taxes, crime on the rise, unfunded mandates, different things like that, I also think little pieces of our canopy is being taken away of these beautiful trees. So how do we nourish and support economic growth and protection for these beautiful ash trees in Minnesota, which represent not only businesses, but us as a company? It's so beautiful. We have just under 50 employees, and we do 1/3 of our life together on a weekly basis. We're doing more than 1/3 of our life together right now, and it's pretty great that Thursday nights I get to hang with all you guys and gals. Business owners are reasonable. Employees are reasonable. Entrepreneurs, that 8th grade education father-in-law that I didn't get to meet and his dreams got to thrive here in Minnesota. I am so concerned that 20,000 plus people are leaving our state. Those trees have died. They have moved on. They're going to Florida. They're going to other states. They're not going just because of the weather. They're going because we are choosing to make decisions about their future and where their roots are going to go. They're not staying planted here. I love our family business. I love that my children have got to learn how to weld. They've got to learn how to sweep the floor. They've got to take the paper scraps and do filing and do all kinds of things. My 12-year-old right now, she's now 13, wants to get a job at our business right now, but there's child labor laws, right? But she wants to make money, and it's exciting because there's something that they're excited about. And our employees, they are our business. It doesn't matter if they're welding or if they're putting the screws in the panels, they are a part of a legacy, and they're creating their own legacy. And because we're able to take and have a bottom line, and our roots are deep here, and we've committed to stay here, we're able to help them plant their roots here because they're staying with us. They're locking arms with us. And again, going back to the words devastating, the end, not compatible, will not make it, and bankrupt are what I'm hearing from not only my constituents, but yours. And I'm concerned that this disease, this emerald ash borer, that is happening right now, is a major problem, and that our economic growth will cease to exist, and we won't be able to replant. So please consider all aspects of this, and thank you for your time.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, I travel to a lot of small Minnesota towns because I'm a pheasant hunter and we chase birds in a lot of places. And if you roll into some Minnesota towns, you'll sometimes find that the downtown has closed up. And that's sad because those were once thriving communities. And I think to myself, when I see that, what happened? What caused that? And I live in a small town. So the city of Waconia is, after the last decennial, is right around 12,500 people. That's not big, particularly by downtown measures. The city of Mayer in my district is 2,500. Victoria is 11,000. Cologne, 2,000. Chaska, that I only represent a portion of, is about 28,000 people. So these are not big towns. And when you walk through those downtowns and you see businesses that are shuttered up, you think, okay, what happened? And for those of you that have had me do closing speeches, you often know that I will sprinkle in movie quotes. And I think of my district a lot like one of my favorite characters, Archibald Moonlight Graham, thought of his city of Chisholm. And it's in the greatest movie of all time, I think, Field of Dreams. And he said of Chisholm, "This is my most special place in all the world, Ray. You feel for it like it was your child, and once a place touches you like this, the wind never blows so cold again." So the author is Ray Kinsella, which is also the name of the protagonist of the movie. And I think that's a profound statement. Go back and watch that, because if you can make it through without getting teared up, if you love a small town like I do, then you're stronger than I am. This bill, I think, will have some impact on small businesses that live in Main Street, Minnesota. And that when I go pheasant hunting, I'm going to see some other businesses that this may have harmed. And you sometimes see things that cause businesses to close, and it's a wildly regrettable thing. But earlier tonight, we heard about some businesses that do apparently willingly give out these unlimited benefits. And Representative Smith, when you said that you give these away to your employees, I think that a lot of us over here were thinking, well, I'm wondering if he's hiring. And Madam Speaker, if maybe he would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Smith, you said that you own the Grey Duck Theater and Coffee Shop. Are you taking applications for that?
Representative Smith.
I am not.
Representative Nash.
Well, and as I said, Madam Speaker, sometimes we look at businesses that are either no longer owned by the people who said they owned them or do close. And I found on the KTTC webpage that, Representative Smith, you're not the owner of Grey Duck anymore.
Representative Nash, I'm going to remind you that Mason's 124 does not allow personalities in debate. What we are debating here on the House floor is House File 19. Representative Nash.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thought that it was germane to the debate because we did hear that Representative Smith does give out unlimited amounts of benefits of paid vacation and paid leave, and you were not in the chair, so I don't know if you heard that or not. So it is a salient point to our discussion here. Secretary of State webpage shows that he's no longer the owner of those two.
Representative Nash,
and neither.
please stick to the bill.
Here's a really interesting point. When we say that we are something and we are not, and we try to virtue signal, be careful, because it's easily disprovable in the public. There are different owners of this business. And you're not providing those services to your employees because you're not the owner.
Representative Nash.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
I would like to remind you that under Mason's 124, a discussion about a particular member of the chamber and their personal life, their business life, is out of order.
Very good, Madam Speaker.
Please discuss the merits of the bill.
Madam Speaker,
He's mentioned me multiple times.
Representative Smith, I'm sorry, you're out of order. You don't have the floor. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, this type of bill, I think we're going to see some instances of businesses closing across our state. That whether an owner of a business choose to give these things away is their purview. It is. But when we force them to do so, that's where things really get rough. I know a lot of business owners in the cities that I represent that I mentioned a little bit ago have contacted me, and I won't go through them because I know we'd like to go home. The Speaker has the face of someone who wants to go home. But members, as you are thinking about casting your vote, think about the small businesses that we have in our cities. And I know almost everybody that owns a business in my city because I have served them in one capacity or another for a very long time. So as I drive up Main Street, Waconia, or I drive through the city of Mayer or the city of Carver, which is now Representative Harder's, or the city of Cologne, I look at those businesses and I associate them with people that I know, and I think about what this bill will do to them because they already are taking care of their employees to the best that they can. And the fiscal implications of forcing them to do something are profound. They can close down, and we see the hunting towns that I've seen where you go by empty building after empty building after empty building that has closed, and the property sits vacant, and then next thing you know, you see tumbleweeds going through the town. That's what we're looking at. And I have members on my side that you have heard from in recent days where thriving potential businesses are yanked out from underneath them because of things that are being forced down their throat. That businesses make a choice as to whether they will stay or go. That's what this bill is all about. It's well-intended, I know. But when I was the part owner of the business that I had, we took care of our employees because we knew that we placed tremendous value in them. And we would have done just about anything to make sure that they were taken care of. But when you put a gun to my head and make me provide services for people, I get to make a decision as to whether I stay in the game or not. And that's what this bill is a forceful, willful decision to push people over a line. Members, this bill has potentially some very damaging byproducts that will come out of it. And we have tried to offer amendments that will help you maybe make it less severe. We have offered amendments in the committee process. Apparently I'm making somebody tired. We have offered amendments in the committee process to no avail. The speed at which this is moving is remarkable. And the speed that it will gut the business community is equally remarkable. So if this gets passed in the current form, I'll guarantee you, if you pack up your vehicle and go for a drive to parts of Minnesota that lots of us represent, you're going to see a lot of empty buildings. On the outside, it'll just say closed. And when you see those or read about them online, I want you to think about all that, because bills like this are what close businesses across our state. I would urge you to vote no. You have plenty of time to deal with this bill still. You can send it back. We can make a re-referral. But the damage, once this goes into law, will be done. And I think of all the people who I've had coffee with, or a burger with, or a beer with, And I think of those business owners, as you've heard me say, they would mortgage the dog if they had to stay in business. Everybody gets to make a decision. And I know from conversations with a lot of them that their decision will be to just leave. And then we have ghost towns. Members, vote no.
The member from Winona, Representative Jacob.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things people like best about me is that I'm very brief. My background is come from a position of county commissioner, and whenever a county commissioner hears the words unfunded mandate, they think about how the property taxes are going to go up. So just a mere 300 employees at Winona County, I calculate this will cost my county millions of dollars in property taxes. And I'm wondering if the author of the bill would yield to a question.
She will yield. Representative Representative Jacob.
Okay, so I'm wondering if you could tell me the approximate tax burden increase that this bill would add to when you consider every federal, state, county, city, and other government agency worker that's going to receive these benefits. What would that number be, and how much is it driving up our taxes?
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. I was actually going to cover this in my third reading speech, so I'm glad to actually just talk about it now. So the cost of this, the cost has come up several times, and I would just want to say that according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics in their quarterly national compensation survey, employers in our region who offer this benefit report the average cost of providing paid sick time to employees was only 0.75%. That is 0.75% of total labor costs, and that was prior to the pandemic. So even during the pandemic, when more people were getting sick, more people needed to stay home, do you know what it went up to? 0.9% of total compensation. This is not expensive to implement.
Representative Jacob.
Yeah, when you look at real numbers, actually, roughly $30 per hour per employee times 12 weeks, and put that all on taxpayers, it's an astronomical number. This will be the single biggest expansion of government that Minnesota will see. So please vote no. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Coulter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So on Tuesday, we talked about what I called a center of life issue for Minnesotans. And we're here again, talking about another. And I think it's really important for us to ground ourselves in that reality. The ability to care for ourselves and our families is a center of life issue. And that is especially the case when we're talking about our health and our personal safety. Earned sick and safe leave is a true need for every Minnesotan. No one deserves to be asked to choose between their life and their livelihood. But too many working Minnesotans either face that every single day or one illness, one accident, one stroke of bad luck away from it. It's been mentioned several times tonight that 4 of our 5 largest cities in Minnesota already have ordinances on the books ensuring that workers are able to earn time to care, meaning that more than 900,000 Minnesotans, 1 in 6 of us, live and shop and send our kids to school in a place where this is already the law of the land. The most recent addition to that list being my hometown of Bloomington. In fact, I think I may be the only one in this room who's actually voted on an earned sick and safe leave proposal that's become law, a distinction that I am, by the way, more than happy to give up. I first raised this issue as a city council member in January of 2020. And this was partly based on my own experience as a parent, because as those of you who are parents know, kids are sick all the time. But it was also based on the conversations I'd had with our neighbors, a school nurse who knew that sick kids were in her office all day because neither parent could pick them up, local public health staff, some of whom I talked to just today, dealing with serious health issues because folks kept putting off checkups workers with serious injuries who went in anyway, and police officers who knew that many violent crimes originated from domestic violence, and that one of the most common reasons victims don't leave is lack of time and resources to maintain financial independence. And we haven't spent a lot of time talking about that here, but I want to emphasize that point. Supporting this bill is supporting victims of domestic violence and stalking. I laid all this out in January of 2020, and a month later, the world fell apart. The pandemic hit, and we've been reminded nearly every day since how absolutely critical this is. So when we began moving this forward, we did exactly what so many folks in this chamber tonight have suggested. We listened to businesses, large and small. Our working group had representatives from the Chamber of Commerce, from the Bloomington Convention and Visitors Bureau, as well as small business owners. I personally also sought out thoughts from several bar and restaurant and shop owners. I may have lingered a little bit longer with the bar owners. As it happens, Bloomington, and my district specifically, is also home to maybe the largest collection of actual brick and mortar businesses in one place. Our staff took hours with individual tenants at the Mall of America, many of whom are small business owners themselves. And let's just say, mall corporate has no difficulty making their desires known. In all of those conversations, what struck me was that the most common sentiment that we heard from business owners by far was something to the effect of basically, I'd love to do this on my own, but I don't want to be at a disadvantage. Not a single one that I talked to doubted the need. Not a single one thought their employees would abuse it. In fact, a few of them even told me, not in front of the Chamber of Commerce, but they told me that if we could level the playing field, they actually thought it would be good for business, particularly because we know, as Representative Olson just pointed out, thanks to numbers from employers themselves, that the cost of actually providing earned sick and safe leave amounts to less than 1% of labor costs. I recall one small business owner in particular who specifically described the costs as, and this is, I promise you, a direct quote, a nothing burger. And most everyone we talked to said that they'd prefer the state to take the lead, which I agree with. So I want to say it again. Earned sick and safe leave is a need. Minnesotans' ability to care for their families should not be a privilege. Those who don't have it are disproportionately women, people of color, and folks who work in retail and service industries. In other words, folks who are more likely to have lower incomes and less agency to provide exactly this kind of care. I wonder how many in this body have ever been in that position. How many of us here have had to lie awake at night worried about being unable to care for our loved ones? How many Minnesotans, how many of our constituents live those kinds of lives of crisis every single day? I'm deeply grateful to Representative Olson for her years of work on this. Earned sick and safe leave is a way that we can make things just a little better, a little easier for a lot of folks who need it. I am proud to be voting yes.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, for the debate and conversation this evening. I think it's been a good one and a debate worth having, and especially as we consider House File 19 and the one-size-fits-all impacts to small businesses and to every business across the state of Minnesota. And I don't want to forget, because they're the most important entity in this, and that's our Minnesota workers. Our Minnesota workers matter a whole lot, and Minnesota families matter. And that's hopefully what the heart of this bill is getting at. But I'm certainly concerned about the cost to our economy, the cost to Minnesota families when we look at rising prices and what this will mean for the products that we seek to consume every day. And I just want to ask at this point, is Representative Wolgamott on the floor? Would he yield to a question?
He's not on the floor, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this is just a really important debate, and Representative Wolgamott and I, we share a district boundary, and I certainly hope that he's able to join us for this conversation over our Minnesota workforce, how it impacts central Minnesota, and there's certainly some conversation that's been had in our House this week that is pertinent to this conversation. So, but for now, while Representative Wolgamott's not on the floor, I just want to talk about why we don't need a mandate. And I think I heard it tonight. I heard it tonight from the business owners in this room of both sides of the aisle who laid out for us why the mandate doesn't have to be the way that we go in this state. Because Minnesota workers are benefiting from the great work that employers do, from the way that they care for their employees, through the flexibility and care that they give, from small businesses to big businesses, but especially in community with one another. We make Minnesota work. But through an expensive mandate that will just be passed along to consumers, our job creators are going to be fleeing to other places. Members, we have examples of this in our own state, where cities have chosen to take this path. And I have seen, and I have heard from business owners who have left communities and gone to others within our state. When they've left the city of Duluth and moved to Hermantown. When they've left Minneapolis and gone to Maple Grove. When they've left St. Paul to go to Woodbury. Where are Minnesota businesses going to go if this is the blanket, one-size-fits-all policy for the state of Minnesota? There's certainly plenty of our members here who are going to be more impacted by this than others. One could argue that my district isn't the one that's going to be the most impacted, being right in the heart of Minnesota. But it might impact Representative Hill quite a bit. And the constituents in his area. In fact, I actually think that Representative Hill has maybe an outstated impact, both in his district and for his industry. We need to talk about being the best in helping Minnesota thrive. Whether that's in business and in creating an economy in a space where Minnesotans are making more money every day, and where businesses can grow and thrive, and where Minnesota students can achieve excellence. This bill takes directly away from educational programming in our school districts in every corner of this state. That's right in this bill. That's directly the words verbatim from the administrators and the faculty in my community, and it equally impacts every school district across this state. I'm so glad we've talked about the impacts to nursing homes. That's where I went to visit last week, and the workforce shortages that we're facing. And the workers who work there said to me that they go to work every day for community in the way that they want to care for the aging population in our state. Not because they need more. In fact, they're there. They are there in the moments of need. But what this will cause is for senior living facilities across our state to not be able to even operate in our state anymore. That's really sad. We had the opportunity for many changes through the amendment process tonight. Opportunities for us to, provide some exemptions or carve-outs for small business owners, for seasonal workers of all things, even when the best ideas from the author's home city weren't included in this bill. One-size-fits-all policy is going to hurt our ability to thrive in Minnesota and our ability to compete on a national stage, on an ability to compete with our neighbors. Members, for me, I grew up picking rocks and baling hay on my family's farm. I learned the dignity of work from a young age, splitting wood so we could heat our home, baling hay to feed the animals. And members, with a bill like this, we are disincentivizing work. We are disincentivizing work. Because every single Minnesotan should be engaged in going to work every day. But what our job creators faced during the course of the last several years is that they had to compete with government to find employees who could work. And that stretched the very workers who already went to work every day, especially in places like nursing home facilities, and especially in places like hospitals, because we were disincentivizing people from work. We, as a body and as a state, need to prioritize the dignity of work and the value that comes from a hard day's work. That's where our priority needs to be, instead of one-size-fits-all expensive mandates that pass costs down onto consumers. Yes, we in Minnesota have the best and brightest that run Minnesota's businesses today, from large to small, serving the people of Minnesota. But the costs aren't going to be incurred by the businesses. It's the low-income families across this state who will bear the brunt of higher costs of food and products that they need every day because of what's found in this bill. So let's focus upon the policies that will help us thrive as a state, the policies that will get more people to go to work every day, and the policies that will result in more money in people's pockets, and a place and a climate that grows jobs, that brings businesses back here to Minnesota, that helps inspire ingenuity among small business owners. That is the policy that we need to pursue, not a one-size-fits-all expensive mandate that takes away from the ingenuity of business owners and from the cities who have chosen to do this already and takes away their competitive edge for workers. That's what you're doing, members. If you represent the city of Minneapolis, if you represent the city of St. Paul, if you represent the city of Duluth, you are taking away your own competitive advantage for workers in this state. That's the choice for you tonight. But once again, let's center this around making Minnesota a great place to live, work, play, and raise a family. And we can do that through ingenuity and by encouraging investment in our state rather than an expensive one-size-fits-all mandate on Minnesota's job creators. Vote no, members. Thank you.
The member from Clay, Representative Keeler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So a lot of people have stood here today and talked about being job creators. I stand in front of you as one of 4 Minnesotans who are domestic violence survivors. The abuse in my life started long before the opportunity I even had to work. And the abuse in my life has continued for many years. Should be no surprise, right? Because 1 in 4 Minnesotans actually experience violence. The age range of the highest risk of violence is age 18 to 34, which if you think about where 18 to 34-year-olds work, it's in part-time places. They're going to school, they're trying to do things in their life. Domestic violence is also the leading cause of injury to women. So I appreciate you, Representative Olson, for making sure that the safe part of this stays intact. Because what this bill does is it provides opportunities for individuals like myself, and many of you, I am sure, to not only get the help that you need in that moment, but the lifelong injuries that we deal with after the abuse happens. We heard it earlier in another bill that children start to get abused at ages 12, 13, 14 years old. So as parents, we deserve the opportunity to be there for our kids when they go through horrific things in their life, because those statistics transition down to next generations. We talked about how this is going to impact our schools, and I worked in the schools as a Native American liaison. And the one thing that I saw over and over and over is that it's all happened, right? In the middle of school, in the middle of our workday, in the middle of your day, you get a call from the nurse, and your kid has a 100-degree temp, and they have to go home. And the rule is that you have to stay home for 24 hours after the fever breaks without any fever-reducing medication. So it's that point, it's not just about my kid, right? Like, if I have to go to work and I don't have these opportunities, and I send my kid back to school, and now they get your kid sick, we're really not building a healthy community in supporting our littles. So I know we've talked a lot about the cost here and the harm here. And to me, when we don't support domestic abuse survivors, it increases the likelihood of suicide. So if we don't invest in our employees in the times that are extremely hard and the ongoing pain and injury that that causes, we're going to lose Minnesotans, and it's not to another state. So I want you to think, I love that y'all are job creators and you're so great and you're buying people cars and houses. Like, how do I sign up for that? But what I can tell you is that that's not the reality of all employers across the state. I've lived here and I've experienced this, and I've asked for time to get the help that I know that I needed in those moments. Flat out told, like, it's not going to happen. So I do believe that we need this. And I do believe that a lot of Minnesotans need this. And I believe people who you deeply care about need this. So thank you for this. Absolutely, firmly, I vote green. And we'll continue to do that anytime that we talk about protecting victims. I heard you all talk about this before in other capacities. So I just wanted to ground us and remind us of what domestic violence looks like, how that's an ongoing struggle, and how we absolutely have to be a part of that solution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I know we're all very tired, so I'm going to try and keep it really short, but I'm sorry to say I have another question for Representative Olson, because I had not heard this bill earlier, and a couple of my constituents have raised this with me, but it wasn't appropriate to any of the amendments. So if Representative Olson would yield to a question about tips and gratuity.
She will yield. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this is very important to a lot of my constituents, and so I want to ask, on line 2.16, it talks about that the earned sick and safe time means leave, including paid time off and other paid leave systems, that is paid at the same hourly rate as the employee earns from employment. So can you just clarify, Representative Olson, please, that they would be required to pay the hourly rate? Is there any other requirement for like an average tip or anything about gratuities in what they have to pay for the sick and safe time?
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just reiterate the bill language that is paid at the same hourly rate as an employee earns from employment, and then continue on just to make sure that it meets all local minimum wage standards.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if Representative Olson would yield for one more question on this topic.
Representative Olson will yield. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So that is exactly what I thought. And I agree that's sort of the plain reading of it. But when you get over to the section on employer liability, in section lines 13.33 and 13.34, oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting old and it's harder to read these lines. 13.31 and 13.32, it says, that the commissioner shall order the employer to pay to the aggrieved parties back pay, gratuities, and compensatory damages. So here, even though they're not being required on the front end to pay gratuities, in the employer liability section, it is calling for gratuities. So I just wondered, we really need clarity on this for all the businesses this is going to affect. So if you could please clarify that for me, Representative Olson.
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, I'm just struggling. I missed the line there with the, so I'm not looking at exactly what you're looking at. Could you please repeat your question in the lines, please?
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, so it's on 13.31 and 13.32. When there is liability, the commissioner shall order the employer to pay to the aggrieved parties back pay, gratuities, and compensatory damages, less any amount actually paid to the employee by the employer, and for an additional amount equal to the liquidated damages. So I just can't square that circle, and I'd love your help. Thank you.
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So when you looked at the previous section of the bill, we were talking specifically about earned sick and safe time, which was, as I read to you, the base wages, which does not include tips, as we discussed. For the part we are looking at, which is further in the bill, talking about, and as we've discussed at great length, what DLI already does around labor standards. So this does not pertain to the earned sick and safe part. This is for the other sections of labor law that DLI oversees that include that part.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just for complete clarity, my understanding is that, yes, this earned sick and safe part is only requiring wages, but if there's any employer liability for any of DOL, Department of Labor and Industry, labor law they regulate, that's what's covered in this employer liability section, as we discussed, that the $10,000 fine applies to any section of labor law that DOLI enforces. And so this also would apply to any section they enforce. So that's why I think there's a discrepancy. And I just want to be clear, I have had so many people from my district who are restaurant owners and are going to have to deal with this question me about this.
Are you asking her to yield to a specific question?
I just want to know, they will not be required, because this section deals with all labor law that DOLI enforces. So even if it's a restaurant and they have to deal with gratuity, they won't have to in the specific case of earned sick and safe time. Is that your understanding?
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Robinson. For earned sick and safe time, it is the base wages, which does not include tips.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you. I hope Dolly's listening. So I would just like to then do my closing remarks. There is another issue that I'm not going to belabor, but I really do hope as the Senate or additional conversations are had that you will also consider looking at the subcontractor section in lines 15.9 through 15.13. It's very unclear what the responsibility of the employer is to the subcontractors. And I won't ask questions, but I'll just read this for the body. So employers out there who may be listening know that this is also part of their responsibility under this bill. Quote, it is the responsibility of the employers not to enter into any contract or agreement for labor or services where the employer has any actual knowledge or knowledge arising from familiarity with the normal facts and circumstances of the business activity engaged in, or has any additional facts or information that, taken together, would make a reasonably prudent person undertake to inquire whether, taken together, the contractor, meaning a subcontractor, is not complying or has failed to comply with this section. Yikes. So an employer, if they have a supplier, if they have a delivery service, if they have any subcontractor, they have to do a lot of mental gymnastics to know, or reasonably should have known, or any prudent person would have known if that subcontractor is also complying with this. Members, that is really a tough standard, and there's a lot at stake here. So what makes me sad about this bill is that the heart of it is great. I really hate that this conversation has sometimes diverged into a business versus employee conversation. My experience of the businesses in my district, of the small business owners I know, is that it's a team, it's a family. It's the employer and the employee wanting to do the best for each other so they all can succeed. And I think that's true of almost all of our businesses in this state, almost all of our employers in this state, and almost all of our employees in this state. But what's wrong with this bill fundamentally is that this one-size-fits-all mandate is really extreme. First of all, it's one-size-fits-all, which doesn't suit the array of businesses we have. Large, small, a million different sectors, and also public sector, cities, counties, libraries, schools. There's such diversity of our business that this one mandate cannot possibly get the best outcomes for both the employer and the employee. It's just not possible. But secondly, this bill is incredibly expansive, like way more expansive than anything in the current state collective bargaining agreement with our employees. And that is because of the definition of who counts as a family member that they can take leave for. So members, it's not just your personal family member, your child, your parent, and it's not even just an extended family member. In addition to all of those, you can also take leave for a child of your sibling, a child for the sibling of the employee. So for your niece or nephew, for your aunt or uncle, for your father-in-law, your mother-in-law, your son-in-law, your daughter-in-law, and for any of the members listed that it just says in the law, for your spouse, so any of the in-laws of your spouse or domestic partner. So it's not just your immediate family or even your parents or your grandchildren. It is far beyond that. And then secondly, it also, which also our state collective bargaining law doesn't include, is for a weather event, for a public emergency, for a school closure, and like almost kind of beyond comprehension, it's to care for a family member or any of these other iterations of family member who's been exposed to, but not contracted, just exposed to but not contracted a communicable disease. So just if someone's been exposed to it, not even diagnosed or have symptoms, they can take leave for this. Members, this is an extreme view of what a family leave policy is designed to address. And it stifles the ability of workers and employers and employees to work together. Just since we've been sitting here tonight, one of my small businesses that struggled mightily in COVID was emailing me. And he said, you know what, this is gonna cost our very small struggling business so much in this new benefit that we're gonna have to reduce wages. And he said, it seems like that should be the choice of my employees. They might prefer to have higher wages. They might prefer to have more paid vacation time. And I don't know why the government is making this choice for my employees instead of us working it out together. And that's the heart of our concern about this bill, members. It's that it's taking away the flexibility for people to design what works best for them. So I urge everyone to vote no, and I hope we can find a different solution to this problem.
The member from Isanti, Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I think we had an opportunity on this bill to make some changes that I think would have provided some stability. And I think we could have found a place where, your side could have provided the benefit that I think that you feel is necessary while still providing some stability for Minnesota businesses to not have to jump around in a patchwork of different policies in different jurisdictions. You passed on that. You passed on a lot of other amendments tonight that really could have helped make this bill very workable to the employers who are going to have to do this. I hope that we won't see. I hope that we won't see businesses, leaving jurisdictions or ultimately leaving the state. I think this might be just one of many bills that are going to come that are going to be difficult for businesses to enact and make it difficult for our employers in this state to be successful. And I wonder what we're going to do when we have less employers, what we're going to do when we have less job creators, what we're going to do when we have less jobs. Right now, and I think this is the part that's been overlooked all night, we're actually in a workforce crisis right now. There's not enough people to fill the jobs that we have. And the market, the free market, is actually taking care of this. And we explained that back, years ago when we talked about the minimum wage, and probably the last time there was a Democrat trifecta in the state. You wanted to raise the minimum wage, and our answer was, we agree. We want Minnesotans to make more money. It was my number one priority to make sure every Minnesotan had the opportunity to make more money. But the right way to do it wasn't to try to, it's the old carrot versus the stick. The right way to do it was let the market handle it. Make Minnesota such a destination for job creators and businesses that in order to get the employees they need, they have to offer a higher pay or higher benefits. Isn't it funny that nobody around here talks about minimum wage anymore? Because what I said at that time is actually what happened. We actually had such a boom in the job market, and employers wouldn't even consider. You couldn't, if you put an ad out right now advertising a job at minimum wage, you wouldn't get one application, because you could find 5 jobs tomorrow that are 4 times minimum wage. And that's probably for a high school student starting out in their first job. And that's the same thing with this bill. You don't need to force things on a free marketplace that the market is already going to demand these. If a worker wants to find a job with these benefits, and by the way, not every worker in the state of Minnesota needs these benefits, right? And a worker should have that choice just in the same way that an employer does. If they want to work for a company that's a small business that maybe doesn't have the ability to offer these kind of benefits, and maybe that company could hire 1 extra person and provide 1 extra job if they didn't have to offer these benefits, but it works for that small business, that small employer that might only have 3 employees. But instead, we're putting a one-size-fits-all on those companies, and unfortunately, they probably won't hire that person. But in the same way that nobody talks about minimum wage anymore, because there isn't a company out there that pays minimum wage, because the job market demands to get an employee, you have to have a higher wage than minimum wage. And just like that, it wouldn't be difficult at all for any worker in the state of Minnesota to find a job with a company that had these benefits right now that you're going to mandate on every business. And unfortunately, and we've seen this happen time and time again with policies that you've put forth in the last 4 years. So I worry about the businesses in my district. For some of those companies that might have an office in Minneapolis or St. Paul or Bloomington or Duluth, who may change their, and if this is the floor, they might offer something that's greater than this, and now those companies have to manage multiple different jurisdictions. Those things are going to hurt our economy, and they're going to hurt jobs, and there isn't. Somebody said earlier in the chamber that they've been hearing demand for this. I have never had one person say, boy, you know what, I'm staying awake at night worried about this benefit. Never once. It's interesting that you're hearing about it. Anybody over on this side heard from anyone asking for this? Raise your hand. Anybody on this side of the aisle heard from any constituent asking for this? Weird. Weird. Because it was so in demand, right? And the reality is, it's not in demand. And we all know that. We all know that it's not in demand. Because we know in this job market where we have a workforce crisis right now, where companies can't find enough employees to even fill the positions, and in that sort of a free market situation where a company wants to fill those jobs, you have to offer a little better benefits to do that. And in many parts of the state, I guarantee you wouldn't have any trouble finding a job with this sort of sick and safe time benefit if you want it. They're out there. But there are some places in the state where maybe some small businesses can't afford to offer this sort of a benefit and still operate their bottom line, right? And they're going to have to make some tough decisions. And it will mean, just like they have done on other issues that you have passed, it will mean that less people will be employed. There will be less jobs because of that. And maybe you think that's okay in that instance, but what you're doing is you're hurting those small businesses, and we've given you opportunity after opportunity, not just here on the House floor, but in committee as well, to basic, I mean, isn't it funny? I don't have it right here at my fingertips, but it's on my desk here somewhere. Oh, actually it is here. You look at the benefits that are offered by the municipalities who have already implemented this in the state. There were 4 of them. And actually on the list I have, it only has the benefits for 3 of them. All 3 of those municipalities, it's Bloomington, Duluth, and Minneapolis, all 3 of those exempted a business of 5 employees or less. They will not be able to do that now if this bill gets signed into law. And I don't think this bill will get signed into law in this form. And I think hopefully as we work through the process and as the Senate passes a bill and this goes to conference committee, hopefully there's going to be an opportunity to put some of these common sense provisions in. And I know that you gave some consideration to these. I hope that you'll continue to give them consideration because they're real. There's a reason that the city of Duluth, the home city and district of the chief author of this bill, there's a reason that they did weeks or a month or more of hearings, I think 9 hearings, public hearings, very thoughtful, very thorough, before they implemented anything in their city, and they decided that a small business shouldn't have to have this burden if they have less than 5 employees. I think it's 5 or less. But we're changing that here, or you are changing that here. By the way, the city of Duluth had more hearings on this bill than we have. They took more public testimony and more input than we have, and we're implementing it statewide. Maybe we should follow their lead. Maybe we should say, gosh, you actually looked into this deeper than we did. You were more thoughtful about it than we were. You found out that in your community, a small business with 5 people or less doesn't need this burden of having to do this, so we're going to exempt those businesses. And it wasn't just the chief author's home city of Duluth. It was the city of Bloomington that did the same thing in the city of Minneapolis. I don't know about the city of St. Paul. I don't have them on my list here. But I assume we'd find out the same thing. But this bill takes away that. So they decided for their community that a small business shouldn't have that burden. But this bill, with a less thoughtful process, with less public hearings, and with less public input, we're overturning that. I personally, if my city did something very thoughtful, I would not introduce a bill here to overturn something they had done. I don't know that that's a great idea, but I respect the chief author, and that's what she's decided to do here. But the reality is, how did 3 of the 4 cities, and I assume probably 4 of the 4, I just don't have the information on the 4th, how did 3 of them go through a separate process, each individually, and come up with the same answer, and somehow we've missed the boat completely on that one. We haven't considered at all that a small business might be burdened by this. And that in a job market like this, where there's so much demand for employees and we have such a workforce shortage and a workforce crisis, that anybody in this state could find a job for a company with the benefits that are outlined in this bill. But again, this is a solution in search of a problem. I haven't had, and I just polled everybody on this side of the aisle, certainly welcomed you to respond as well, even though you're in a different party, but nobody on this side raised their hand. Nobody on this side has heard from anyone in their district, not a single person, that said, you know what, we really need this benefit. And I think we know the answer. I have a feeling, just a speculation, but I have a feeling it might be because there's some special interest groups outside of this place that wanted this. And in my years here, I have wondered, I remember Governor Dayton in our negotiations, and I negotiated with him quite a few times, the final budget deals. But Governor Dayton used to say, and we'd get towards the end of the negotiations, and Governor Dayton used to say, well, such and such a group wants this. And I said, yep. We just gave them this last year, and we shouldn't be surprised that they're asking for something new. Why? Because all of these groups pay people to walk the hallways out here and ask us for stuff. That's their job. And if you give them what they want, they will find something new to ask for. And I always wonder, will the day ever come that they run out of something to ask the legislature for? But if you go through those statute books, I don't know if there's some, they're behind the speaker there, and there's some right through the door in the, but go through those statute books and open that thing up and say, no damn wonder how all this stuff got in these statute books. Because people asked for stuff that they shouldn't. People asked you to solve a problem that didn't exist because they wanted it. And that's how we end up with stuff like this in our statute books. So I hope there is some common sense here before we get to the end of this process. And I hope that as this works through the Senate and goes through conference committee, that we can find some moderation in this policy. And I respect the fact that you want to put this into statute. I will ask that you do consider those of us on this side of the aisle. We want to just help, the amendments that we offered weren't gotcha amendments. This was just common sense stuff that I think would have made implementing this a lot easier. And I think we missed an opportunity to do what was right by Minnesotans. So, members, I think you've got a chance here to send this thing back to committee. We don't have to pass this tonight. We can work on it right here in the House, and we can send a bill out of here that can also pass the Senate and go right to the governor's desk. We don't have to, and we can deal with all those things. We can actually spend enough time on this to come to the same conclusion that the city of Duluth and the city of Bloomington and the city of Minneapolis did. And we can put those same common sense provisions into this bill that they did, those super conservative cities that were only looking out for those businesses, right? Those super conservative cities of Minneapolis, Duluth, and Bloomington. We can come to the same really common sense solutions that they did, and we can put those provisions in this bill before we send it out of here. And that's what I'm going to ask you to do. So I'm going to ask you to vote against this bill tonight. Let's actually think about the employers. Let's think about those businesses. Without businesses and employers, there are no jobs. There are no need for workers in this state. And I know you said that this is a bill that workers are asking for, but yet when I polled half of the chamber, not a single person in this half of the chamber has heard from a single worker asking for this bill to pass. Haven't gotten a single email, not a single phone call, nothing. And that's half the chamber. I bet if I poll the other half, well, unfortunately, the other half probably isn't listening to me, but if I polled them and you were honest, I bet you'd tell me the same, that you haven't heard it either. And if you had, and you investigated, I bet it would be one of those, AstroTurf grassroots kind of emails that we get, form emails that were generated by some outside group. And by the way, over the years, you want to entertain yourself a little bit? Reach out to those people. I can't tell you the number of times that I have reached out to those people, and sometimes you have to be a little bit of a detective, because those emails, actually, if you hit reply, it doesn't go to that person. That email was generated by some group, and it has a generic email. But if you actually figure out who the person is, and in my case, in a rural district, and it's probably easier in a rural district, but I know a lot of the people that live in my district, or their family, and you can get to them somehow or find out how to contact them. I reach out to them, and they say, "Oh, I never sent that email. I don't know what you're talking about." I bet that's happened to me 20 times since I've been in the legislature. And I've probably only reached out on those AstroTurf emails 25 times, and I got 20 responses where the people had no clue what I was talking about. So it's easy for us to say, "Oh, I've heard from a lot of people," but if you actually ask those people, they have no clue that they even reached out to you. So, we got to do our due diligence here too. If we're going to put this sort of broad, sweeping stuff into state statute, we need to actually do the due diligence of realizing, is this something that is required by the circumstances in our state right now? Is this something that folks really want and need? Or is this just something that a couple of groups outside have said, "Gosh, we've run out of things to ask for, so let's ask for this"? And I don't blame them. I learned early on in life, you aren't going to get it if you don't ask for it. And sure enough, once in a while, you get some stuff you've asked for that you never thought you were going to get. I have a feeling this and quite a few more bills that are going to come this session are going to be a result of that. But my challenge for you is on those emails that you're getting from people demanding things like this, do the due diligence of actually reaching out to those people and talking to them about it. I'll bet you a nickel that most of those people have no clue what you're talking about and have never intended to reach out to you. But some group that they belong to on their behalf has sent an email from an email address that doesn't belong to that person asking you for this, and it's some form letter. Happens every day here at the Minnesota Capitol. And then we stand on the floor saying, "I've had all these people reach out to me." But I think you'll find the same thing I have. There's no real people behind those emails. The names are real, but the people have no idea what you're talking about. So, but anyways, this is an issue that is important, and I know we've had a lot of conversation here on the House floor about it, I think we're nearing the time to vote on this, but this is our last opportunity to just be the check and balance and say, is this really what we want to do? Is this what we want to do to every business in the state of Minnesota? Even though our own communities, I don't think there's any Republicans that represent Duluth, and I don't think is there? Natalie got a little bit of Duluth there. How much Duluth do you have? One precinct. I love it. We're getting there. City of Bloomington. I know we did have one that represented Bloomington a couple of terms ago. I don't think there's any there. Minneapolis. There must be a Republican in Minneapolis. I don't think there is there either. So these are, these super conservative cities of Duluth, Minneapolis, and Bloomington that decided this was too onerous for a small business of less than 5 employees. But we decided that we know better than those communities. So members, I'll ask that you respect your own communities, the communities that you represent, not me. Natalie's got 1 precinct. She's probably going to vote with the city of Duluth, which is to not overturn the decision that they made. and let their policy stand, I would guess. Although I don't want to speculate how a member is going to vote. But the rest of, other than that one precinct, the rest of those 3 cities are represented by Democrats. Those are your cities, and your cities made that decision. So I would just ask that you respect your own cities and respect the decisions that they've made to provide those benefits, because they came to the right decision in understanding that this policy is too onerous on some businesses. It's too much of a problem. So I think in an opportunity to move to a vote here, I'll probably be brief and sit down. But I wanted to just make sure that we talked about the very glaring issues that are before us, and the inconsistencies in what you're doing, because I think they are obvious, but sometimes you get too in the bubble and you can't see what you're working on right in front of your face. So I just thought that I would take an opportunity to point them out, and so that you could understand that there are different perspectives on this issue. And I find it really hard to believe that not a single person on this side of this aisle has heard from a single person in the state of Minnesota that has asked for this. But yet I have heard from hundreds of people that have said, oh my gosh, if you do this, this is going to be really bad. And not bad because employees shouldn't have this benefit, but bad because we shouldn't dictate to companies whether they should offer this or not. The free market will dictate that. I'm going to give you the same warning that I did when you did, and I remember talking about it, when you did the minimum wage. Let the market solve the problem. We're in one of the largest workforce crises in the state's history, probably, and companies can't find people to work. They're going to have to increase their benefit sets to get the employees that they need. So I'm just going to ask members that you respect the businesses that believe this is too onerous, that probably will make decisions not to actually hire people. I'm going to ask that you respect your cities that made different decisions than this. And certainly, and by the way, that's only 3 cities that put it in place. 4 if you count St. Paul. I don't have their data, but they did it too. 4 cities out of how many municipalities do we have in this state? And those 4 wanted it? Great, you got it. They've already got it. But every other municipality could have done it, and they made a decision not to. So I want you to respect them too. And that includes the municipalities in my district who decided this wasn't a good fit for them. So anyways, members, I just ask that you respect those things and please vote against this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for letting me be brief.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Kozlowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. As we're sitting here having this conversation tonight, it gave me a lot of time to think about Duluth, which has been the buzz tonight. And one of the things that I am so proud to be from a community in a state where we can hold it all together at the same time, where we can think about our families, we can think about workers, and we can think about our employers, so we can all have a good life. We've come a long way up in Duluth as a city with the passage of Earned Sick and Safe Time, a policy that I know well because I worked on it and also was part of the City of Duluth team that implemented it. And much of those who were originally vocally opposed to the ordinance went on to implement Earned Sick and Safe Time with minimal turbulence, and they didn't go anywhere. They didn't flock for the hills and leave our community. In fact, many of them continued to sustain and nourish and invest in our community, even grow and expand their businesses in operations. And what we have heard over and over again from our community, where Representative Olson, my partner in justice, and I are deeply rooted in the people of Duluth, is that Earned Sick and Safe Time is working. And more than that, that we need to press on now to do better for our community and for Minnesota. And respecting our community and respecting the voters of Minnesota is supporting this bill tonight. The City of Duluth supports this bill as written in their legislative priorities. This was passed by our Duluth City Council after consultation with the people and the businesses and community of Duluth. Employers, especially small businesses, in fact, are telling us that we get healthier, more committed, and less stressed staff who are able to do their work when our local ESST is there for them. If not for it, but when something happens. Paid sick time, we know, is also a matter of justice and health equity for our multiracial and working class folks. Like too many communities, in Duluth, we actually have 11-year discrepancy in average life expectancy between neighborhoods across our city, spanning from Representative Olson's district in the west to mine in the east. Much of that gap can be attributed to the benefits or lack thereof, such as affordable health insurance, paid sick leave, family leave, and more. Particularly, as we've heard, for women, people of color, Latino people who I've been on the phone fielding their calls from the state and in my community, and our low-wage workers in retail, in hospitality service, and care industries. In Minnesota, I want to ground us in the fact that 2 out of 3 workers in these groups do not have access to paid sick leave. And I heard it said that we ask for too much. But what I'd say is that too much has already been taken from us. Too much we've already been boxed out and excluded from. So I would say that it is not too much to ask for what should have never been taken, what should exist for us. I also say thank you to this chamber for reminding me what I love about Duluth in Minnesota as well, is that we take care of each other. We take care of our kids and our elders, and we have each other's backs. That's why Will, a young leader and a youth worker in my community, wrote out a personal note to me. I work somewhere where I am lucky enough to have earned sick and safe time in Duluth. It is an injustice to workers to not be allowed such a basic right as we have in our community. Which, by the way, people of color are entrepreneurs too, as we've been talking about. And people of culture, we go all in for community care. We go all in for each other, for our families, for your right to have a home, to have living wages, for your right to a good life. And yes, passing earned sick and safe time is being in the corners of workers and of entrepreneurs of color who are small business owners. Hundreds of them, in fact. Many with less than 5 employees who do not have nor can afford a lobbyist to be reaching out and inundating with messages and advocating for the needs of these business and job creators themselves. They're writing to me and to legislators like myself in this room because they do not have a space to organize and voice. Earned sick and safe time is an action that shows that we believe every person in all jobs have inherent worth and dignity. And after enduring a pandemic together, Minnesotans are even more clear-eyed. We need to build an economy and institutions that care for us across race, age, gender, ability, no matter what our job is. For people like Diana, a recent college graduate in my community, again wrote to me. When she got really sick while working her way through college, where I worked, like emergency room sick, she wasn't able to work half the shifts she had planned over winter break. She had to call coworkers to cover her shifts and recovered just in time to get back for semester start. But with less than half the budget she planned, she didn't have the benefit of paid leave and had to choose between paying the rent, buying food, or covering her health care costs skyrocketed from the emergency room. So by establishing these uniform standards for who qualifies and for the use of earned sick and safe time, workers will be able to call in sick without playing phone tag to cover that shift. So people like my coworker, Wendy, and I worked alongside a single mom. We worked the front desk together at a hotel, who had to call me often and beg me to cover a shift so she could stay home with her sick kid. So people like Wendy don't have to lose a paycheck or risk losing a job, which leaves, by the way, the hotel and the employers in a jam too. So people like Jen, who said it so well, I'm a nurse, a friend, a neighbor, who wants all Minnesotans to have what we need to take care of ourselves and of each other. Clean water and air, affordable health care, housing, and paid sick days. These are people who believe deeply that we shouldn't depend on the zip code of the city or the zip code across the state that will have your back, especially when your back is up against a wall. So our community knows also that without an educated, healthy, and stable workforce, then our businesses, colleges, hospitals, child care centers, schools, and beyond wouldn't exist. This bill is a way for people to be certain to set them on a more solid footing, with access to paid time off, regardless of how big an employer is that they work at. The bill before us tonight is a way to help level that playing field. Earned safe and sick time is critical to supporting our workers and their families, and this bill gets it done. And I know firsthand that taking time off to tend to your mental health, for reprieve following sexual violence, to avoid passing on illness to my coworkers, or taking care of my sick 9-year-old, like I had to do last week. Access to paid leave allowed me to call back my spirit after an episode of violence, to be a better parent, and be a more productive and engaged employee. Bottom line is, we all get sick. We're all human, life happens to everyone. We all need paid sick and leave, not just some of us. We're better off when everyone has what they need and deserve to have that good life. And a green vote tonight, which I encourage you to do, is in fact a vote for all of us, especially for the over 900,000 Minnesotans, which is, by the way, 36% of our entire workforce who currently lacks this benefit. And it is a vote to our employers, who we have heard this is also a tool to help them remain competitive in a tight labor market. It is a co-investment, and for the state to step in to be a steady, reliable partner, all while supporting a healthy and dedicated workforce and creating a family-friendly and inclusive economy. So together tonight, we can make paid sick and safe leave a reality and create even ground for all of our neighbors. Thank you.
The member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Madam Speaker, I request a call of the House.
Representative Torkelson, a call of the House is out of order when we have a member participating remotely. It was a custom and usage that we established during COVID, and remains in effect when an individual is participating remotely.
Madam Speaker, point of inquiry.
Representative Nash,
Can you
state your
direct us
inquiry.
in our newly adopted rules where it says what you've just given us?
Representative Nash, it doesn't say it anywhere in the existing rules, and it didn't say it anywhere in COVID for 3 years, but it was the system we operated under for 3 years. Representative Nash.
Madam Speaker, again, I'm just confused because we talked about this in rules, we talked about this in debate here on the floor. At no time did we ever talk about how this would be organized. And even I would bring your attention to Article 10 on page 36 of our newly adopted rules. It talks about remote voting, and there is no mention at all about not being allowed to do a call of the House during this. So, and if I remember correctly, rules are above custom and usage, so the rules should dictate what we're doing, not custom and usage.
Where the practices are, where the rules are silent, Representative Nash, we fill in the blanks with custom and usage, Masons. And there is not a blank in our customs and usage because, as you know, during much of 2020, 2021, and 2022, calls of the House were not in order. Representative Dowd, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of order.
Representative Dowd, please state your point of order.
Madam Speaker, I rise to a point of order under House Rules 2.02, call of the House. Very clearly states that 10 members may demand a call of the House at any time until voting begins. After the House is placed under call, a second roll call may not be called. The reality is, Madam Speaker, the House rules are clear. The House rules do allow a call for the House, and there is nothing in the rules that should say under any circumstances that a call of the House is not in order. And our rules are not, Madam Speaker, I'm the other person in the chamber here who has been up there. There is no scenario where custom and usage trumps our House rules. So the point of order that I rise to is that this call of the House is absolutely in order, and I would ask you to find that my point of order is well taken and respect our House rules, and we should proceed to a call of the House now.
Representative Dowd, I do not find the point of order well taken because it is impossible for a member who is participating remotely to participate in a call of the House. Representative Demuth.
Madam Speaker, I will appeal the ruling of the Speaker, and I request a roll call on that.
Representative Demuth appeals the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion on the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This one's pretty clear. There is actually no custom and usage on this either. I do understand at one time in a previous session, the Speaker had issued a memo stating that, or I think that was the procedure, maybe it was some announcement. I don't know that there was ever a call of the House called during that time, and I don't know that that was ever challenged. I don't know that there was any precedence at all of this. All I know is that during that time we didn't have a call of the House. And I don't know that that was ever challenged, but the reality is our House rules are crystal clear on this issue. House Rule 2.02 says, under call of the House, 10 members may demand a call of the House at any time until voting begins. So this call, voting has not begun. That we were going to move to here, I think, shortly. But the reality is our House rules are very clear, and there is no other rule in the House rules that would contradict this or say that under any other circumstance a call of the House is not in order. There is no precedence on this. There is none. I can't recall any time, even during COVID, somebody attempting a call of the House and there was some question or ruling by the Speaker or vote by this body that would have set any precedence. So we can't even cite precedence. All we can say is that during that time we didn't have a call of the House. And that has nothing to do with whether one could have been called or not. But the reality is right now, there has been no memo, there has been no announcement, there has been no anything. And those things, by the way, would not trump a House rule, okay? We don't allow, these House rules have been voted on, and the reason that is the case is the House rules have been voted on, and these were approved not that long ago, 2 weeks ago. These were approved by you. You adopted these rules, and the Speaker cannot just say we can't have a call of the House. And if you can waive this rule because you want to, without any precedence and without any contradictory rule, without any citation in Masons, without anything, there will be zero order in this chamber. Zero. This is a pretty easy one. I think you could make an argument to put the person on the phone and say, but we only have one person that's participating remotely. Or we could leave that person out. We know that they're not here. That's just as good as being excused. There's a whole bunch of members that are also excused. We know who that member is. But there is no reason we can't have a call of the House right now. But I warn you, you should probably decide that it's not a good idea just because you want to disregard a House rule that you just voted on. And if you're wondering why that's not a good idea, I think you could look back and watch some videos of what has happened to this chamber when things like that have happened. You could see meltdown in here. And nobody wants that. But a call of the House is absolutely in order right now. And it's crystal clear in our rules. And Madam Speaker, I am going to tell you I'm a little disappointed in your ruling. There is zero precedence.
Representative Doubt, the issue before the body is the appeal of the ruling of the speaker, please.
Which makes it absolutely appropriate that I reference the ruling by the speaker and how disappointed I am in it. So thank you for reminding me of what we're talking about.
You can be disappointed in the ruling, but not in me in our debate. Representative Doubt.
Okay, I'm disappointed in the ruling that you made, Madam Speaker, not in you. You've never done anything to disappoint me, and I'm sure you never will. But, and that's irrelevant to this discussion. But I will tell you, members, that and very sincerely, not joking, not laughing, just very sincerely, this is one, and just pay attention for a second, okay? If you not listen to anything I said ever, just seriously pay attention to this one. This actually is a big deal. This is a rule that we have, and we've just adopted it less than 2 weeks ago. We all voted on it. Was it unanimous or very close to? And the rule is very clear. We cannot just decide that our rules don't matter. There is no rule that says during remote voting that we don't have to, that we can't do a call of the House. There is no rule that says that. There also is no precedence in this chamber. There is no time at which we decided as a body that we weren't going to follow this rule. I think we just didn't do it during COVID, and there's a lot of other things we didn't do either. There was a lot of times most of us weren't in this chamber. But those days are over, and a call of the House is absolutely in order. We've had them this session already. There is nothing that says because one member isn't here. How many? I can't see the sheet, but there's a whole list of members I can see on the green sheet that have been excused. So there's a whole bunch of people that aren't here. But it is absolutely in order to have a call of the House. And I just, please listen. This is not something you want to take lightly. Because if the speaker can decide on one rule, any arbitrary rule to just, well, today we're not going to observe that rule. There will be no order in this chamber. And you will have no ground to stand on to say, you can't complain. You can't wrap this place around the axle. You can't melt this place down. It won't be us that has done it. It will be you. And trust me, you don't want to go there. So please pay attention to your rules, and let's honor and respect those rules. Thank you. And I would ask that you vote red to overturn the ruling of the speaker.
The member, oh, sorry.
Thank you, sorry. There is a roll call. I was just going to call a roll call.
There is a roll call.
Confirming there is one. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I want to draw the chamber's attention once again to our newly published rules. We talked about this a lot. I lost track of time. We talked about it a lot. And on page 10 of our new rules, Call the House 2.02, there is not one mention of COVID or remote voting. And then when we go to section or Article 10 on page 36 of the rules, there's similarly no mention of how to operate a call of the House under a remote vote. And I asked the Speaker very respectfully, and she agreed that there is nothing in our rules that talks about that. If that were to be the case of something that we should have been doing or arguably wanted to do, then it should have been put in the rules. We just recently enshrined the rules, and this is what we're operating under. And custom and usage, as we all know, is subordinated to our rules. That's we talked about that in all of our training. We talked about it with our professional staff, and we all know that. We all know that custom and usage is well below what our rules say. And the rules are how we operate this place. And to my point a number of times, this is about a process. This place is about process. And what we have done with the request of call of the House is covered in great detail here in our rules. Nowhere in the rules does it say anything about operation of call of the House under remote voting. Not one place. Speaker, you agreed on that already. And we all, so it is an appropriate request. We have given the appropriate number of hands, 10 hands, to do a call of the House. We've done them multiple times this session. But suddenly now we're reverting to something that we know to be a lesser thing to lean on, custom and usage. Let's abide by the rules. that the majority party put forward that we are living under. We didn't like it, but guess what? It's the rules. And if we're gonna live outside the guidelines of the rules, then why have rules? I mean, it's just that simple. If we don't care about what the rules say and we're going to try to twist them to do what we want, then why did we bother to go through that at all? So you'll hear this again and again and again from a lot of our members. It's supremely clear. Read 2.02. It's on page 10 of your brand new rule book that's in your desk. Great details. And then turn to page 36 and look at remote house operations. 10.05, there is subdivision B, C, and D. There is nothing in there that talks about call of the house. If we were to have something in there that said, hey, house, during a time where we have a member voting remotely, you can't do call of the house, well then guess what? You'd have us dead to rights, but there's nothing there. So I would urge you, for those of you who, like myself and the speaker, who are institutionalists, we live by the rules. We try very hard to respect the rules. Why? Because without them, we're chaotic. We might as well just all go be senators. Thank you. Members, this is a very important argument that we're about to have. If it was in the rules, and I sit on both the Rules Committee and we've had the debate, and if Chair Long, the majority leader, would have put it in the rules, it would have been voted on, and guess what? It would be in there, but it's not. So as we continue to debate this, and as we put this ultimately to a vote, I highly encourage you to revert not to what you think you should vote in your feelings, because feelings don't matter here. What matters here is what it says in the rules, because you voted on the rules. I think if we were to go back and pull a roll call, all of you would have voted for the rules. So that means that you're willingly going to abide by the rules. And any abrogation of the rules is something that you should say, nope, we're not going to do that. So once again, I encourage you, put any partisan feelings aside, put anything that you may be told in your whip chain that you need to be doing. What we should be doing is saying the rules have no mention whatsoever about call the house with remote voting operations. So the only thing that we can do is ratify our request for a call of the house, overturn the ruling of the Speaker, and then we move to a call of the House. Madam Speaker, thank you.
The member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in support of the call of the House, the advice of Representative Doubt, the advice of Representative Nash. And Madam Speaker, I do have a point of inquiry for you. You'd mentioned the rules. I presume, are we under the rules of February 2nd, 2023? Or also I found in my drawer the rules of January 14th, 2021. Which rules are we under?
Representative Koznick, the custom and usage transcends both of those time periods. Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was expecting that you might suggest the custom and usage does transcend them. But also in both of the rules of either date, of either biennium, Rule 2.20 suggests that when 10 members demand a call of the House at any time before voting begins, and that is where we're at here. And Madam Speaker, I would argue that that is the custom and usage of this body, even outside of explicitly being in the rules. And Madam Speaker, further advice is referring to Masons. In Chapter 1, members, you're going to be asked to vote on this, so if you could pay attention here. The decision is to the body, so if members could pay attention. The very first rule in Masons even establishes The necessity for rules of procedure. And I think it's important to understand what that is. If you have a Mason's book, grab it out. Because it says, it is necessary that every deliberative body will be governed by rules of procedures in order that the will of the majority of its members may be determined and revealed in an orderly manner. That's why we have rules, members. It is necessary that every deliberative body have rules. Without rules, Representative Dowd is absolutely correct. This place will melt down. That's why we have the other rules and Masons. And our custom and usage, in fact, is that we follow the rules. The very first rule in Masons is that we establish rules and abide by them so that we can function in an orderly fashion. And they apply to us all in every situation. And so the call of the House is in order, members. It's not that difficult, and it's very explicit. So as the advice of Representative Dowd and Representative Nash, if members aren't here, they're excused. Otherwise, you're expected to be here and do the job that Minnesotans and the people in your district voted you to do. I know the hour is late. I know some would rather be home. I might as well too. But we want to know who's here and willing to take the vote and do the business of Minnesotans. The call of the House is completely in order. Completely in order. The very first rule, not the last rule, not the rule in the middle of the book. The very first rule, it's that important. The necessity for rules of procedure. It's that important that it's the very first rule in Masons. Part 1, Parliamentary Law and Rules, Chapter 1, Section 1. Part 1, Chapter 1, Section 1. Rules matter. We all agreed on them. We had a big debate on it. And now you want to change the rules in the middle of the game. I've kind of heard that song before, but not tonight. We have rules in this body for a purpose. And the call of the House, Madam Speaker, is in order. And if you don't want to go by Masons, we even made it even more explicit. 10 members may demand a call of the House at any time until voting begins. How much more clear can we be? How are we doing, Nash? So, and it further says, when a call is demanded, the doors of the chamber must be closed, the roll called, and the absent members sent for. No members is allowed to leave the chamber until the roll call is suspended or completed. We can be done with this real quick. We have a legitimate call of the House. Chapter 1, Section 1. No, let's get it right. Maybe we need a tutorial here. Part 1, Chapter 1, not Section 2, not Section 3, Part 1, Chapter 1, Section 1. We need rules to govern the procedures of this body. And I think Representative Dowd was absolutely right. The place will melt down without rules. This is why, members, regardless of the advice of the Speaker, it's in our hands to uphold our own rules, uphold our own procedures, and have a deliberative body. And kind of going to how we're doing our committee work, the rules and customs and procedures are important so that we can do the work in committee. And we've seen in some committees where we're not exactly going by the custom and usage and the rules, and the equality of members in committees aren't being adhered to. But we need to change that, and we can start that right now with your little Mason's book. Part 1, Section 1, Chapter 1. Otherwise, the place will melt down. In the middle of winter, the place is going to melt down if we don't follow the rules. Representative, I see you got your Mason's manual out there. Do you find Part 1? Chapter 1? Section 1. We need rules. Without rules, we have chaos. And so, again, Madam Speaker, the advice of Representative Nash, Representative Doubt, should be well taken, Madam Speaker. Because in Part 1, Chapter 1, Section 1, rules are necessary for a deliberative body. And you're shaking your head to me, so she hears me. Minnesota hears us, I guess. I don't know. It's getting late. But, Madam Speaker, I would say that the motion is well taken, that a call of the House is in order and within our rules. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. Part 1, Section 1, Chapter 1.
The member from Stearns, Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And tonight, members, we have had a good discussion on rules and how this institution operates. And as we had brought up our rules discussion, as we voted on that just a couple of weeks ago, and to the Chief Clerk's office for getting us our books right away, that is very much appreciated. There is not clarity in here, but what I can tell you is we had operated under the emergency House operations for years, and those expired the day after last session. We know those expired. We had also brought up an amendment during the rules debate as we were going to be voting on that to bring clarity when we had someone operating in a remote fashion. That amendment was voted down. We specifically wanted that amendment brought forward to bring clarity. The concern is that remote operations on either side would not be used or abused to control things. Remote, again, as you have stated in our rules, that is in rare instances with permission of the Speaker. We know that we've had long debate on the fact that our work is to be done here, and that is the belief. At this point, Madam Speaker, I am looking forward to further conversations and coming up with clarity on this. And with that, I will withdraw my appeal of the ruling of the Speaker.
Members, we return to discussion on the bill. Representative Torkelson, would you like to be recognized for discussion on the bill? Okay. The member from Canty, Ojai, Representative Baker.
So we're back at it, members. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I wonder if Representative Wolgamott will stand for a question, please.
He will yield. Representative Baker.
Madam Speaker and Representative Wolgamott, earlier tonight we were talking about a bill that was very related to definitions of employees. And I know you're working on a bill that I need to learn more about. I'm not in that committee. But I want to understand the conversation that went on that I don't think was fully kind of covered with the chair. Will you help us understand that you accepted an amendment to that about the size of a employee definition? Representative Wolgamott, would you please explain that for me, please? Because that was a big part of tonight's discussion.
Representative Wolgamott.
Madam Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Representative Wolgamott, please state your point of...
Madam Speaker, are we debating House File 23?
Representative Wolgamott, the issue before the House is House File 19. Representative Wolgamott.
Madam Speaker, are we debating any of the amendments that were before the Labor Committee in House File 23?
Representative Wolgamott, House File 19 is before the body.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Baker, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and I'm still looking for an answer. Are you just going to stand up and say you don't want to answer it, Representative Wolgamott? I'm just kind of curious. If you want to just say you refuse to answer, but we're trying to understand, and I don't know why you want to just not have a discussion. It's the first time you've spoken on the floor tonight. I think my question is reasonable. I don't know why you're trying to deflect it, because we spent an hour on that issue about defining what an employer and employer size is. So I'd appreciate some gravity here, some levity to kind of help us understand this. So Madam Speaker, I hope that he would be willing to answer that question.
Representative Baker, I think it would help if you build a base to connect your question to the bill in front of the House. Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, to Representative Wolgamott, I'm trying to find the exemptions to our bill. The connections are, we had a lot of conversations on A41, and I know it's passed, it's already gone. You were not around, we couldn't answer it. Some folks had called you out to ask about it, but you were not on the floor. Now you're here. So we're just trying to understand the connection, Madam Speaker, is about how that is working on another bill that is very similar to this, because it's talking about workplace rules, and this is kind of what this is. And so I need to have you help me understand. That was agreed to. A senator, I think, also agreed to that, and the other body. How does this help us find the way to kind of understand what is happening with your bill that is related to this bill?
Representative Wolgamott.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Baker. Madam Speaker, the reason why I raised those points of parliamentary inquiry with you earlier are because these are two different bills that are addressing two different problems. The question before us, the bill before us, is House File 19, which pertains to earned sick and safe time. As we've heard through the debate throughout the night, this is to make sure that the 900,000 Minnesotans who don't currently have access to earned sick and safe time are able to get earned sick and safe time. That's what House File 19 is about. What House File 20 is about, it's the Minnesota Safe Workplaces Meat and Poultry Processing Workers Act. And what that bill pertains to is the conditions of meatpacking facilities. So that pertains to, there's a whole number of things. Again, I feel kind of wrong talking about this because this is not the question before us. I'm going to tell you about House File 23. But what House File 23 does is it's a bill for safe workplaces for meatpacking facilities. So it has the Department of Labor have a safe workplaces coordinator. It has different regulations for how meatpacking workers have to be, personal protective equipment, distancing, all kinds of things that relate to safety conditions in meatpacking facilities. And what I think Representative Baker and what Lead McDonald in committee and what others have been referencing is the fact that I added an amendment to exempt the businesses who have 50 or less employees from this bill. And it's because it really was an apple and an orange. What applies to the huge meatpacking facilities does not necessarily apply to the smaller facilities, right? The regulations, the spaces, the distancing, the need for personal protective equipment, all of those things. So while House File 19, the bill that's actually before us that we've been debating for hours now, this is a bill to make sure that Minnesotans have access to earned sick and safe time, to make sure that none of our constituents have to make the choice between being sick, taking care for themselves while they're sick or while a loved one is sick, and earning the living that they need to provide for their family. That's what House File 19 is about, is making sure that all Minnesota workers have that earned sick and safe time. What House File 23 is about is safe workplaces for meat and poultry processing workers. These are two different things. They're two different bills. They're two different issues. That's why I don't think it's germane to talk about House File 23, but Representative Baker, out of respect for you and the other members who have been asking this, I want to take the time to explain that we've got two different bills, two different issues, earned sick and safe time, and safe workplace conditions for meat and poultry processing workers. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Baker.
Representative Baker.
And thank you for that answer. Again, thank you for recognizing that during committee, there is a connection. You wanted to help mom and pops. You had small mom and pops, I guess, that have small processing plants. It was relative to our discussion because it's the size of businesses that you're trying to protect. That's what we were trying to do tonight. We were trying to recognize there's a difference. And I bet you have a lot of small businesses in your district like we do, like a lot of us do. I don't know how many small processing plants you have, but we were talking about generally small businesses. So I appreciate the answer. It took us a while to get there, but we got there. And so I do appreciate that very, very much. And again, it is late. And I think everything that has been said on this bill has been said. We've talked about other communities that have done this, and I was going to have a few things to say, but again, this one-size-fits-all world that our friends here live in does not work in Minnesota. You will find out, members, when you start going back to your districts and they start attending your town halls. So pay attention, but go talk to your members and go talk to your constituents, because they are not telling you they want this in your world. This is just, it's getting so hyper-partisan, it's sad that we're passing bills like this that don't know how they're going to work once they get out of this body. They're going to come back to us too. And again, just my final comment, in the West Central Tribune yesterday, originated from the Duluth News Tribune, anti-business Minnesota blows it again on the new plant. And this was the plant in Cohasset that Representative Igo talked about last week. We're going to have the IRRB had spent a bunch of money, $15 million, to help the Huber state-of-the-art facility happen. They helped them buy 400 acres of land. They're going away now. They can't handle the business situation and the permitting in Minnesota. It all adds up, folks. And the mayor of Cohasset has a very good point. Today's announcement makes one thing crystal clear. Cohasset cannot overcome the retirement of the Boswell plant alone. It is now more critical than ever that the governor, the legislature, and our regional partners bring every resource to the table. We cannot do this on our own. So now others are going to come to us because we messed it up. And this bill, nothing in this bill does anything about workforce shortages. It does nothing to help employers and job creators and people that care about these employees and people that care about them like family. This isn't just made up fantasy land here. This is how it works. But you just want to sit around and try to pass headline bills. These are headline bills. They look good in the newspaper, but there's nothing below it. Everything has to fit in one box. Your energy bill, your carbon-free, all fits all together. You're throwing in the munis and the co-ops. They shouldn't be doing this. The same kind of rules as the big IOUs. It doesn't work that way. And now you're going to cram a bunch of workforce stuff and benefits, and you're telling employers how to do all the benefits, and there's more coming. Members, I certainly didn't want to rev it up anymore because it is late. This is not a good bill. Nothing about this bill is going to help our workforce. The nursing homes are still sitting there empty. There's nothing we can do. We should be dealing with that first. We had a very good conversation, I thought, today when Representative Richardson brought her bill forward in our Human Finance Committee. And I offered the amendment to let's table the bill. Let's stop it. There was actually a little fiscal note that was provided for that committee, which I appreciated. But this bill needs to slow down because right now that bill, as it moves along, is making more business owners, managers, job creators more nervous because it's still moving at a very high pace, and it still is so unfixed. It's so unrefined. It is not ready right now to even be in front of committees because it's not changing enough. Now, I have offered my support to Representative Richardson, and I am very honest, and I want to be there to try to help that bill get better because that is the bill that scares and shakes everybody to the core when it comes to employee management, employees, and what we can do. But folks, we have more work to do. This is not how our founders wanted this to go this year. This is unlike a year we've ever seen. And I just hope that what we did tonight is just try to stand up for the very best we could to our small businesses, our family businesses, anybody that has an employee anywhere in that mix. We are not doing it right. And I still implore the body to say no to this bill. Let's not do it like this. It didn't have to happen this way. It could have been better. It could have been more collaborative, and it was not. So members, I appreciate a red vote, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All Minnesota workers deserve time to care for themselves and their families. This bill that we have before us tonight has been years in the making, and it has strong support from across the state, from workers, from unions, from small businesses, from immigrants. We just came through a pandemic where we saw very clearly how dangerous it is when workers have to go to work sick. Ask any public health official anywhere in the state how good an idea it is to force folks to decide between working while sick or potentially losing their job, and they will give you a uniform answer. Yesterday, I got a call from my 4-year-old's daycare, and that I needed to come pick up my daughter. And so I drove over there and I picked her up because I was lucky enough to have a job that I had some flexibility and I could take some calls when I was on the road. And turns out she had a high fever and she has an ear infection, and so she had to stay with me yesterday and she had to stay with my wife today. There are hundreds of thousands of Minnesota workers who can't do what I did or what my wife was able to do today. And they have to make impossible choices about caring for their kids or potentially risking losing their job. When Minneapolis passed their Earned Sick and Safe Time ordinance, there was a school social worker who told the story of kids coming to her office sick. And she would call their parents, but she knew what would happen. They wouldn't pick up. They'd ignore her call, or they would pick up and they'd say, oh yes, I'll get there as soon as I possibly can. But she knew that those parents had often intentionally had to send their kids to school sick because they had to work, because they knew that they couldn't stay home with their kids. They had no other option. And she knew that their parents weren't coming, at least not until they got off their shift. So she had to sit with those kids who were feeling awful, who were sick, and who also couldn't understand why their parents weren't coming, and that it wasn't because they didn't care about them or love them, but it was because they didn't want to lose their job. We heard tonight a lot about small businesses. Well, when my city passed this ordinance, many small businesses in my district asked not to be excluded. They did not want to be at a competitive disadvantage when it came to recruiting new workers. We also heard a lot about what the possible effects that this could have on small businesses when this is implemented. Well, we have some natural experiments that we can take a look at. We can take a look at my city, we can take a look at Duluth, we can take a look at Bloomington, at St. Paul. In all of these cities, we heard the same things before the law passed, and we've seen the same things after the laws had passed, which is that implementation has been smooth, businesses' fears did not pan out, and fewer workers now have to go to work sick. The sky didn't fall, it turns out, in all of these cities. We heard tonight about part-time workers and a concern about whether or not they should get benefits. The last time I checked, germs don't know if they are making a part-time worker or a full-time worker sick. They're just gonna make you sick, and you're gonna have to deal with it if you're going to be able to take care of yourself and your family. We heard also tonight that we know nobody who needs this benefit. We have nobody who's coming to us and telling us they need it. Well, to those members, I really wish you'd listen a little bit more closely to the debate tonight, because you heard very personal, moving remarks from Representative Hussain, from Representative Keeler, from Representative Hill about their personal need for this and how they were not able in the past to have access to earned sick and safe time in their times of need. I want to thank Representative Olson for her tireless advocacy over many years and her focus on trying to help those who need it most in our state. This bill is about safer working conditions, it's about caring for yourself and your family, and it's about basic human dignity, and I ask members to vote green.
The member from Stearns, Representative Damuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And tonight, members, we have had an opportunity to hear about this bill, about our communities, about our constituents from all sides. And I think that is what makes this place work well, when we're not just making decisions based on our own viewpoints, but we're listening to each other. The priority of this bill talks about the employees, and they are very important all the way across the state, and no more is that felt than the shortages in our hospitals, in our nursing homes, in our schools. We know the value of employees. We also know the value of our job creators, those that have sacrificed, as you've heard. They are the last ones to sometimes take a paycheck. They are the ones that have to give up every bit of savings. And as I talk to my constituents, specifically during the pandemic, that were holding on and had used everything they had, and they said, but we've worked, and we were finally making it, and then we lost the ability to do business, no fault of our own, and do you have a little bit of hope? They mortgaged and second mortgaged just to keep things afloat. So our job creators are valuable to provide those jobs that we all need. Those job creators also provide benefits, not mandates, but benefits, and that is used as a recruitment tool and a retention tool to draw those job seekers and our employees to us. You know, if you are not being treated well as an employee, especially in this market, you will go and you will find another place of employment that does better for you. But government mandates for a paid leave, it is bad policy. It is not sustainable, and it is bad policy. Mandating that the job creators provide a benefit that many are already doing is not the direction we need to go. Specifically for our smaller businesses, and we've heard from both sides of the aisle that we have business owners and job creators in this place. The large corporations may be able to absorb the costs and compliance burden. They might already have the extra HR department and the internal accountants and those things that are needed to make this type of a bill work. But our smaller businesses could end up losing 25 to 50% of their already thin margins just to comply with this. And you know, if they make a mistake, we have heard on page 12 of the bill that it is a fine up to $10,000, that they might or may. But why would we start at $10,000 for potentially a first offense? Why wouldn't we have taken the amendment that would have made that fine smaller and then increased it, as the original language was, increased it if there were subsequent offenses? Across the board with federal and state employment regulations, it has been customary to exempt small employers from mandates that would unfairly burden their business. This is because there has always been bipartisan understanding that one size does not fit all. The local jurisdictions that have implemented similar mandates in recent years understand that. As we've heard, Minneapolis, Bloomington, Duluth, they have paid leave mandates, but with some kind of carve-out for small businesses. We had an amendment for that, or more than one, and it was rejected. So over the last couple of days, as I was speaking with job creators, those business owners in my district, they are manufacturers, they are food service, offices. Their concern is that they will not be able to afford this. How is this actually going to work? Or we are already providing benefits for our employees, and that's why they are still here. They said, is this going to pass? And I said, yeah, the majority has the bill, or has the votes to pass this bill tonight. It will pass. But it needs to be heard in the other body, and hopefully some consideration will be given so when it comes back this direction, it won't be as damaging. You know that Minnesota job creators are the actual lifeblood of our community. And as they continue to recover from a difficult economic time from the pandemic, and then right now with our inflation costs, we need to take an approach that rather than doing them harm, we would actually do no harm, allowing them to be the ones that can give the best benefit to their employees. So tonight, members, I want you to remember that a one-size-fits-all mandate is not sustainable, it is not good policy, and it is not good for Minnesota. I urge you to vote no.
The member from St. Louis, the author of the bill, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members, for a long debate, and appreciate that we've gotten to this moment. Hopefully, we'll be done well ahead of midnight here. So I want to say a couple of things. I want to refute a few things that I've heard over and over on the House floor before I tell a story of why this bill really matters. So cost. Let's just get clear. According to employer-reported data, this will cost less than 1% of total labor costs to implement. Let's get clear. Minnesota would be an outlier. It would not. Do you know what states have implemented earned sick and safe time policies that have no small business carve-outs? Vermont, Washington, Michigan, New Jersey, Colorado, California, New Mexico, Illinois. Do you know what states have higher accrual ratings too? Washington, you can do 52 hours. Colorado, New Mexico. We are not going to be an outlier. Even in my own city of Duluth, you can accrue a higher rate than what is in this bill. So we will not be an outlier. And for those that I think you're asking the wrong question in the hyperbole and the fear, the question I would be asking is, how did you make it work? Hey, nursing home in Duluth, you implemented this and you made it work. Hey, St. Paul, hospitals, small businesses, oh, they just took back their small business carve-out. How did you make it work? The question isn't the terrible fears we have, it is the reality in front of us. All of these places made it work. There are hospitals, nursing homes, group homes in my district that made this work. And do you know what businesses testified in support of this bill throughout the years we've been doing this? It wasn't the employers that were the large ones in Duluth, it was the under 5 that told me this worked, that sent letters in the most recent committee hearings. And to say that this bill has been around a long time, and the amount of committee stops I personally have carried it through is a lot. The amount of times I have sat on this House floor and done this is a lot. And to say that small businesses or large businesses have not been heard, come by my office. They have sat at around the table, and I think most every amendment I have made to this bill this session has been asked of me by business. We have listened, we have heard. But that is not why I am here. Why I am here dates back well before my time serving in the legislature and why I'm working on this bill. So I handed out a sheet of paper that has pictures of people you recognize. But the person you probably don't know on the front page there of this piece of paper is Tiffany McDonald. I was working at a homeless shelter in Duluth. I worked with people experiencing homelessness, and my job was not to make sure that I found their apartment they were going to rent or work with the HMIS database and all these things I heard my other coworkers talking about. My job was to work with the 40 congregations, an interfaith group of people of faith in Duluth who said, it's not enough just to make sure someone has shelter or food to eat. We need to go upstream and figure out, why do people live in poverty? Why are there such disparities that you heard Representative Kozlowski talk about? And through that work, I got to know a lot about what holds people back by talking directly with people who were impacted by systems that were stacked against them. And one of the people I met was Tiffany McDonald, who moved from shelter into transitional housing. Do you know what the thing that she named that was hardest in her life? She could not take care of her kids like she wanted to. And do you know the thing that she talked the most about was not just when they were sick. I can't get time off to do the preventative care, to do the screenings, to get them ready for kindergarten. I cannot make sure that they get the shots they need because I have worked my whole life. I've struggled in homelessness. I am now in transitional housing, and I work 3 jobs. None of them at the time had earned sick and safe time. None of them. So she decided she would leave the workforce to take care of her kids because that was the better option. So Tiffany told me that this was the thing she was going to fight for. So how I came to this is through Tiffany, when I never thought I would serve in the legislature. And what I would do is I would go over to her house, her transitional housing, where mattresses were on the floor because they couldn't afford furniture. And I would hear her story. And I would help put it into words that lawmakers would hear. And that was my job. Tiffany died a year and a half ago, leaving her kids behind, her husband. I wonder if her life would have been different. She had cancer. I wonder if her life wouldn't have been so hard, if she wouldn't have had to struggle to get her words in a way that lawmakers would hear, where some of our members who aren't here right now who spoke about, they don't hear these voices. There are reasons these voices don't get heard. It is our job to listen to them. And so I am here for Tiffany and for every single voice that Tiffany represents that doesn't always get heard. And so this is real, and this is a dang good bill, and we are going to get this done. Vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Will the clerk please call the name of the member who's voting remotely?
Agbaje.
Hey, you ready to vote? Okay. Go ahead.
Agbaje.
Agbaje votes yes.
Agbaje votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 54 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online. If there is no objection, we'll take action on these motions first. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail.
Her moves that House File number 314 be recalled from the Committee on Judiciary, Finance, and Civil Law and be re-referred to the Committee on Housing, Finance, and Policy.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Herr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, that is my motion. I have spoken to both Judiciary Chair and the Housing Finance Policy Chair, and they agreed that we should move the bill in the motion that was made.
Discussion to the Herr motion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails.
IGO moves that House File number 342 be recalled from the Committee on Climate and Energy, Finance, and Policy and be re-referred to the Committee on Sustainable Infrastructure Policy.
The member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have spoken to both chairs of the committees, and we believe that this bill should be headed to sustainable infrastructure. Thank you.
Any discussion on the IGO motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails.
Hassan moves that House File number 647 be recalled from the Committee on Judiciary, Finance, and Civil Law and be re-referred to the Committee on Housing, Finance, and Policy.
Representative Hassan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is my motion. House File 647 is a bill that is about eviction expungements. I spoke with both chairs, and they agreed that it should go back to housing. Thank you.
Any discussion to the Hassan motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails.
Perez Vega moved that House File number 1629 be recalled from the Committee on Education, Finance, and be re-referred to the Committee on Children and Families, Finance, and Policy.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Perez Vega.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that HF 1629 be recalled. Speaking with both chairs on the Committee of Education, Finance, and the Chair of Children, Families, Finance, and Policy, that it be re-referred to the Committee of Children, Families, and Finance Policy. This is a bill for an act relating to education finance, expanding the Learning with Music program to early childhood educators and appropriating money. Thank you.
Any discussion to the Perez-Vega motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Announcements. Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 3:30 p.m. Monday, February 20th, 2023.
Representative Long moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 3:30 p.m. Monday, February 20th, 2023. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Representative Long.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Long moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 3:30 Monday, February 20th, 2023.